easy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up if it's my lucky day. If the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Well, good morning to you if you're from South Africa, and good morning or good evening to you for wherever you are around the world. That is west of where we are. But welcome to One World Sports Radio, Guerilla Cricket South Africa's coverage of this New Zealand-South Africa test match, test series. And we find ourselves after day one with South Africa in a whole lot of trouble, needing to get themselves out of a hole. It's the way they start their test series that is a big problem for many of us here in South Africa. But South Africa, having been bowled out for 96, are now behind or have New Zealand leading them by 21 on 116 for 3. And that is where we will start this day with Henry Nicholls on 37 or 54, and Neil Wagner. It's Wagner, yes,
Yes.
on 2 of 12. I'm not alone. My name is Mpho Muklani. I've got Anis Mohammed here with me as we try to as we take you through that first session. And so that's essentially what we're going to be doing. We've got a whole host of commentators throughout the morning up until throughout the South African morning, actually, because that's what it is, up until the end of day two. So please do join us. Please do let your family and friends know that we've got you on One World Sports Radio, as well as on YouTube and also on Facebook. Anis, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Sleepers for the week. The cricket's where it's at. Very disappointed in the batting performance of the Proteas yesterday, losing 5 for 10. They lost 5 wickets for 10 runs. It's an abomination, and it shouldn't be happening. I think they're going to have to look inward and come out more guns blazing today. Hopefully, the bowlers can keep them in the game. But and hopefully they don't fall into the trap that they did when they were playing here in SA, where they start the day or start a session very flat, because New Zealand will be wanting to get away and put on some runs.
Yes, speaking of obviously turning back and fighting back, that's what we are expecting from the South African camp. Neil Wagner and Henry Nicholls are walking out to the middle to start the day. Remember, South Africa took 3 wickets yesterday. The 2 fell to Duan Oliphant, who was on 2 for 36, and Marco Jansen took the other wicket. Kagiso was unlucky in a day where South Africa had 4 dropped catches. And so it is something that South Africa will have to truly consider and think about as they go through this day.
Just an all-round flat day for the Proteas yesterday. Fielding, batting, bowling.
Yes, it was all around very poor, and they'll want to bring that back. We've got Marco Jansen with the ball. Left arm seamer, he's bowled 8 overs in this match already. He's taken 1 wicket for 11 runs.
Yeah, and in he comes
Yes, Mark.
outside,
Okay.
well outside off stump and left alone.
Sure. Really good. Interesting first ball. There's a little bit of swing. It's 122 kilometers per hour, so a bit of a loosener. So it was interesting listening to thinking about how New Zealand actually do this to them, or win games in New Zealand. And they what they do is that they try and break the game open at the start of the innings on day one, in session one, and they did that yesterday against South Africa.
Exactly. They're taking those wickets before lunch put a big dent into the South Africans' progress. But it seems like it's basically an All Black way of playing cricket. As the All Blacks
next
like
ball,
it lose
next ball in from Marco Jansen just comes in with a little bit of swing to the left-handed Henry Nichols, his left arm over to actually Neil Wagner, I beg your pardon, and it swings away, no run. Next ball in, third ball of the day, Marco Jansen into Neil Wagner. He slaps this one through point. It is going to race away to the boundary. Will it be stopped? Yes, it will. This outfield looks very slow this morning, as it is picked up by the debutant Sadal Advia the way at the point boundary for 3 runs. As the score moves up to 119 for 3.
That didn't look like
you're saying All Black way
shot
of playing cricket.
Trying to break things open and then exploit the pressure that the other team's under, which is if you look at the South Africa likes to play structured cricket, which much like the Springboks, and I think that's a traditional South African thing. We like our structure, but as you said, if as Jansen comes in again,
Marco Jansen on his for the fourth ball of the innings. Into Henry Nichols, the left-handed Henry Nichols. This one's a lot closer to the off stump, swinging away from the left-handed batter. Carl Verena picks that up pretty nicely at behind the stumps for no run. Yes, so the premise is they know that the pitches are going to get better with the amount of grass that they leave on the pitches. They'll get better come day 3, 4, and 5. Which means that the bowlers might not be in it, but what they do is that they break open that first innings to ensure that even if there's a bit of fight back in days 3 and 4, they still have enough time to win the game. And it was really fascinating to just go through and try to figure out what they've been doing to teams all around, as the last ball of the over will be coming in soon. Still 39, still 119 for 3. And it was quite interesting because it kind of felt like South Africa fell into their trap. Where they bowled us out cheaply. Now New Zealand are dictating matters here. And the only way South Africa can come back is if they try to bowl them out as cheaply as possible as well. Marco Jansen, last ball. This one, going down the leg side. Henry Nichols looking to play that to that leg side. It got stuck in that thigh pad, went down to the leg side for no run. End of the first over of the day, over number 40, 119 for 3. Nichols on 37, Wagner on 5. The scorecard for New Zealand was Tom Latham was out, bowled on Olivier 15 off 61. Will Young, the other opening partner for him, caught Carl Verena, bowled Marco Jansen for 8 off 32. And Devon Conway inside edging onto stumps, bowled Olivier 36 off 76. South Africa need to find a way back into this game. New Zealand need to find a way to open this game up a lot further, which is why this Henry Nichols innings now this morning is so important. South Africa need to make inroads and get him out, because he could be very costly as the day goes by, or the longer he stays. Rabada is at the top of his mark. No wickets for 34 runs. He's going to come into 3 slips. The gully, this ball right arm over across to the left-handed Wagner, and it dies as it gets to Carl Verena. I don't think it's a sign of inconsistent bounce, just probably a sign of the pace and of that which Kagiso bowled at. No run.
Yeah, just a gentle loosener there. South Africa would want to bowl, try to get New Zealand out for under 200. In an ideal world, and be batting by just 40 maybe, and then bat for time because they know they're going to lose. They might lose a day tomorrow, and then Sunday's sketchy. So I think the second inning, South Africa will be hoping to bat long and try to save this test.
Yes. And the next ball is a back of a length ball that's played on the back foot over the fielders at gully, or actually backward point, for really lovely shot from Neil Wagner for 4 runs. This is the start of probably him trying to make a play in the game. Next ball, similar answer, shortish ball, shorter length this time, and played in front of square on that back foot through the point boundary, back-to-back boundaries the New Zealanders in this over, as Kagiso Rabada really struggles. And oh no, there it is, the sign from the umpire. It is a no ball, so Kagiso is going to have to bowl that again. We're not happy about this ill discipline here, Anis.
Yeah, no, too much weight. Not attacking the stumps enough. Hopefully this one's a bit straighter. Oh.
Yeah, so Nick Kagiso coming into Neil Wagner. This one is pulled and gets a bit of an underedge behind the leg side, on the leg side, past a diving Calvarena for 4 runs. That's 3 fours in a row. Kagiso needs to find a way to get his first over of the day back, because this is now running away, with the lead now jumping up to 37.
This is, I don't think it's ill discipline. I just think, well, their lens, KG's got his lens wrong to start with. I think his eyes lit up as soon as he saw the green, but he bowled on this pitch yesterday. Oh, much better line this time.
Yes, Kagiso into Neil Wagner. He wraps him on the pads a lot straighter this time, going across the left-hander. LBW appeal. The umpire says not out. But a bit of him squaring Neil Wagner up.
I wouldn't waste it on Neil Wagner.
And Dean decides to go up for an LBW appeal DRS. We're going to have a look at whether this is going to give South Africa an opening. Feels more desperate than certain, but we'll see how it goes. Really good ball. It really squared up. Neil Wagner came back into the left-hander a lot more than he had expected, hitting him a lot more on middle stump.
Pitching in.
I think the
outside leg
where the ball pitches
and height
could be something, but we have to go through with that DRS. Remember, you can tweet us at One World SR. Do keep us company. Send us your comments on Facebook, and we're going to look at Ultra Edge. There is no bat there, so that is going to give us a bit of a rock and roll there. I was going to have to wait for Hawkeye to come through.
Hit him above the knee roll, or just whoa, on the front foot, and it is pitching outside leg.
And as we look at that, Hawkeye, as Anis has told you, it is a pitching outside leg stump. So that's going to be a review lost for the South Africans. Just a very disappointing review. Because normally with Kagiso's angle, it's really hard for him to get that LBW unless he's getting some prodigious swing in. But Dean looking for a way to just get the team going, get a wicket going, especially after conceding those 3 boundaries. Next ball in from Kagiso to Neil Wagner, who defends this ball that's on off stump, straight back to the fielder at mid-off. No run, 132 for 3. 1 ball left in the 41st over.
I think, the KG in Kagiso in the first 3 balls got the length wrong. It was bowling a bit too short. I think just try a yard fuller, and you bang on your butt. Oh, and that's it. Bang
Next
on your
ball,
back.
very good ball there from Kagiso, just going across Neil Wagner there. But it is going to be called a no ball, unfortunately, Anis. So that has to be bowled again. He's cranking up his speeds now, getting up to 140, but this is becoming an 8-ball over. So that's going to be that's really disappointing from Kagiso Rabada to start off the day. 3 slips and a gully. This ball moving beautifully past the outside
That
edge
was a
of
peach.
of Henry Nichols, and brings the end of the first over. I
That
beg your
one
pardon.
was a
It's Neil Wagner.
peach.
End of the first over, 133 for 3.
They're now going to wait every ball to check that front foot.
Well, remember, it goes upstairs, so
Yeah,
the third umpire will check every ball, and that's his job. It's
yeah.
quite tough. So he has to you got the camera there, and you're watching, and then when you see the no ball, you signal down to the umpires downstairs, and you let them know. So unlike when we didn't have the third umpire up there, the on-field umpires would be focusing on your front foot rather than necessarily what's happening down at the other end of the pitch. So I think it was one thing I was happy about for the ICC to take away from the on-field umpires. Janssen resumes this one, getting a little bit of swing to Henry Nichols, left arm over to Lieutenant Nichols, just swinging away on a back of a length to Calvarena, no run.
That's a very good line, just outside off. I think the last, even with the no ball, the last 3 balls of the 4 balls of that over. Well, Kagiso, he got his line right. He's found his length. He's found the line, and now they just got to take advantage of it, and hopefully the catches stick today.
Yes, second ball of Janssen, second over. This one gets a bit of it hits him on the back pad and ricochets through to the slip cordon. The South Africans went up for an LBW appeal, and the umpire says no, and it doesn't signal any leg buys. So he may have heard 2 noises there. So that was actually quite an interesting period of play, because it was inside edge onto the pad, out ricocheting all the way through to the slip cordon. No run was taken actually on that one. Next one is a loose one outside the off stump and cut through the gap between third slip and gully for 4. Really good shot from Henry Nichols, who moves up to 41 of 60 balls. This looks like New Zealand are putting South Africa under the sword as that lead moves up to 42.
South Africa is going to have to put it back. The bowlers have to. Someone needs to have a word, especially with Marquinhos. He is the youngster. He needs someone with a cool head on his shoulders. You just give him a bit of advice at this moment in time. On his 3rd test, man.
Janssen into Henry Nichols, one's full over pitched and driven to that fielder at wideish mid off for no run. 3 slips, gully, backward point, and you've got a wideish mid off, and in there you've got mid on, mid wicket, as well as fine leg for Henry Nichols.
You're not going to mind that with the ball swinging as much as it is. Pitching it up that ball, getting the batsman to drive. At least he's playing at it, and it's not just going through and being a nothing ball.
Janssen with a ball into the body of Henry Nichols. He plays it down the leg side, no run.
Once again, getting the batsman to play. I'm liking that, and South Africa needs to do a lot more of that. Get the batsman to play as many balls as possible, because you're always in it with the ball moving this much. If the lines are too wide and the batters are just leaving everything, it just gives them an opportunity to get in and get set.
And that's what you need to do. As this next ball just goes down the leg side, Calvarena picks it up. No run there. Henry Nichols are looking to just play it to the leg side and see if he can't get any runs. Didn't work out for him. End of that over 137 for 3. I think one of the things that we need to watch out for going through this test match is how South Africa navigate this oldish ball. This ball is 42 overs old. There's 38 more until the new ball. New Zealand did really well with the new ball yesterday. And so now this time you're going to see how South Africa have to manage these overs because the ball's not going to be swinging that much. It's going to be easier to bat as Kagiso comes into Henry to was it Neil Wagner, and it's a 4-1 on that off-stump line, driven to that wideish mid-off for no run. So it's really, really important that South Africa need to find a way to break through with this older ball. A lot of shining of this ball is going to be needed, even though you can't use saliva. You have to use something else to try keep that swing going. Next one, this ball swinging away from Neil Wagner. Kagiso's been getting balls to come in all the time. This one swung away from him. Neil looking to play that through the leg side. But it was so good from Kagiso that he missed it entirely. As the bat went one way, the ball went the other way. Great take from Calvarena, just in front of first slip, no run.
That's why I said in the previous over, I wouldn't have wasted the review and Neil Wagner. Just bowl, get your lines right and get your lengths right, and you'll get it.
Another ball wide outside the off stump. Neil looking to smash that through extra cover, but he misses that one. A really good play and a miss all the way to Calvarena, no run.
Get Neil Wagner to play. Being a night watchman, being a lower order batter, you're going to be in the game. Keep your length.
Yeah, he was
keep
looking
your
to cover
there.
drive that. He was looking to feed that down, extra cover's throat. Kagiso into Neil Wagner, and this one connects with, and it pierces through the gap between gully and third slip as Temba chases the ball to no avail as he reaches the boundary for 4. He does end up slipping, does Temba, against the advertising hoarding, but he looks to be okay. Still a very freak little slip there from him. But 4 runs, great shot from Neil Wagner, putting pressure on South Africa, which is what New Zealand want. He is the guy that's going to get South Africa even more frustrated. And so the lead goes up to 46. Wagner on 21. Score 141 for 3.
And another no ball.
And as Anissa's called it, that's what it is.
4, and it's a big one too.
Third no ball of the day. You could see that because it felt like it was the effort ball. Just unfortunate that the effort ball went for 4. Yeah, somebody needs to just have a quiet chat with Kagiso to just let him calm down, help him find his rhythm. Because I do get that with being a fast bowler, when you're already over the line, it's not just easy just taking a few steps back. You just it's you just have to be mindful of the rhythm of the pace, the number of paces you're taking, and work on that. So it's not as just easy as just start from the back of your run up. As the next ball is over pitched, and I think it's a sign of the overcorrection that Kagiso has done to not getting a no ball, and that one is slashed through the mid off region all the way to the boundary, the long off boundary for 4. Really lovely shot off the back foot. Played that very late. Did
great shot
Wagner, under the eyes for 4 runs. Really good shot and really good exhibition of batting from him this morning. He started on 2 this morning. He's now on 25. The score 146 for 3.
Giving the South Africans a batting lesson.
Next ball is a lot fuller this time and driven this time down the leg side. Great stop by Kagiso off his own bowling to prevent any runs. One ball left in the 43rd, still 146 for 3.
As with regards to the no balls, as Sean Pollock always said, even though he was guilty of a lot of no balls, that line doesn't move. So
Next ball is back of a length and wide, and a cut shot from Neil Wagner. Just he under edges that one onto the popping crease as it rolls out to the offside. End of the 43rd over, 146 for 3. And needs to be. Do you have any tweets?
At the moment, I don't see any. There aren't any comments on YouTube either. I have Guerilla Cricket, 1WSR, nothing at the moment. Surely, if our bowlers are going to be feeding Neil Wagner every now and then, they're going to be feeding him one outside off and give him weight.
Yes.
It would make sense to put someone on that backward point boundary, just to calm things down a bit.
Lead is now a 51 as Marco Jansen resumes to Henry Nicholls. He wraps him on the pads. South Africans go up in unison for an RBW appeal. Umpire is unmoved. And
that's a good end.
And this one, they choose not to take the review. So, but so far, last 25 balls bowled, which is the 25 balls that have been bowled today. New Zealand 30 runs at a run rate of 7.2, and they have not conceded a wicket. Marco floating it up there full outside the off stump, and Henry Nicholls just dabbing it out to the offside, trying to smother that swing for no run. It's a good sign that the South Africans are getting some swing with this ball that's a little bit old. Hopefully it can bring them. But you can see the difference between the way South Africans batted and the New Zealanders, because the New Zealanders aren't playing at balls outside the off stump, playing that swinging ball outside the off stump compared to the South Africans.
Exactly. They're keeping their composure and they're knowing where the off stump is.
And this one's over pitched and driven through a cover. It is a chase for Sardal Avia, for Glenton Steelman, I beg your pardon. He brings it, hauls it back in. The New Zealanders have run 3, as that score now goes up to 149, and Henry Nicholls is in the nervous 40s on 44.
They also know the South African bowlers are also giving the Kiwi batsmen a couple of freebies and over. They're not just applying their pressure constantly, like the New Zealand bowlers were doing yesterday. They were bang on the buck, and they knew their roles perfectly and played to it.
Next ball outside the off stump on that fifth stump line, rising off a length. Let Neil Wagner lets that go through to Carl Verena for no run, and that's the difference between the two sides. I think both sides have guys who are coming in, trying to make their way in international cricket. Matt Henry, having played 15 test matches since making his debut in 2015, being the perennial 12th man, so to speak, he found his rhythm yesterday. He was really disciplined. As the next ball is too quick for Neil Wagner, he misses it and gets it wrapping. It gets him on that thigh pad down the leg side. No run as the ball just squirts back out to Marco Jansen.
I would love to have Marco Jansen give a few words to Neil Wagner.
Why do South Africans like being aggressive when they're losing? It's not a good look.
Yeah, it takes the mind off of them losing. It's like
is that the sign of fighting we want to see? Them having words with the night watchman while the lead is on 54 and they have 7 wickets in hand. As the next ball's on that off stump, no swing there, just defended back to the bowler on the front foot for no run. End of that over, it is 149 for 3. The lead is 54, and South Africa, after 25 minutes, have not made any inroads or have not removed the night watchman, who has scored 23 runs this morning.
Yeah, I think it might be time for a bowling change. I know just 4 overs in, but I 5 overs in now. But I think maybe make that change. KG's looking a little bit flat, so maybe Steedman or Duan to come in. But yeah, I think it's time for small battles, and this New Zealand team, according to their own commentator, have a bit of a soft underpick, and we've seen South Africa lose 5 for 10. So if
Whoa, first ball of
oh,
Kagiso's over. This one's a rip snorter outside the off stump. No foot movement from Henry Nichols as he just plays at that one. And he misses it because it was just that good. Carver in a great take behind. He was surprised by the pace and the bounce. It's like you've never like he's it hit him. It's one of those balls from KG that's hit his gloves the hardest.
yeah,
And so he
that's
just
why
has to get some
Carlos
time
facing
to
away from
recompose
the
himself.
camera. Looked like Calverena got
So
shot.
into Henry Nichols. This one's full outside the off stump on that 6 stump line. He defends at that one, smothering it down the pitch for no run on the front foot.
That's what you need to do. Even with that forward defense that Nichols just played, he looked tentative and wanted to get off strike, and that's what you want. You just got to keep building that pressure and building that pressure and building that pressure, and not give them that freebie every over. Which is the 2 balls in now, so it should be within the next 2 balls. We should find a wider one coming up.
Another ball in
There
from Kagiso on that 6 stump line, just defended back out to the fielder at wideish mid off, no run. We're good to see the world's tallest gully has taken his position.
Back in position, yeah.
Marco Jansen standing there at gully, Temba Bavuma at backward point. So it's good to see that order in the world of South African cricket has been restored.
Yes.
They just need wickets. Next ball goes straight to that fielder at gully on the bounce. Really good ball from Kagiso, back of a length, and Nichols just fending that out and playing that out on the bounce to the world's tallest gully. In Marco Jansen.
Seems to me as if I besmirched KG's name. And now he's going to prove me wrong. It's the exact opposite of what I said. He should be taken out of the attack.
We're not a superstitious bunch, but whatever happens, whatever gets KG going, as this one's full on or outside the off stump, and Nichols lets that go through to the keeper, no run. It's interesting. I think Henry Nichols is a lot more watchful because he knows that he needs to bat long to give New Zealand every chance of winning this game, whereas Neil Wagner knows he needs to be very attacking. And so you have this dichotomy between the two of them, where one facing Kagiso is very will let a lot of balls go through, whereas Neil Wagner on the other end is like, nope, I'm gonna strike at everything that looks good. End of that over as the one goes through to Calverena for no run, 149 for 3 as Kagiso bowls a maiden.
Kagiso he ramped up his pace there. Not one of the balls that in that over was under 140. So he got his lengths right. He's warmed up properly now. I really don't understand that. As you mentioned, these guys are professionals. They should be warmed up from ball one. So he's cranked up his pace a bit. He's not getting as much movement as Jansen is. So tale of two ends. But
here's we've got a bit of an interesting move here. Anis Glenton Steelman is coming in for Marco Jansen.
Swap ends.
He hasn't gotten a wicket yet in his international career. He's only bowled 11 overs on debut yesterday, 4 maidens, 20 runs. So I think Dean might be looking to Glenton as a swing merchant to see if he can't get something with this ball. We've seen Kagiso get some movement. We've seen Marco Jansen get some movement. Glenton should get a lot more than the both of them as he comes in 2 slips at gully as this one goes down. A really good ball to a right-hander, but to a left-hander just goes down leg side. Great take from Calverena.
Just needs to get his radar right, but he's getting very good movement. I think the most important thing to notice is he's bowled out of those 11 overs for 1.8. So if you can drive the runs, you can drive up the runs to Neil Wagner, keep him quiet for a bit. He's going to he might lose his head.
Average speed for Glenton Steedman, 132.3 kilometers per hour. He comes in to bowl to Wagner, and this one on the pads down the leg side. Neil Wagner just plays that really lovely, guiding that down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs and rolled away really quickly. That brings up New Zealand's 150. They're 153 for 3 with the lead on 58.
Again, a very good line to a right-hander, just not getting his radar right to the left-hander.
Yeah, that would have gotten an edge.
Yeah, that was fine. That would have been a great ball. If it was to Aiden Markram, it would have been off his feet.
Steeman in again. This one overcorrecting from the previous one, over pitching on that off stump and driven handsomely by Neil Wagner through extra cover for another 4 back-to-back 4s. That's how Neil Wagner is dealing with them. He had 3 4s in the Kagiso over before. He hasn't faced a lot of balls since then, but this time in this over, he's got back-to-back 4s to his name. He's really trying to chase Henry Nicholls as he's now on 33.
This is another example of New Zealand trying to break out for the game, like they did in the first session. Ooh.
And some chin music from Steelman as he bowls a short one to Wagner, who looks to shape for the pull, but he lets it go through to Carl Verena for no run. 157 for 3. I honestly do think Neil Wagner might enjoy Clinton Steelman bowling to him. And I think in essence, South Africa wanting Wagner to attack Steelman and see if he can't get a wicket from a mistimed shot. 2 slips of gully, 3 fielders in the offside as this one's short and pulled very well. Over the head of fine leg. Kagiso was at fine leg. He couldn't do anything as that goes all the way for 6 runs. First 6 runs of the day and of the match. As Neil Wagner really is the aggressor here. And a really lovely cameo for his team as he now goes up to 39 and the score
batting better than run a ball
3 for 3. It also brings up the 50-run partnership between these two. So 52 runs in this partnership of 61 balls. Neil Wagner really putting South Africa to the sword as Glenton now gets back to a normal length, on a good length on that off stump. Neil Wagner defending that to wideish mid off for no run. End of the 46th over. A very expensive 46th over. 163 for 3.
Just as I was chatting, booking Steelman up, only going at 1.8 at over. He goes for 14 in the first over in his first over of the day. So hopefully it is his first. It is his first over, so maybe he can pull it back. But that wasn't what we need.
Yeah, it's this. It doesn't bode well to the way South Africa started yesterday. It's just a continuation of what's going on. Obviously, Duan Olivier in the press conference was talking about how much time they have in the game, that they still have time to come back, that they need a fight back. But right now, it's not looking like South Africa's giving us fight back. Kagiso's bowled well in the last over. You can see that his rhythm is building up. Really champion bowler, but he's not opening up an end. He's not getting that edge. He's not being the guy to lead South Africa through this mire that they find themselves in as he resumes bowling to Henry Nicholls. This one coming across the left-hander, right arm over. Beautiful ball, playing and squaring him up on a good length, on past the shoulder of the bat for no run. That's a beautiful ball. He keeps on bowling better balls. That's the thing about Kagiso in these spells. He keeps on getting better and better and better. And it reminds me of his battle with Virat Kohli in the summer, where as that spell went on, he just kept on being more ferocious and more accurate. Next ball slightly wide outside the off stump and a bit of a back of a length, and Nicholls just does not even want to consider play that way. To cover the run.
Wagner coming up to Nicholls being in between those 2 balls and giving him some batting tips. This is how you deal with it, man. This is what you got to do. But
yesterday, we were on our stint. We took 4 wickets in that first session. But we're not taking any wickets today, as the next one is full on off stump, defended back out to the leg side. No
Yeah,
run.
but we are
Kagiso
good.
looking to break through. You can see he's nearly there. He's trying to break through Henry Nichols' defenses, but Henry Nichols is not budging.
Yeah, we're not taking wickets, but we are going at nearly 7 and over. So, maybe day 2 is our batting day. So, which is I think the SA should be in batting. Should still be batting, in my opinion, right now.
Kagiso with the full ball outside the off stump, and Nichols just shoulders arms to that one, choosing not to play a shot. Back to Calvareno for no run. Nichols is on 44. Wagner's on 39. Score 130, 63 for 3. This lead is 68. You've got Henry Nichols, new in international cricket, looking for a big innings to stake to cement his place in the side. You know, everyone's talking about Will Young being in the side as well because Ken Williamson is out. Next ball in from Kagiso, defended out to the leg side for no run. And he's the other man that is looking to cement his place. Obviously, Will Young's there for Kane Williamson. But he's also looking to, Henry Nichols is looking to take over that Ross Taylor role. And so it's really important that he starts off well. And this innings has started off really well for him. Whereas on the other end, Neil Wagner, his one big thing is to score a test match 100 as Henry Nichols gets a back of a length ball on that off stump line. It's very tight, but he plays it very late. He loves that cut shot, and he gets it to squeezes it through the gap between third slip and gully to race away to the boundary for 4 runs. A really poor end to a very well-constructed over from Kagiso. 167 for 3. This lead is now 72.
Yeah, Wagner wouldn't it be something if Wagner got 100 against South Africa? It would be one of those things.
Yeah, he says he's searching for a test match 100. So this is a really good opportunity. He's 39 of 39.
So he can put himself an all-rounder.
Goals. Look, if you score a test match 100, even if it's at number 11, you're an all-rounder. Jason Gillespie became an all-rounder later on in his life. Steedman to resume, and he gives Wagner a leg stump half volley. Doesn't connect with it well, but they'll take the single as Neil Wagner moves up to 40. Score goes up to 168. But look, I think that's an opportunity. If you're like a bowler who's wanting to prove himself with the bat, Night Watchman is the best place to go. Because you can you can create a lot of problems. Keshav Maharaj in that India series batted really well.
But Keshav can bat. No, we've seen in domestic he can bat.
But he hasn't scored 100.
Oh, yeah, true.
True, you can't call him an all-rounder. And another one on that middle and leg stump from Steelman, a lot fuller this time, defended out to the bowler. We're going to have a commentary change after this over. Dave, Midgley, and Werner will be joining us to take you through the next 40 minutes of the session. Hopefully, they will take wickets as Glenton Steedman and the rest of the South Africans toil away. Don't apologize, Anish. You took 4 wickets yesterday.
We also don't have Ravi jinxing us.
You're giving us all the entertainment we need. As this next ball is a back of a length ball and played off the hips down the leg side by Henry Nichols. They're going to run through for 2, and that will bring up Henry Nichols' 50. The New Zealand score is now 170. He scored 50 off 80. Really good innings from Henry Nichols, something that he'll be happy about because he came in at a time when New Zealand were in a little bit of trouble. The game was still in the balance, but him and Devon Conway steadied the ship, and then another 50 with a over 50-run partnership, and another 50-run partnership from with him and Neil Wagner, and he scores. Henry Nichols, he in his 46th match, he's played quite a lot of matches. His 13th half a century as the next ball from Glenton Steedman outside the off stump, just defended out to the offside for no run. Glenton Steedman coming around the coming around the wicket for the right-hander to the left-handed Nichols to just change that angle a bit and try and get that swing into Nichols.
Seaman should have done this in his first over already once he got the line wrong with his first ball. But we've got to...
And he gets his line wrong again this time. This one going way down the leg side with that swing across that left-hander into that left-handed bat of Nichols. And great take from Calvin and down the leg side, no run.
Could it be? It looks... Sometimes it seems to me that the bowlers are trying to do too much instead of seeing the way things are going, seeing the way Wagner's going guns blazing, seeing Nick being in, just taking a step back and trying to slow the game down.
And another ball, this time hitting Nichols on the pads. It'll be leg byes called as they come through for a single. Score goes up to 171 for 3. Yes, Anis, I agree with you, but we'll talk about this probably later on, maybe tomorrow when we come back again on the night shift as I add Coach Dave and Vanna. Thank you very much, my friend. And I bring in Coach Dave. Dave, these guys are trying too much. They're trying too hard, trying to bowl that good wicket delivery, that peach of a ball. They just need to get stuck in and into their lines and lengths. But hopefully you and Vanna can take us through and hopefully come out with a wicket.
Just hoping for a little bit of consistency. Werner, good morning. How are you? How's things going on your side? South Africa, not so much.
Yeah, everything's good with my side. Thanks, Dave. It's been a real struggle this morning. Wagner especially really laying into our bowlers. They haven't been consistent in their areas, making it a bit too easy for New Zealand to get off to a very, very quick start this morning, and the lead already growing rapidly.
Yeah, 48 overs bowled, and New Zealand 171 for 3. Henry Nichols 50 from 83. Neil Wagner 40 from 40. But I think the biggest problem South Africa had is not Henry Nichols' 50, but rather the night watchman being able to free his arms a couple of times. We've seen back-to-back drives in the previous Clinton Stearman over, and now he's starting where he left off. But never mind. First ball of the 49th, Dwan Olivier bowls it right arm around the wicket, and it's just defended by Henry Nichols, no run. Olivier's 2 for 36, South Africa's destroyer in chief so far. He's picked up those 2 wickets, and he's also gone at 4.4. What have you made so far of the first 40 odd minutes of play?
I think it has been a bit disappointing. A lot of loose delivery so far.
48.1 gone. He comes around the wicket once again, and this one's driven hard past the non-striker Neil Wagner. There's a big chase here for KG, but he's not going to cut that off, and it's 4 runs. It's been wayward. The lead is now 80, 175 for 3. It's been wayward. It's been pitch it up, then drop it short, then pitch it up, then drop it short, then length ball back over length. It's like Anis said, they're trying to do too much at once.
Yeah, it's been a bit all over the place, and KG's no balls also hasn't helped. Giving some free runs, extra deliveries to go after. Wagner has been very positive in his approach.
As we see Olivier again, he's coming very wide of the wicket. This is cut away, backward point, makes a great stop there. Temba Bavuma diving to cut that off. That should have been a certain boundary, but Temba manages to squeeze that one. The hangman's noose tightening around, but what a stop though, just diving to his right hand side just to cut that one off.
Yeah, South Africa will need a lot more of that, a lot more of backup by the fielders. We've already seen a lot of catches going down yesterday. Both these batters should have been back in the dressing room by now.
Olivier around the wicket and just into the hips of Nichols, who just dots that onto the onside to defend it. And 2 balls remaining in this over. What must not be taken away from, or credit must not be taken away from how New Zealand have batted. I mean, they came in yesterday. They lost 3 early wickets and relatively early. I mean, with a slender lead, and so they could have come out this morning and capitulated, but they didn't do that at all. They've really been resolute and been patient. This one's defended front foot from round the wicket, foolish delivery, and no run there. So
Yeah, the New
yeah,
Zealand
go for
batters
it.
really came out with a purpose this morning. You could see they're really looking to attack any loose deliveries, anything that's pitched up or a bit too wide. They're not holding back, which is probably the right approach on a pitch like this with some movement. If there's anything that you can get after, the batters will look to do that.
Definitely. One ball remaining in the 49th, and Olafir at the top of his mark. He's going to come for the final delivery, continue coming round the wicket. That one catches the edge, but it goes on the bounce to Markie Janssen. And South Africa have to consider their options. So they're 49 gone, and it is a beautiful day. A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. These test matches, both of them, are played here at this venue in Canterbury. So it's just going to be a separate strip that will be used, and not this one that we're currently playing on. But it's still the same square. And you might imagine that South Africa would consider the use of Keshav Maharaj for the second game. But they've truly been in a hole here, have the South Africans. Somewhat self-inflicted. I mean, the batting has been a problem. But, for me, the real crime, rather, has been the bowling and the waywardness with which we bowl. But I suppose one lends itself to another.
Yeah, and the fielding has been equally disappointing so far.
Steerman, first ball of the 50th. This is down the leg side, and Quinton de Kock. So used to saying Quinton de Kock, but it's Carl Verena. Yeah, and the takes a good take down the leg side. But again, I mean, the length is wayward. The line is wayward. First ball of the over, you've gone for a bit of tap in the previous over. You've got to hit the money. You've got to hit you've got to be on the money from the first ball. There's the standard with which you set yourself. I don't know. I feel South Africans have been poor, but to compliment the New Zealanders, they made sure that when they've gotten a lifeline, this one again, this is wayward down the leg side, and a great stop there from Carverena, diving to his right to cut that off. But you must give credit to the New Zealanders. That one just swinging way too much. It didn't get anything on its way through to Carverena. But you must give credit to the New Zealanders for how they batted, purely because when you get a lifeline, you've got to make the most of it, and they've done exactly that.
Yes, they have indeed. They've really been on it, making use of any poor deliveries coming their way.
Steerman, this one's a flash through the covers. Wagner just throws his hands at this one. A little bit of length. It was pitched up, and they're going to run two here. Good bit of cut-off work there by Cyril Adria in the deep. But
Neil Wagner is looking for his second test match 50 here. He's currently on 42 of 43 deliveries. Really striking at wow, almost going at the strike rate of 100, which is exceptional in a test match. And you can see he's come out with that aggressive approach as he normally does. And the bowlers really need to limit.
Short and pulled. It's going up. 6 runs, sir. Glenton Steerman in search of the short ball. It's a lovely shot from Neil Wagner. And bang, he's just deposited that over deep backward square for 6.
He picked that one up nicely, just went with it, swiveled, got underneath it, and that carried a long way. As I said, he's not holding back here. But that's also not a very good bow. It's not high enough to really trouble him. It's just a nice length that he could swivel and help it along the way.
Yeah, not really challenging the night watchman. It's exactly what you want if you're a New Zealand cricketer, with your night watchman coming to the wicket and farming the strike as he has. Just having some technical issues here. If you can cover the ball by ball for us until I'm back with you.
Sure. New Zealand are 183 for 3 after 49.4 overs here. The lead already going up to 88 runs as Steerman runs in here. It's length delivery outside off. Wagner cuts this to point for no run. Henry Nicholls is on 54 of 89 deliveries. Wagner is on 48 now. He's amassed that of 46 deliveries. And yeah, the bowlers have been a bit inconsistent this morning again. They haven't been able to hit a good spot consistently, making it too easy for the New Zealanders to run away to a very, very good first session here so far. As Steerman runs again
There's
here
that
to
one ball
Wagner.
remaining in the 50th.
Yes, and that last one is clipped to mid-on. The end of the over, New Zealand are 183 for 3 after 50 overs. The lead has gone up to 88, and Steelman has now conceded 45 in his 14 overs without picking up a wicket. He was unlucky. He had a catch dropped off his bowling early by Janssen at gully.
Yeah, he's having a torrid time in Test cricket. I mean, remember that he was given out first ball without scoring. So a first ball duck, then you have a catch dropped at gully, and then subsequent to that, your bowling figures look less than ideal. But that's obviously that over 14 that just besmirched it. We're just having a little bit of a look here as what looks like a type of gondola meandering down the rivulet, maybe one of the streams here, not far from the ground. But it has been a glorious day for cricket. Tomorrow doesn't look so promising, unfortunately. If you've been able to see the weather, first ball of the new over, and this is driven manfully out into the covers. There's a chase here for Zubair Hamza. He does cut it off in the end, and they get through for 2. But it was a lovely shot there from Henry Nicholls, just driving out into the. Oh, is it not Henry Nicholls? Wagner? No, it's Henry Nicholls. He's just driven that one out into the covers. Maybe a little bit early on the shot, lower half of the bat, not quite the sweet spot, but it was a lovely shot there. Olafir. New Zealand going at 3.60 there. Olafir in again. And this one's defended a better from Duan Olafir. You've got to be consistent in that length. You have to pitch it up. You cannot be short because it almost sits up for these Kiwi batters.
Yeah, that's the right length. They're getting it a bit fuller. Nicholls was a bit in between there, whether he should drive or just punch it. So that's the exact spot that Olafir needs to be in, and he needs to get into that area consistently. We
And
need
stay
to
there
make
and
the
be
New
patient.
Zealanders. Yeah, we need to make them play, but also not give away easy deliveries.
Olafir again. This one's just left alone outside the off stump through to Verena. If Werner, if you were Dean Elgar, what's going through your mind right now? What are your options? What are you thinking about?
Yeah, I think this is probably the situation that Alba would usually bring Keshav Maharaj in to change things up a bit to see what he can do in the situation. But he needs all his bowlers to step up now. He'll take the wicket come what may, any way it can come.
Olafir in. This is short and just pulled it down to the man at fine leg. Clean up work there for Clinton Steerman. 132 kilometers an hour. You're not going to see express pace. We're not in the time of Shane Bond, who used to also be able to crank it up. But you've got to be patient with that line. It's almost like an English type of condition in the sense that you've got to be patient outside that off stump on that 6 or so meter line away from the stumps. That length rather. You've got to be consistent and you've got to be patient. Wagner is on 48 here. And he's got 2 balls remaining to get his half century here. Olafir around the wicket and just defends that one. Does Neil Wagner?
These are conditions that Olafir should be used to, having played in England for a while. So it shouldn't be strange to him at all.
It shows though, because he's the one with 2 wickets under his name. So I think he should be the one who should be taking charge in terms of leading this attack. We've seen all of South Africa's other remaining bowlers really just not be able to find their comfortable channel. Wagner's going to have to wait a little bit longer. 51 gone, 186 for 3. So you're saying, if you're Dean Elgar, that's you've got to just see what options you have and get that from it. From a New Zealand perspective, what are some of the check marks that you've seen that have been really good? What are some of the concerns that you have?
Yeah, New Zealand has been very good. As I said earlier, they haven't let any bad delivery get away. Neil Wagner has been ultra aggressive, which is the role he would have played in any case. But as what night watchman, that is ideal. Not only occupying more time at the crease, but also scoring at a rapid rate. New Zealand have now scored 70 runs in only 12 overs this morning, going at 5.83. That is a very, very rapid rate, and really putting South Africa to the sword here.
Yeah, that first one from Stierman is on the pads and just worked down to fine leg. Nichols goes to 58 from 94 as
I think
Kagiso Rabada does the cleanup.
New Zealand will just look to continue the same way. I don't think there's much they're doing wrong at this stage. They'll just look to continue, and if they can continue at this rate, that'll be a bonus for them. But I think they'll just continue to look to rotate the strike, take the boundary options. They have all the time in the world. This is only the start of day 2, so they can bat as long as they want to. Even with some rain predicted tomorrow, there's still plenty of time in this match.
Much better line and length there from Glenn Stierman. And he also got a little bit of shape as we see Wagner just motioning to his batting partner that nipped a little bit. You've got to keep an eye on that. But that's what you want. It's that consistent line and length that South Africa has been searching for. He's still in search of his milestone, is Neil Wagner. Glenn Stierman bowls it again and again. There's a hard push from Wagner, and there's some applause from the men in the slip cordon. That's what you want. I think if he can be consistent here, Glenn Stierman, if he can settle into this line and length, I think if he's patient enough, he's going to find that ball just flying to Sarel Latvia in the covers. Yes. That one was on the bounce as he just has a look at that one in the replay.
Stierman has been compared to Philander a bit coming into the series, and that's the sort of consistency we need from him right now. We need him to get into that area consistently, as Vernon would do.
Yeah, that one is just defended for the next delivery. And Clinton Stierman, hopefully he's going to be able to extract some assistance from the surface.
And that was a beautiful delivery coming back into Wagner. A good few deliveries here in a row from Stierman, which is exactly what's required at this stage. As Stierman is running in here to Neil Wagner, who's on 48. Gets this one short delivery. Wagner just pulls that one to fine leg as Kagiso Rabada runs around, and he gets that one back into the keeper only for 1 run. As New Zealand move up to 188.
The short pitch bowling hasn't really paid dividends. There's been 1 or 2 bounces, but they've never really looked like they were of real concern to either of these 2 batsmen. And you wonder why the persistence with the short ball.
Yeah, it hasn't been very effective on this pitch. It's been the fuller deliveries. As Stierman runs in again here, he gets that one very full on the stumps as Nichols works his way to a deep square leg for a single. That's the end of the 52nd over as New Zealand move up to 189 for 3. Nichols on 59 of 95. Wagner on 49 of 52. Stierman's now bowled 15 overs. His figures are 0 for 48.
Yeah, it's just those 3 wickets that have fallen. Tom Latham was bowled Olafir for 15. Then it was Young who was next to go, called Verena bowled Janssen, and then it was Olafir again, dismissing the South African-born Devon Conway. He looked comfortable, Devon Conway, before being out late last night.
Yeah, he did. Nichols has been dropped twice in this innings already. Wagner was dropped at short fine leg by Rassi as Olafir runs in, full delivery just outside the off stump. Nichols comes forward to defend that 1-2 mid on for no run.
Lead of 94, and you've got to ask the question, South Africa, do they have an answer, or will it be a day of the Nichols and Wagner show? We shall wait and see. 2 for 43 from his 10 is Olafir as Nichols faces up. And that one's just defended. Sorry, we were looking at each other, not sure who to go first. No, that was just defended from Henry Nichols. Just nothing happened there. Don't worry, you didn't miss any single moment of the action. So 59 for Henry Nichols from 97 deliveries, and Neil Wagner's on 49 from 52. Olafir is persisting with that round the wicket action. I think it's the right idea, and that one goes through to Verena Noren. I think it's a better one. I think when we saw Kagiso Rabada coming over the wicket, I think it gave the left-handers a lot more freedom with which to play, because anything wide, you can have a go at it, and even if you do nick it, it's going to fly to the slips. And South Africa have dropped a couple of catches on day one, and so they will hope that they're able to snatch up any opportunities that do come away. But this one is cut away with Themba Bavuma on the bounce, running around from backward point towards the gully region, but they'll get through for a scampered single. Nichols on 60 from 99, and now an opportunity for Wagner to get that half century so desperately deserves. But we were just having a look there, Werner, at the stats for Neil Wagner. I mean, he averages 15 in Test cricket. He's not exactly prolific with the bat, but he's done exactly what South Africa, or rather what New Zealand would want for a night watchman. He's come out and he's scored quite freely. That next one is just defended. So one ball in the 53rd. Is he going to be patient, do you think, or are we going to see a reckless shot here?
I think he will want to make his second 50 here. I think most tail enders or bowlers who can bat a bit like to look back and have that stat behind their names. I'm sure he'll be looking for his 50 here, but he will also not hold back on any poor delivery. He's shown that throughout.
Not. Again, squares him up. And maybe a bit of a plug in the wicket there. It looked like that one was just defended no run, so he doesn't get that, but it'll be time for drinks. Time for a drinks break. But just having a look at that one from Duan Olafir, it almost looked like when he landed in his follow-through, it looked like something stuck a bit. And so didn't look all that comfortable, but we'll see whether or not that will be a challenge for him. Hopefully the South Africans can stay injury-free. But drinks interval, you would feel that South Africa they just lack that something, that extra bit of spice to really change things. And Paul and Anis were talking about, when South Africans are down, they want to try and fight back and have Anis suggested a bit of a word in the ear of the batters, and I think you earn the right to have a bit of a word with the batter. You don't just, it's not just the you bowl a good ball and then you can have a word with them. I think you've got to be putting pressure on batters in order to give them that word. I don't think you can just walk up and have a word with them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We haven't put on enough pressure to really be in the batter's face at this stage, and I think this drinks break is probably a good time to regroup a bit. I got to have a few words with his bowlers to cheer them up. He really needs him to come back here in the second part of this first session and strike. The only thing that will get the Proteas back into this match is wickets right now.
Yeah, it's something that South Africa have had to do on a number of occasions is G the bowlers up, let them fight back in this game, because all too often the batting's let them down. If South Africa, had scored 350, 400, 500 even, then it's easier to motivate bowlers. To try and motivate bowlers from nothing is always a challenge, and you want to say it's difficult. I mean, what do you say to your bowlers? Your batters haven't done the job. You're out for under 100. The opposition lead you by 95 on day 2. What kind of words do you imagine that would be said to these guys in the drinks break? If you're in that huddle, what do you think you would have heard?
Yeah, there really shouldn't have to be too much to say, because the bowlers should know by now what their responsibility is in the situation. Maybe just remind the bowlers to get their lengths a little bit fuller. Not waste some short deliveries that's not high enough. Because we've seen a couple of short balls that's a chest high that's been pulled away for sixes and fours and really not troubled the batters. I think he'd want to get KG back in here in not too long, see if he can really get things started again. They need him to lead from the front here, being the most experienced bowler in this lineup. Alga will want a lot more from KG here. Make sure that he keeps his foot behind the line and really bowls a fiery spell here. We need him to get his speeds up. Need him to be aggressive and in the face of the batters, make sure he gets his tail up here.
Do you imagine it's worth giving a guy like Aiden Markram a couple of overs here? Maybe try and buy a wicket. There's not much that you can, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, I'm caught in two minds, because that could go horrendously wrong. But the change of bowling has been called, and you've called correctly. So I'm taking Werner with me to the toss, because if he calls bowling changes as well as he calls the toss, or he calls tosses as well as he's called bowling changes. Kagiso Rabada around the wicket, first ball after the drinks break into the pads of Henry Nicholls, and he just works this 2 square leg. They're going to run 2 here. There's an opportunity. Oh, they thought about the second one. It was a sharp piece of fielding there, that fine leg that just made them say, hold on a second, let's not go for the second.
Yeah. So I think...
No, you go for it.
Yeah, no, so I think that they'll probably stick with the paces from now, but I think if it continues like this, probably after drinks, Kagiso and maybe Marco Jansen, get them to see if they can bowl a good spell here, maybe pick up a wicket or 2. If they can't, then I'm sure he will look to turn to somebody like Markram, just for something different.
Rabada to Wagner. That one hit the gloves hard of cover, and he winced as that went through to him. It was far too wide to challenge Neil Wagner, but maybe to try and lure him here will Kagiso Rabada, if he's able to extract a little bit of something here from the wicket. That would certainly excite the rest of the South African bowlers. Wagner still on 49. KG around the wicket into the pads, and that's just flicked away to the onside, and he's been caught. He's gone deep
on
square.
49.
Brilliant from South Africa. Well, it's against the run of play, and it doesn't matter how they come, but Wagner will be sorely disappointed with himself. It was a leg stump half volley, flicked it hard, but the plan paying dividends as Rassie van der Dussen completes the catch. It was,
that one was timed very well off his bat. I think that man was more there for the pull shot, but it so happened that he flicked this one in the air, and Rassie was in the exact spot needed to take that catch. Wagner will be disappointed to miss out on his second Test match 50.
Yeah, the instruction from Mpo and Anise after their first stint was take a wicket, and we took some time to get there. It took us a drinks break, but we're in amongst the wickets here, so good work for the two of us. Now, South Africa have to make that wicket count. You cannot just let the new man get away easily, and I'd love to see a bit of pressure here. Mitchell is the new man at the crease. The New Zealanders with 4 down now, halfway through the 54th. Henry Nicholls is on 61 from 100, and he's got some new company with him. 191 for 4, lead of 96. If you are New Zealand, what is it that you're hoping to achieve? What's a nice goal? Do you just bat and bat and bat and bat, knowing you're going to lose the third day? Daryl Mitchell is his 8th game, averaging 43.29. He's got 100 to his name as well as 250. So, Werner, what do you think? Do you just bat knowing that you're going to lose the day?
Yeah, I think there's so much time in this test match. Having bowlers out for
that first one's just left alone outside the off stump, no run.
Yeah, having bowlers out for 95 on the first day and taking the lead on the first day itself lends him so much time. So I don't think they're in a rush here. They'll probably just bat time, bat naturally. You see the way they are batting currently. They don't have to force anything. They're picking up the boundaries. They're picking up the singles. They've lost.
And again, this one's just left alone outside the off stump at about a 5th stump line. One ball remaining in the 54th.
They've lost Wagner now, but he really did his job as night watchman. He probably overachieved for New Zealand. They'll be very happy with his contribution.
And like I said, he'll be sorely disappointed with himself. He was there. He was there. He deserved a 50, but not to be the case. Kagiso Rabada, 1 ball to wrap up the 54th. It's a hard drive there from Henry Nichols outside the off stump. Sarel Ervia does the fielding to cap off that over. 54 gone. 191 for 4. Henry Nichols, 61 from 103. And Daryl Mitchell's yet to get off the mark and yet to face a delivery as well. So we look forward to what he can do. He's averaging 40. So not... for somebody who's coming in at number 6, traditionally he would come in at number 6 anyway, because up until recently it was Ross Taylor who occupied the number 4 position, and then everybody would just shift down 1. So it's not a foreign position to him. If I was Neil Wagner, I'd say, next game, put me in the same position. Let me come out and bat. Why am I?
He might call for that. I think he's one of the better number 10s going around. He has a great technique. So I won't be surprised if he ends up having a average that's a lot higher than it is currently.
Olafir will continue 3 slips and a gully. He goes to Mitchell now, and that one's left alone outside the off stump to Verena. So 3 slips and a gully, and there's a man at backward point and a man at mid off on the offside. So vacant gap in the cover region, but that's exactly what South Africa want. They want that driving, that hard driving, that flash early on in Mitchell's innings here. If they can pick up a second, you might sense the game shift ever so slightly. Olafir now to Mitchell. Oh, it's a better delivery. That squares him up and beats Gully and backward point, but it does plug a little bit, so they get through for 1. And Mitchell's off the mark. Looked like he was just defending that one. It was the ball that came back into the right-hander. Yeah, he just signals that to his partner, Henry Nichols. He just came back into the right-hander, caught the outside half of the bat, and went safely in between Gully and backward point, in which he could squeeze away a single there.
Yeah, well, if you're hitting the right length there, that in-between spot, really having Mitchell unsure there early in his innings, it's the best time to get a batter out.
Yeah, 1 becomes 2, or more often than not. That one is left alone by Henry Nichols outside the off stump. It's about a 5th, 6th stump line. But again, it's the same length. It's been absolutely wonderful in this over so far. And that's where the game shifts. You get a bit of a wicket against the run of play. And then what you're able to do as a bowler is you come in and then you're able to almost restart and rejig and refresh yourself, particularly when there's a wicket so soon after an interval. You're able to settle into a line and length to a batter. That's not the case here, as this one's hit out square through the cover region. Temba Bavuma's chasing it down with Zubair Hamza right behind to assist, and they get 2 for it. It was very well played by Henry Nichols. It just opened the blade and played it a lot squarer through the cover region, and they got 2 for it. So lovely shot there. And the lead now is 3 figures, 100 up in terms of lead. Just tell us about that shot. He's just opened the blade and squeezed it there.
Yeah, no, it looked very comfortable. He let the ball come to him. He didn't try to overhit it. He just timed it. Nichols is a very compact player and enjoys those shots off the back and front foot. He feels comfortable either way.
We were talking about the way in which a guy like Temba Bavuma was dismissed, as well as some of the other South African batters, where their contact points were way out, and that was a lovely shot in which he played it right under his eyes. Olafir pulled out the previous one because Mitchell wasn't ready. This next one he does bowl, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Just having a look at Neil Wagner versus Seam. He's been very good, very, very, very good. Off of his pads. A strike rate of 143, anything down the leg side, but there's only 3 or 4 deliveries. But South Africa have been, if you look at that, the lines and lengths have been a smarty boxes. Olafir gets Mitchell to punch this off the back foot, and he's going to get 2, you imagine, if they run quickly, but they don't, so he just gets the single. Temba Bavuma does the fielding. 55 gone, 196 for 4.
Yeah, South Africans have been a bit all over the place, unable to really keep the pressure on in one spot. Based on that map that they showed about Nichols, just outside the off stump has been a good area for against him, where he's just looked to leave the ball. He's striking it under 50 anytime it's been just outside the off stump. But then the moment they've gone too wide, he's been able to cut the ball away comfortably and pick up quite a few boundaries.
Yeah, Henry Nichols, a wonderful cutter of the ball. Mitchell 2 from 4. Nichols 64 from 105. The lead is 101. We saw late yesterday that Nelson struck. Will we see Nelson strike again when the lead does get there? Kagiso Rabada. Oh, that one was a lovely delivery. He just tried to pull his hands out the way did Mitchell, and went on the bounce to Gully. A little bit of extra bounce as he signals to his partner. There's a little bit something more. That is what I want to see. That line and length, bowl it all day long.
I think Mitchell was just too late in pulling his bat away there. The ball didn't look like it did too much, but it hit his bat before he could pull out.
He's about 1 for 62 in his 17.1s. Again, good length from Kagiso Rabada, and his captain applauding him accordingly. This one slightly straighter this time. And do you feel Werner, that it's always KG the one who has to kind of do something? And do you feel like, I'm just looking at his Test career, and particularly under the captaincy of Dean Elgar, do you feel like he's more often than not had to be the one to try and force the game? This is a similar type delivery, but this one is on off stump and defended.
Yeah, KG has been the go-to guy for Dean in his short stint as captain. I think a big factor is we are without Andrich Norkeer, who's another guy that the captain could turn to and say to really get things going again, get those speeds up, rushing the batsman, try and get a wicket. I think he's a huge miss for us in this lineup.
Yeah, completely correct. This one is left alone outside that off stump line. It's about a fifth or even fourth stump line. It was a good leave by Daryl Mitchell, but you're right. I think we've gone, the last 2 Test series without Heinrich Norkeer, and we know he's out for the summer, so we won't see him back again against Bangladesh, and I think that's something that we so easily forget. KG, and again, this one beats the bat of Mitchell. That's lovely stuff from him. Didn't quite carry to Carverena, but lovely stuff here from KG. There's 1 ball in the 56th.
Yeah, Heinrich Norkeer, before his injury, was brilliant for us. I think the last year he came a long way with his bowling. He was able to hit those areas consistently, getting the ball to seam a bit. His speed has never been a problem, getting that ball up to 150.
Left again outside that off stump to conclude the 56th. 196 for 4. The lead is 101. Nichols on 64. Mitchell on 2. KG Rabada 1 for 62 from his 18. He's come under a bit of fire for his no balling. but he really has bowled well after the drinks break, and South Africa continue to put pressure on New Zealand. Is this the shift that South Africa would have wanted? That little, what's the word? The breadcrumb that they were looking for from these two. We'll have a go for it.
Sorry, no, that is what was required after the drinks. Maybe a bit of a lucky wicket, but you can see that Rabada's run in with more purpose here.
Absolutely. So change at the end of this over in commentary. Dwan Olivier pitches this one up. It's a full toss, really, a low full toss, and Nichols is able just to open the blade and guide it down to deep point. I think that was the key. South Africa wanted to get Nichols off strike so that they can bowl 5 deliveries at Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah, it's important anytime a new batter comes in that you put that pressure on. It's an uncertain time for any batter coming in, still feeling things out, getting a feel for the pitch, and what the bowlers are doing. It was just looking at the replays here from Rabada's last over. It really was a good one, and really testing Daryl Mitchell out.
5 balls for Mitchell to face, and Olivier will come back over the wicket. That one short and wide and nipping away, but Mitchell's not gonna miss out there. Well, he did miss out in the end there, but he was hoping not to miss out as that one goes through to Reina. But he just flashed at that one, and if you're his partner at the other end, Henry Nichols, you say, slow down, mate. You're on 2. You're not on 200. There's no need to throw hands at such a wayward delivery.
Yeah, but again, if you are going to go at it when it's short and wide, again, go hard. Hoping to get it over the fielders if you do get a top edge.
Almost a copy and paste delivery this time, though. Mitchell just leaves that alone outside that off stump, as Ed Markram is the designated shiner. He's the one who's cleaning the ball, making sure they maintain it. It's 56 overs old, and so it's still going to be a while before South Africa get that new ball. So you got to keep maintenance on the ball of a high priority, particularly with some of the some of the outfield areas being still a little bit moist, a little bit wet. We saw Temba Bavuma after this delivery. That one catches the edge and it goes on the bounce. A na to Zubair Hamza at third slip. I think it just jammed his finger in the ground there. We saw Temba Bavuma, while chasing a delivery, as he got over the boundary, slipped and fell into the advertising hoardings. But this delivery, what a lovely delivery. It's just swung in, nipped away, and gone on the bounce to third slip.
Yeah, Olivier has been getting some good shape here, which we saw yesterday with New Zealand as well. In the 57 over, the ball is still moving around.
He comes now again, and it's a back of length delivery through to the keeper, and nothing there. Verena threw that ball to Aiden Markram at second slip as if he was done for the over. He just trotted away off to square on the offside, but I think he maybe he was too eager. He wants a commentary change too soon. 1 ball remaining, and we will be replaced at the end of this over. Mitchell on 2 from 14. He faces Olivier. In again. This is driven hard down the ground. That's a valiant attempt from Olivier to try and get a hand to it. He's not going to get a hand to it, and it's going to go to the boundary after a... Oh, does it go though? Because Kagiso Rabada's made a courageous attempt to cut that off. I think they're just going to have a look there whether that's 4. He's just... is he signaling 4? I think they're going to have a look.
It should be 4 because he hasn't shown any eagerness to get that ball back in, so it's probably 4.
Yes, it is 4 in the end. So we finished with a 4, but we did pick up a wicket. So there will now be a commentary change.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mpho. Really appreciate. Can we get some appreciation for the wicket? You asked us for a wicket, and
well done. Yes.
We got a wicket.
Akon and I are on live, so we have to be quick as the first ball comes in from Kagiso Rabada as in the next over and play down the left side for no run. Hi, Akon, how are you doing?
All good. My side, everything is good. I'm afraid not good news from South African point of view. Conceded more than 100 runs this first session and a half.
Yes, so 201 for 4. We've got 40 minutes until lunch as Kagiso bowls a short ball to Henry Nichols, who ducks underneath it. He's batted really well, 65 of 108, just digging in and making South Africa suffer out there in the sunlight.
Brilliantly batted. They showed how they batted this wicket. Left the balls outside of stump and punished anything else on his zone. Let the bowlers bowl at you. That's the template.
Oh, Kagiso with a full over pitch ball driven to extra cover. That's Sadal Alvia for no run off the bat of Henry Nichols. This lead is 106. Duan Olafir Akwana yesterday was saying that South Africa need to come in, hit their lengths, hit their lines, and they just couldn't. What it was truly unfortunate that they could not do that, and you kind of feel like they were trying a bit too hard as Kagiso comes in around the wicket to the left hand. There's a bit of a tail in there with a bit of swing. Nichols lets that go through to Verena for a run.
It's been pretty disappointing from my point of view. No balls, 2 lengths, guys are bowling full, outside of stump, getting cut, especially by Neil Wagner. That was probably expected to get him up early, but he counter-attacked brilliantly for the New Zealanders. Let's see, one-way streak going from here, New Zealander up.
Yes, next ball, just a little bit of a short ball there and defended high on the bat by Henry Nichols off the bowling of Kagiso for no run. It's been a tough hour for the South Africans, but they've managed to get the wicket of Neil Wagner, who started the day on 2 and was out for 49, caught at fine leg, trying to get to his second Test half century. But New Zealand, he had already done so well that he had added 80 runs for the third wicket for New Zealand, as the next ball is back of a length, played off the high on the bat out to the offside. There's a shot at the stumps that enables the New Zealanders to come through for a single as the goals were taken off. Yeah. I don't like those type of runs. It just kind of feels like South Africa is desperate.
Yes, definitely. Especially when the batsman is in, because there's no reason to throw. Tell me, Paul, what is wrong with Kasifa Rabada in terms of his no balls? I don't understand. Every game now, it seems to be becoming bigger and no.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the bowling coach, unfortunately. They really do need to do a little bit more work, and I'd leave that accountability there, because obviously bowling is a rhythm thing, but you can practice being behind the line and getting and being able to do that. And I think the bowling coaches just let things slide there a little bit. As the next ball from Duan Olafir's 14th over, the first ball of his 14th over, wrapping Nichols on the pads, his right arm over a little bit too high. Nichols missing a ball that's tailing into him for no run. You can see what the South Africans are doing here, Akwana. They're trying to upset Nichols with the ball that's swinging in. So always make him, forcing him to play because of that swing coming in. We saw yesterday Duan getting an inside edge off the bat of Devon Conway onto the stumps. They're looking to get Nichols playing at a ball. This one's a block hole ball that Nichols digs out back to Duan Olafir for no run. He looks to be bowling a lot quicker than he was against India.
He has to bowl a lot quicker. He has to be upright. Otherwise, we're in for a long haul today. South Africa must be remembered, must be patient, because if they bowl 18 balls, dot balls, definitely there's gonna be something to happen for a batsman, especially at this level, international level. Bowl maidens, something has to give at some stage.
Yes, and that's what they've South Africans have not done. 2 slips, Gully, there's a bit of a dead ball as Duan just aborts his run up.
There's been too much of a 4 ball, dot 2, dot more 4 inconsistency.
Yes, and you do not want that. Two slips gully. There's a fielder at cover as well as a wideish mid-off. And Henry Nichols drives an over-pitched ball past cover. Didn't get the timing that he wanted, but there is a sweeper on the boundary for a single, 204 for 4. As this lead is now over 109. Akona, what lead do you think the South Africans would be comfortable with that would still keep them in the game?
For me, already this lead is over. It's over the limit for South Africa. But anything over 200 is out of reach for South Africa, to be honest. In terms of how they've done in the past in terms of the batting.
Olivier with the short ball, and this time it bounces over Carl Verena, and it goes all the way to the boundary for buys, for four buys, as the score just keeps on compounding. For the it's actually 5 wides. There was that high.
Unbelievable things. Are we talking this session and a half? We're talking about the run rate over 5 now. Oh, 5 and over.
Yes, it's really disappointing from the South African team when we were expecting a fight back. He's got 2 fielders down the leg side behind squares. Olivier bowls one short, it doesn't rise as much, and Nichols just pulls that around square to one of those men behind square on the leg side, Sadal Advir, who is at square leg on the boundary for a single. 210 for 4. This leads 115. South Africa looking for a way to get in, but New Zealand are corner batting supremely. Henry Nichols, Wagner, Devon Conway, putting South Africa under immense pressure with some really good batting, some patient batting, and they're not playing at everything like the South Africans were outside that off stump. Olivier around the wicket to the right-handed Daryl Mitchell has got 3 slips and a gully, and this one's full on off stump. Darren Mitchell comes forward to drive it back to the bowler. No run.
Anything. We must not take anything away from New Zealand's point of view. They have bowled brilliantly and they have batted brilliantly. They've shown South Africa how to bat on this weekend. You check Henry Nichols, how many balls he has faced. The highest ball faced by a South African, I think, is 75 balls by Hamza.
Olivier into Mitchell. This one's just outside that off stump line, a little bit full, defended out by Mitchell out to the offside, no run. If you look at Daryl Mitchell, he's playing in his 8th Test match today. 309 runs in Test cricket currently happening with his 6 on that's happening at the Hagley Oval. His high score is 102 not out. He averages 44. Really good start for him in this in his Test career. He's also a bowler. He bowls some right arm medium, but New Zealand didn't need to use him. And I remember at the start of the day yesterday, they were asking him whether he's comfortable with New Zealand using him just as a batter. And he obliged and said he'll do anything for the team. And so he's a very aggressive batter. So that's something that the New Zealanders will be looking that he gets into very quickly. As Kagiso starts his 20th over of the innings, gets a bit of a leaning edge that squirts out to the between third man and Gully, or Gully and backward point. Timber chased it down for 3 runs as Henry Nichols is looking to play to the leg side.
Beautiful,
but he got that leaning edge. Kagiso's bowling a lot of good balls, Akona. Very good balls, but they're just not taking wickets. 213 for 4 with Nichols on 72.
Definitely. Henry Nichols is showing how South Africa can bat in this weekend. And John Mitchell has waited for his time to bat for his time because we waited for. Okay, there's KG coming.
Kagiso into the right-handed. Mitchell gets an inside edge onto that back pad. Ball swinging into the right-handed Mitchell there. And then that's something that South Africans can try to exploit. He's really comfortable coming onto that front foot and swinging through the line. And so there's a gap between bat and pad. and that could lead to a wicket similar to what happened to Devon Conway late last night. Kagiso, third ball of the 20th over, of his 20th over, so it's on off stump and defended back to the fielder at mid-off for no run. You kind of need that spell. You kind of need that Kagiso spell that gets you going, and it kind of lets you know about where he is currently in his cricket. He's struggling to get that form that made Kagiso such a great bowler. He still is a great bowler. It's just not as he's just not as devastating as we've grown accustomed to him. As this one is outside the off stump, swinging away. Great take from Verena for no run.
Definitely, I think he does lack that spark. I don't know if it's a rhythm. I don't know if it's a rhythm thing or what, but I think there's a fine line with Kagiso. There's a fine line of resting him, and there's a fine line of resting while active. I think they need to get that thing right.
Yes, next ball just coming in. This one tailing back, and you can see now that the South Africans getting the ball to move both ways. And this one just coming into Daryl Mitchell, the previous one going away, and Mitchell defending that out to the leg side for a run. Leaders 118, one ball remaining in the 60th over.
Run rate is over it's criminal for a test match cricket.
Next ball back of a length, defended on that off stump line, back to the bowler for no run. End of the 60th over. 213 for 4. You've got 20 overs remaining, Akona, until that new ball. Do you go with Glenton Steelman and Marco Jansen? Because this is where I think yesterday we discussed obviously South Africa having an extra batter, but I'm sure Dean Alger right now would have loved to have Keshav Maharaj to try and bowl 10 of these 20 overs remaining. I'd say bowl Aiden Markram. You don't know what you will get, and see if you can't get the ball to grip and hold, even though the surface is still very green. Because you've got 20 overs until the new ball. You can see Kagiso's laboring. Your bowlers aren't, your quicks aren't doing much. So yeah, but we're gonna still do this short ball plan from South Africa, but this time Marco Jansen, as I called it, will be taking the ball. He's got two fielders on the leg side behind square catching. You've got on the boundary, you've got two slips and a gully, and the first ball from Marco Jansen, which is a loose snap, is cut very well. That's a beautiful cut to the boundary, past that fielded gully for 4.
Henry Nicker's been outstanding. He's punished anything that's loose. That's the thing with South African pro. Every time every bowler starts his spell, they start with the 4 ball. And New Zealand is on top there now. They can just make him around over the over. You can't seem not to gather down dot balls after dot balls after dot balls.
And the interesting thing about Henry Nicholls, he's played the ball very late, which is what you need to do when the ball is swinging. And he's done that very well. Next ball, full, over pitched. This time his timing's not that great. And he gets a thick outside edge that rolls out to the fielder at a point on the boundary for a single. Scores now 218 for 4, lead 123. And if you look at the way in which the New Zealanders have played at home, I remind myself of Ross Taylor, Kane Williamson, Kane Williamson isn't playing this game, but I look at Henry Nicholls, and it feels to me that these three like to play the ball behind square. They play it very late. The cut shot is their friend, and it's a shot that South Africans don't do. South Africans like to come forward and play, obviously because we don't have that many swinging conditions, as this ball from Marco Jansen left arm over to the right-handed Mitchell, who plays that out to the left on a run.
The perfect example, Paul, like yesterday, in that Aiden Markham shot. It was a nothing shot, basically trying to punch it. He forced it. He said up. When you look at Henry Nicholls, when he plays his shot, he waits for the ball to go past his eye line just a bit and play behind the point.
2 slips and the gully to Mitchell from as Mark Jansen comes in. This one is tailing into the right-hander, and he defends it out to the leg side for no run. We're seeing pictures of the Kane Williamson that we're talking about. But he's in the dressing room chatting with the boys. He is injured. We're seeing images of him fielding and getting himself ready. He might even play in that second test. The other thing is obviously with that second test, Trent Bolt comes back for the New Zealanders as this ball is bowled outside the off stump. Darryl Mitchell coming forward, defending that to the offside, no run. You want to build up this pressure, Marco Jansen building up the pressure. I'd like to see a short ball from Marco to see if Darryl Mitchell will want to get underneath it. He's on 6 of 25 as Mitchell Nichols 77 of 119. Remember, you can tweet into us at Guerilla SA. We've got some tweets as Connor just goes out. Marco Jansen outside the off stump. This one just swinging away and being caught just in front of first slip. No shot was played by Darryl Mitchell. He just let the ball go through. A little bit of swing away from the right-hander across his shoulder. End of the over. It is 61, over 61. 218 for 4. Leader 123 now as New Zealand are in the pound seats. Let's have a look at some of the tweets that you've brought through. Anis Wondering Biku says, a shout out to Guerilla SA, add One World SR and show some love. Some great commentary, but a 10 minutes delay for some reason. And then Anis Mohammed says, Proteas looking a bit flat again this morning, struggling with their lengths, feeding Wagner with width. Dean needs to have a chat and say, if the bowlers aren't taking widths, they need to dry up the runs. Tsepo Taela saying, there are so many boundaries with a lot of crying face. He also says, night shift, let's go. So that's also very good. Next over is Duan or is Kagiso Rabada. He's got 2 slips. He's got a catching point, very close. He's also got an extra cover. Kagiso coming into Henry Nichols, the left-handed Henry Nichols. This one coming down the leg side around the wicket to the left-hander as he plays the one to the leg side for a single. I think the South Africans are looking to get more balls to Darryl Mitchell here, 219 for 4. We're just trying to get a corner back online. He just went off, so it shouldn't be too long while we wait for him. I'll be steering the ship all the way to lunchtime, 17 minutes to lunch. Hopefully we can get some wickets from the South Africans. 1 for 67. Kagiso's gone. He's been very expensive this morning. Lots of 4 balls, lots of no balls, as he's got 3 slips to the right-handed Darryl Mitchell, and he comes right arm over, getting a thickish inside edge down to the fielder on the leg side, mid-wicket on the square, which is Glenton Steelman for no run. He's got a 6-3 field. So the answer is to get Kagiso bowling to Darryl Mitchell in that 6-stump channel. As Darryl comes across his off stump and he takes a quick single by dotting the ball down, running through to the other end. An easy way to rotate the strike for a man who struggled a bit. 220 for 4 as we bring on a corner there. Yes, I was having a little bit of trouble with Wi-Fi there, Connor, in Quebec, but you're back now. As Kagiso is just trying to get a wicket out, but it feels as though the South Africans want Darryl Mitchell, and they're willing to give a single to Henry Nichols as Kagiso comes around the wicket to Henry Nichols. Short ball outside the off stump. He lets that go through to Verena for no run.
I think you made a good point then, Paul, about bringing on change of pace, bringing on Aiden Markram. Because KG Rabada, as well as his bowling now to his second spell, he needs a bit of rest. He's running out of gas just a bit.
Or even Dean Alga, because he can bowl himself some spin. as Kagiso comes into Henry Nichols. It gets a good length there. Ball gets a thickish edge on the bat. They're going to run 2 as the ball goes out to the fielder at wideish, third man on the boundary. 2-2-2 for 4.
Double Nelson.
With New Zealand leading by 127. We took a wicket on Nelson. That was the wicket of Devon Conway. So if you're a South African, put that foot on the ground. If you're a New Zealander, do what you need to do. If you're very superstitious, there's 3 fielders in that cover region. As Kagiso gets the ball through, it hits Henry Nichols on that back pad. There is no kill. It's
close.
very close. It's tailing in. Kagiso looks to his captain, Dean. Come on, man. We don't have a DRS timer here, so we don't know how many minutes. He's thinking about it. He's doubting it, and he's not going to take it. That's the end of the over. It's a 2-2-2 for 4.
I think that was close. It would be.
That looked very close.
It would have been umpire's call if needed, but it would have been missed the stumps.
Yes, and to a certain extent, out of just taking that risk, out of just like, you know what, at worst, it's umpire's call. Let's just have a look and see, because at best, it could be something big. We're seeing pictures of Simon Harmer on the field. And we'll let you know who he's on for. Yeah, he's a substitute fielder.
That was close.
I think so. We're getting a chance to see the replay from that.
Ooh.
It hit Henry Nichols on that back pad as the first ball from Marco Jansen's over, rising off a good length as Mitchell plays that, swats that one to no avail, goes to Pierre Calver and a run. So let's have a look. That looks very good. Hit him on the back pad.
It was going to hit leg stump.
Yeah. Oh, my word. Oh, I think South Africa may have missed an opportunity here. 2 slips and a gully from Marco Jansen to Daryl Mitchell, who drives this over-pitched ball to mid-off. Duan Olivier, the fielder there, for no run. Go have a look at Ultra Edge. Ultra Edge, there's nothing there, so there is no bat. And it hits Nichols on that front pad. You can see 2 stumps when the ball hits that front pad, so you can assume that it's missing the stumps. Good call from Dean.
Good call.
Because the Hawkeye shows the ball missing the stumps. Next ball, Marco Jansen coming in to Mitchell, who defends it back to the ball and no run. Good call from the captain.
Good call from the captain.
Yeah, that's why we're not captains of Connor. We would have lost the review for South Africa. And they've been so angry. Yeah, they would have been so angry at us if we did that. Currently, the reviews remaining, South Africa 2, New Zealand still have 3. Jansen just bowling one across the arm with the angle, no swing there. And Mitchell just letting that go through for no run.
Paul, a quick one.
Yeah.
Is the wicket playing better, or is our bowling a bit bad?
Look, in New Zealand, the pitches, so the way the New Zealanders do it, and we were talking about it with Anis earlier on, is that these green tops are set for New Zealand to break the game open early in the innings as Marco Jansen comes in, Darryl Mitchell plays the short ball out to the offside, no run. And so that's what they did. But they understand that as the time goes by, because they have such green tops, the pitches become better for batting as they become flatter with the sun baking on them. So I'm assuming, yes, day 2 and day 3 and maybe even day 4 that will become progressively better for batting. And so New Zealand understand that. And so they try to do what they did yesterday, is break the game open early. And even if you get a fight back from the tourists, you can win the game because you've got so much time to take 10 wickets. As the next ball is short, pulled by Darryl Mitchell down to the leg side. Steelman, the fielder from fine leg, coming through. New Zealand is off the Nelson with the 2 runs taken off of the bat of Mitchell. It's 2-4 for 4. But the other side of Connor is South Africa have a ball. They've been bowling inconsistently with a lack of discipline. And you can say the pitch looks flat, but the only reason why the pitch looks flat could be that the South Africans haven't been bowling that well, and it's been easier for the New Zealanders to score runs.
Yes, definitely. Because I'm looking at the figures of the boys here. Tashiso Rabada is going at 3.5 over. Oliver is going at 4s and over. Then that just tells you the discipline at this level. It's unacceptable.
It is, and you thought that yesterday was a bad day, and you would give them that bad day. But can we and can South African fans, can you listening to us wherever you are in the world, give South Africa another bad day at the office? They've already had a bad session. You could already say with 9 minutes to go to lunch that this is New Zealand session. As Glenton Steedman comes in to Henry Nichols, this one around the wicket with 2 slips. And Nichols just cuts this one very late, gets a bit of an under edge out to the offside for a single, 225 for 4. Can you give South Africa another bad day or another bad session? Because essentially that kills them. That's the game.
That's the game. It's essentially, it's all been New Zealand from ball 1 to yesterday. It's been relentless with the ball and bat. Basically, with the fielding also, no drop catches, with the top 4 catches we saw yesterday. In terms of the 3 disciplines, we've been poor.
And that's very true. As Steedman comes in, second ball of his 16th over to Darryl Mitchell. This one's down the leg side, and easy pickings for Mitchell as he comes through for a single. He moves on to 10 as the score goes up to 226. The lead is now 131.
That's the inconsistency we're talking about before. Look at now what happens. 2 singles straight up in the over. The guys can't really set up the batsman because too many singles and they're dodging in. There's too many singles and you can't really set up a batsman.
Yeah, and it's a right and left hand combination right now. As the left-handed Nichols cuts a good length ball behind square on the offside for another 2 more runs. Score goes up to 228. As you're saying, you can't set up a batsman. You are allowing them to rotate the strike. So there's no plans that you can set. Similar to what New Zealand, because New Zealand yesterday was setting plans to our batters to get them out. Matt Henry was bowling insanely well. And now he has truly, well, he has had a great time, but South Africa have really struggled in that regard.
Yes.
Next ball in to from Steedman, and Nichols just cuts that behind square for another single. Very easy over here from the South Africans, from New Zealand. No drama from the South Africans, no threat at all. No wicket-taking threat. There's a few balls that have been beating the bat. Kagiso's bowled well enough, but it's not. It just hasn't brought the success that the South Africans may have wanted. It is a game of margins, as this ball's now down the leg side from Steedman, and Mitchell just guides it very nicely with that leg glance to the fine leg boundary. It races away for 4. This over is now starting to become a little bit expensive for Glenton Steedman with 1 remaining.
I must say, Paul, this has been horrendous watching. This is poor, not a good standard. As much as South Africa didn't bat well yesterday, the bowling has been horrendous. Too many lengths, short, going leg side, full, and everything. Guys need to take responsibility. I'm afraid this game is getting away from us. In the first
mixed bag from the South Africans and a good ball from Glenton Steedman. This one's outside the off stump, and Darryl Mitchell lets it go through to the keeper for no run. 5 minutes left until lunch. Will we see a spinner? Will we see yourself, Dean Alga? Will we see something different from South Africa? Maybe a change of pace, as you've requested, Akona. Because South Africa always do that, just throw in a spinner before
nothing to lose.
Yes, and this will be a perfect time to just give Aiden Markram his debut in Test cricket, the first over in Test cricket to see if he doesn't have that golden arm. But New Zealand right now, truly on top, really on top of this game. This partnership between Mitchell and Nichols is with 42 as Marco Janssen resumes and bowls a ball down the leg side, and you can hear from Makwana saying how bad that one is to the left-handed Nichols. Luckily for him, no bat was taken off of that. No bat connected to that ball, and Calverina taking that catch behind the stumps.
I can't really sum it up. Just before lunch, the boys have been poor. New Zealand on top, and deservedly so. They've played better cricket.
Yes, New Zealand have put over 100 runs in the session as this next ball is straighter and hitting Nichols on the pad, going down leg as the South Africans appeal for LBW, but the umpire is unmoved.
You must understand, Paul, as much as Henry Nichols, Matt Henry bowled well yesterday, the supporting bowlers, they were relentless also. They bowled in packs.
That's what you are looking for, is guys to bowl in packs. Janssen into Nichols. He's going to let that go through to Calverina. It's a little bit wide outside the off stump. It is like the final few minutes to lunch. So he doesn't want to lose his wicket and give South Africa some sort of an opening. As remember, we started the day with New Zealand 116 for 3. Neil Wagner put on 47 more runs as they stand with him, and Henry Nichols went to 80 before he was out, caught on the boundary off the bowling of Kagiso Rabada for 49. Short ball in from Marco Janssen as this one goes out. He ducks underneath it. Does Henry Nichols to Calverina for no run. The wicket fell with New Zealand on 191. They put on 80 runs, Wagner and Nichols, and now Daryl Mitchell and Henry Nichols have put on a stand of a 44. I stand corrected. He stand on 42, I beg your pardon, in the 11 overs with Janssen into Henry Nichols. This one hits him high on the pad, but the appeal is on deaf ears as the umpire is unmoved, not out, a little bit too high there, Connor.
Yes, very too high. Good ball, very too high. You can trust the bounce on this wicket. As much as we came to this series and say it's a battle of the bowlers, it seems like it's a battle of the bowlers. New Zealand won. The batting side, the battle of the batsmen, New Zealand is still winning. And the battle of fielding, New Zealand have won all 3 disciplines.
Yes, Henry Nichols with a very clever punch out to the leg side, just changing the angle of the bat, coming forward with the defense to enable him and Daryl Mitchell to come through for a single. 65 overs gone, 234 for 4. New Zealand have now put on 118 runs since the start of the day in the session. 4-1 for the loss of 1 wicket. Clearly, by far, this session is theirs. We've got 1 more wicket remaining, 1 more over remaining, I beg your pardon, in the session. And then we'll be playing a podcast. We did a New Zealand preview podcast on our podcast, on our YouTube channel, which is the One World Sports Radio channel, with Adam Bell, who is a cricket analyst in New Zealand. And we preview the series and we talk about, as Akona says, the battle of the bowlers in the series. And we thought that's where the series might end up being. As Steelman continues, he bowls a very overpitched ball that induces Henry Nichols to drive it straight to Timber Bavuma for no run on the bounce. And we talk about that. We also talk about the soft underbelly of the batting. We also talk about where New Zealand find themselves in this new cycle of the World Test Championship. They drew their series against Bangladesh, which was disappointing for them. They lost to India in India, and so they'd be looking to get a series win under their belt to try to see if they can't get back to Lords for a second time. As Steelman bowls one around the wicket to Henry Nichols. A bit of in-swing there from Steelman, getting an inside edge onto the pad down to the offside for no run.
The question now, can he bowl the next 4 balls in that area?
Oh, that is the question.
That's a big question
Let's see
now.
if Glenton Steeman, because that's what you want. You just want to keep a couple of overs quiet.
Yes.
And I can only remember one over, Kagiso bowling a maiden. And after that, it was back to normal service for New Zealand. And we get an easy single as Nichols comes across to that off stump, a little bit shorter in length. And that was the problem. That length enabled the single as he played it off the pads to the leg side, as Nichols now goes to 86 and the score 235 for 4.
Another thing we must take into consideration, this New Zealand side hasn't got Kane Williamson and Trent Boult. It shows you about the depth of their and the quality they have in their squad.
Yes, massive quality in their squad. Obviously, they have got the South African-born Devon Conway. It was massive revelation. I went to school with Devon, so I'm really happy for him that he's managed to find a home. As the Steelman bowls a lovely ball outside the off stump. This one, a little bit of swinging back into the right hand. He's been getting balls to swing away from the right hander. This one coming back in, but Daryl Mitchell just letting that go through to cover in a 4-no run. After lunch, what do you think New Zealand's plan is? Do you think they tell the guys to be more aggressive, to try and attack today in the next session to see if you can't have South Africa in at the end of the day?
To be honest, I think they're going to bet the whole day today. And I think they don't need to go Steelman coming in.
Steelman in this one, hitting on all the pads. This looks good. This looks very good. But the umpire says not out. You need that ball to be swinging in, hitting that that leg stump. I'm not sure. Dean Alger says no, it's going down leg. But I also think it's a very good shot there, Akona. Very, very good shot from the South Africans.
Good. It's that fuller ball, eh? It's that fuller ball. You needed just to swing in. Things are just going down.
Yeah, it's needed it to swing a little bit more. Reminding me of Vernon Freelander there a little bit more with that swing that Vern used to get in New Zealand. Vern used to love bowling in New Zealand. Steelman in, and it's a shortish ball back of a length and defended out to the leg side by Darren Mitchell. That'll be the end of that over. 235 for 4 New Zealand are. They lead by 140 with Daryl Mitchell on 14. Henry Nichols still out there on 86. A really incredible innings from him. A test of patience, a lesson in playing the ball late, and he's put New Zealand in the driver's seat. This session, 27 overs, 119 runs, 1 wicket. The run rate was 4.41. But now, Akona, we're all going to take a break. We'll see you back in 40 minutes. So thank you very much, my friend. You'll be with Dave when we come back. And for all those who are going to be listening on YouTube throughout lunch, we'll be playing our Full Quota podcast, the one we had with Adam Bell. So please do enjoy that, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Cheers, Paul.
Cheers. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Full Quota podcast. My name is Mpho Mklwani. I've got Tim Delace here with me, next to me. We've got an interesting conversation to happen today. Remember, the Proteas are in New Zealand right now. They're going through their quarantines. I think they're out of their quarantine right now. And so they're getting ready for the first test that starts on Thursday at about 11:30 South African time. So be ready for late nights and night shifts from our One World Sports Radio team. Well done to them for covering the India series and the West Indies Women's series. And so, Tim, we've got a guest today to discuss Test cricket, to discuss the Proteas in New Zealand. Who do we have today, Tim?
We have a cricket analyst from New Zealand. It was a good chance for him to come on the show. He knows his cricket well. He knows his New Zealand cricket well. He's in New Zealand at the moment, so it seemed like a good opportunity. We always get somebody on who South Africa are playing So it seemed like a good opportunity to get Adam Bell on.
Okay, so let's bring Adam Bell on to discuss all things. Hi, Adam. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me, guys.
That's good. That's awesome. So, Adam, I think for me, obviously, we're looking forward to that to the Test series between the Proteas as well as the Black Caps of New Zealand. In New Zealand, it's been a long time, 2018. I was thinking about that Test series. I'm thinking that South Africa took Stephen Cook, opened with Stephen Cook, and he got dropped in that series. But the one thing that was interesting for me was Ross Taylor played in that series. But this time, Ross Taylor won't be there. And this is the first series without Ross Taylor. So how's the New Zealand team, or how's New Zealand feeling about life after Ross Taylor?
Quite interesting, because Ross Taylor's been having, well, before he retired, had a bit of a lean patch in the last couple of years of his career. And we all expected that Kane Williamson would come back from his elbow injury, which means that, he would come into Ross Taylor's spot. And then Will Young would stay an opener, and then Devon Conway would just slip into Ross Taylor's position in the middle order. And now Kane Williamson hasn't come back, so now we've got essentially got to replace two players now. So look, I think when I look at the New Zealand batting order at the moment, it looks a little thin. I was reading a stat the other day. This is the first time, I think, since 2008 that New Zealand don't have either Kane Williamson or Ross Taylor in the Test team. That's crazy. 13 years with either one of those two or both of them in the Test side. So when I look at Ross Taylor absence from this New Zealand side, I think it's a huge loss. I know he hasn't been he wasn't in great form for the last few years up until his retirement, but I think just having him around the dressing room and his presence on the side will be sorely missed.
Yes, that's a really intriguing one. Tim, you've probably got a whole list of questions, so let me allow you to come through, and then we'll pepper Adam like Trent Bolt and Tim Southee.
Yeah. Okay. Just on the actual squad. So, what are your thoughts on the actual squad that was announced? And with those guys missing out, just give us a bit of a flavour of the two new guys that are there, Fletcher and Tickner. What are their roles? What are they likely to be doing? Will they both play, or will one of them play? Yeah. What is expected?
I think both guys will be in the squad. I don't think they'll be guys that will make the 11. Cam Fletcher's an interesting one. He's been around New Zealand domestic cricket for quite a while now. He averages 37 with the bats, got 6 first-class centuries. He's, I think, 27 years of age now. He's a wicket-keeper batsman. And I think with BJ Watling retiring after the World Test Championship and Tom Blundell not really seizing his chance, Cam Fletcher's been a guy that's been really knocking on the door in domestic cricket over the last few years. More so in the white ball formats. He's been fantastic in the T20 competition over in New Zealand. And he's really made a name for himself in that competition, played some incredible knocks. So he has been someone that's been obviously knocking on the door. And I think with New Zealand going through a bit of a transition period, in particular spots, the opening position, obviously Ross Taylor now retiring, and with Blundell not quite, filling in to BJ Watling's spot, I think there's always going to be a few opportunities for new players to push their claims. And I think Cam Fletcher is one. Better see it now, obviously, as being the second best wicketkeeper in the country. Blair Tickner is also on the squad. He's been around the New Zealand setup for a little while now. He's made more of a mark in, again, white ball cricket, which again is interesting. He's played a few T20s for New Zealand. Hasn't really taken his opportunities in the shorter formats. He is around 30 years of age, a guy that's been on the domestic circuit for a long time, averages 35 with the ball, which, when you, on the face of it, aren't impressive figures compared to a lot of other guys in the country. However, he's a guy that's improved a lot over the last few years. When he came on the scene in New Zealand domestic cricket, he was bowling, early 130s, but now he's able to bowl, upper 130s and into the early 140s. So he's a guy that's he's a tall guy, gets a lot of bounce, and he's really worked on upping his pace. So he's become a lot better proposition over the last few years.
So we see the return in your squad of Colin de Grandhomme as well as Hamish Rutherford, who hasn't played in like 7 years. It was a blast from the past when we saw his name come through. Obviously, de Grandon played in that World Test Championship final, but I didn't see him after that. And obviously, Hamish Rutherford coming in. Are they guys who are going to be fighting for spots, or are they? It's just a reward for a great season? Because I'm hearing Hamish Rutherford is just scoring 300 plus runs in 4 matches that side.
I'll firstly mention Colin Gromholm because he's a real interesting one, because before the World Test Championship, there was a period where he was out of cricket for a while due to injury, and his form completely dropped off. And even in the World Test Championship, from memory, he was one of the worst bowlers. He leaked a lot of runs, and he really didn't do his job with bat or ball. He's got back into the squad, and I feel as if it's based on the fact that the 2 Test matches are at Hagley Oval and Christchurch, and traditionally the pitches there have been a little on the green side. I remember his Test debut against Pakistan where he got a 5-wicket bag, and also Test against India where he was also against Pakistan where he was also troubling the batsman because he's so good at getting the ball to move off the pitch on green pitches. He's an interesting one because he hasn't really, again, been setting the world on fire in our first class scene over the last few months. He's done well in our T20 competition as well. And I guess that's another factor with New Zealand selection for a lot of the fringe players is New Zealand cricketers at the moment have been playing a diet of short form cricket. Our Plunket Shield, which is our 4-day competition, only resumed a week or so ago. So a lot of these guys haven't really played a lot of 4-day cricket leading into this Test series. So I think with Colin Gromholm, I think it was based a little bit on the fact that he is someone that can fit in, obviously, in the all-rounder role. He knows Hagley Oval well. He's performed there in the past. And I think they see him as being someone that can slip into that all-rounder role. And I think what this suggests also is Daryl Mitchell has held the spot for a few Test matches, in particular against Pakistan last season at home. And I think this is a big indication that Daryl Mitchell could actually play as a specialist batsman in the middle order, replacing Ross Taylor, and then Colin Gromholm actually playing as the seeming all-rounder.
Okay.
Interesting. Which gets me onto the actual pitch. What are you expecting from the pitch? South Africa have got 2 spinners in their squad.
Tim wants the other spinner to play too. So I do. You have got, I would argue, you've got half of a one. I wouldn't necessarily call Ravindra a spinner. I would more call him a batsman who can bowl a bit. So does that mean they don't expect it to be conducive to spin?
Historically, early on in particular, Hagley Oval has been a feast for medium pace to fast bowlers. It's always been green pitches. So, it's interesting that South Africa bring over 2 spinners. I'm not sure what information they've got from the spies in New Zealand. Obviously, it's a 2-test series. There's COVID. You've got to have a certain number in case anything happens. So, I think Harmer's an interesting one, bringing him back. Obviously, he's been killing it for the Essex over the last 3 or 4 seasons. So it's actually really good to see him back. But it is interesting that 2 spinners have been selected, where New Zealand, we've only selected, as you point out, a spinning all-rounder, not a specialist spinner.
Well, Adam, we actually have 3 spinners in the side. The one of them is Aidan Markham, and currently he is in the side as a spinner. We just haven't used him in Test cricket yet. Devon Conway is someone who I've gotten to know for a couple of years in my life, and I'm really happy that he's playing international cricket. I think he's one of the most exciting batters I've ever seen play bat live, and that was when he was still a child. How have New Zealand taken to Devon? How has his rise up into that New Zealand side been? And how important is he to you? Because I know he scores the runs, but what's the feeling on that side about it?
I would argue with Kane Williamson now not in the New Zealand side. He's New Zealand's best batsman.
Wow.
And I understand Tom Latham is an incredible batsman, but you think about the numbers that Devon Conway have already is already brought up for New Zealand in only such a short career. It's absolutely incredible. You know, I followed Devon Conway a lot before he made the New Zealand side, and I was really excited about him playing for New Zealand. I mean, he's averaging, I think it was 50 in all formats in New Zealand cricket at one point. But the way he's taken to Test cricket has been rather phenomenal. I mean, to get a double century on your Test debut is pretty much out of this world, and he just hasn't looked back. And I think the one thing I like about Devon Conway is his ability to really assess situations. He seems like a guy that's really composed, that knows his game. Obviously, being 30 years of age now, he's got a wealth of experience. So he's not like a young person he's just making his mark in Test cricket. He's someone that's actually got a lot of experience. He knows his game really well. And I think it just shows you how much he's worked on his game, you know, since he started domestic cricket in South Africa, through coming up through the ranks in New Zealand. He's someone that's really had to work hard to get to where he's got to. And I think it shows you that all that work that he's put on has really bear the fruits now. He's started playing international cricket, because he just doesn't seem to be someone that is overawed in any situation. You know, even he struggled a little bit in the T20 World Cup. However, even there were signs that he was able to kind of get himself out of some of those situations. I think in particular in the semi-final against England, where he played a really supporting innings to Daryl Mitchell. So he's just a guy that for me is just not only technically good, but just knows how to read the situation in the game. And I kind of thought about him as being someone akin to someone like Michael Hussey. And I see that kind of in the shorter form of the game as well, because he's someone that can really explode when he needs to.
Yes.
You know, like Michael Hussey, who was able to not only play that grafted innings when he needed to and dig in, but in shorter forms, Michael Hussey could explode out of nowhere. And he could always read a situation. And I kind of feel that Devon Conway has a lot of those attributes. And the fact that Michael Hussey also batted in the middle order, also opened the batting, similar to Devon
also
Conway.
Made his
Devon
debut
Conway,
at 29.
Yeah, debut late as well, you know. And I think it kind of shows you with those guys, maybe there is a case for letting guys just get experience in domestic cricket, not chucking guys in at 21 years of age and expecting them to be great right away. Because when we think about great players, you know, there's only a handful of guys that really explode onto the scene and end up being great straight away. And they're normally prodigious talents. So I think sometimes we expect a lot from younger players, where, you know, as I mentioned, Devon Conway, Hussey, and other guys. So we're going off topic a little bit here.
No, Rassi van der Dissens also in that ilk as well. Debuted late at 29, man for all situations for South Africa, even though Tim wants him to bat a little bit faster in Test cricket. But and I'm a fan of that, and I really enjoyed Devon's journey through. I obviously wanted him to play a little bit earlier in international cricket, but that never came out. And I'm happy that he's one of the top batters that New Zealand sees him as, like, without Kane Williamson, he's the guy. It's quite interesting, because it's that whole Devon scoring runs against South Africa that I have to deal with. But I'll be okay with that. Even if he scores a century, that's okay. I'll give him one, but not 2 or 3 somehow in this Test series.
No, I was just going to say the story.
Well.
Yeah,
Wagner's gone. Like, we've let him go. It's okay. It's been years. He's played against us, so that's fine. It's just having, because coming out of high school, I thought Devon was gonna make it big. I thought he was one of the next big players who was going to be fast tracked through the system because of the way he played. And he somehow lost that rhythm, and he lost sight of what made him so good as a child. And that happens because that's what cricket is. You fail, you score runs, you question yourself whether you're good. And he went through a lot of that. And I'm just happy that he found a place in the world where it allowed him to, where nobody knew who he was, allowed him to play cricket. And you can now start to see the devastating Devon that I grew up watching now. And so that for me is great. It's just obviously now it's one of those situations where we've lost him, but I know why we've lost him, and I'm happy for that. Instead of necessarily Tim's friends there, Simon Harman's walking away mid-season, be like, I'm going somewhere else, and then choosing to play for England, and then wanting to come back because of some political drama that happened that side. But anyway, Tim, you had a question.
See, Adam, this is why we did the podcast, to have arguments. Paul and I often have arguments. It's good. No, it's good. It's good. On that, so you said now that the pressure is on Conway to score runs because of Kane and Ross being out of the squad. Who does the pressure fall on in terms of the bowlers, with Bolt not being there? From what you say, it sounds like it's going to lean on to Salvi more than the Wagner. But would that be correct?
Yes, I think those two guys now spearhead the attack. Obviously, Kyle Jamieson is there waiting in the wings as well. I mean, what a start he's had to his Test career. And obviously, his averages are kind of starting to normalise somewhat, especially after that series in India. He's starting to look human again. But I think those three guys should be able to shoulder a lot of the overs for New Zealand. And I think that's where someone like Colin de Gromholm, if the pitch is a little bit green, could really come into his own. But I mean, Tim Southee in Test cricket for the last few years has been absolutely outstanding. In fact, you'd probably say he's been New Zealand's overall best Test bowler. And I still, for some reason, rate Trent Boult higher than him. I feel like Trent Boult is that kind of guy that can really open up a game. And not saying Tim Southee's not a fantastic bowler, but for some reason, I just always feel that Trent Boult's that kind of bowler that can get the vital wicket when New Zealand needs to. And I think Neil Wagner, I guess, is a little bit the same bolt. But I think when you think about results over the last few years in terms of consistency, I think Tim Southee has been absolutely outstanding, and he'll be wanting to get higher up on the New Zealand wicket tally as well. I'm not sure how many more wickets he's behind Richard Hadley, but I mean he's I think 33 now. Who knows? Maybe he could break Sir Richard Hadley's record at one point.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one, because if you're Tom Latham, what part of the game gives you sleepless nights? What part of this team? Where's the weak spots in this team that Tom Latham would be worried about?
Well, interesting that you say that, because when I think about Tom Latham as a captain, he's been involved in 3 big losses. One was in Australia. And I guess in fairness to him, New Zealand were decimated by injuries. But in his first Test captaincy, New Zealand was stumped by Australia. Against India recently, New Zealand was stumped with him as captain. In that famous Test match where Ajaz Patel got a 10-wicket bag, but New Zealand in that match got absolutely outplayed in that Test match. And then more recently, which will give South African fans a lot of hope, that New Zealand got beaten by Bangladesh, which was absolutely incredible. And so this New Zealand side does have some holes in it at the moment. With Kane Williamson not there, with BJ Watling, who was always the rock at number 7. If New Zealand got off to a bad start, we always knew we had BJ Watling at number 7 who would grind it out, who could work with the tail, who could get New Zealand out of trouble. But without him there, without Kane Williamson there, I feel as if New Zealand lacks a lot of solidity at the moment in the batting lineup. Obviously, Ross Taylor, though he hasn't been in the run or wasn't in the runs leading up to retiring, is still a massive loss due to his experience. So I think at the moment, New Zealand still, there is a little bit of an underbelly, I think, with the New Zealand batting lineup. Henry Nicholls hasn't really been in great form over recent Test matches as well. Will Young, though he's had an impressive start to his Test career, he's still inexperienced. Daryl Mitchell, I think I mentioned that he'll come into the batting lineup, and he has played some good knocks over the last few seasons, but he's not Kane Williamson. And you take any great player out of the batting lineup, and it does leave a massive, massive hole. And I think not only is Kane Williamson an incredible batsman, an amazing captain, as we've seen, I think he just gives the rest of the team a lot of confidence. And we've seen that with the matches where Tom Latham as captain New Zealand have been soundly beaten. Not only have we missed Kane Williamson's batting, but I think also his influence on the team.
Well, that's reminding me of India. India somehow ended up like that. And it felt like in that India series, Rohit Sharma was the guy they missed. And South Africa, it kind of leveled the playing fields a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. What is good, what is in your favour though, is Tom Latham's record at Hatley Oval. He's played all nine of the test matches that have been played there. New Zealand have lost one of them, one of those 9, and he averages 57. His batting in the last couple of years has been really improved, particularly the last couple of years. Is there any reason why that's happened? Is he just got more mature, or what?
I think he's just got more experience. I mean, he's always been a fine player and a really talented batsman across all formats. But I think he's really just knows his game now. He's a patient batsman. I think he's been part of a winning combination. I think when you're part of a winning combination, it really helps as well. He probably doesn't have the same kind of pressure as other players do who are in weaker sides. And we talk about the New Zealand bowling up being so successful over the last few seasons. I guess that flows on into batting as well. If you're getting teams out cheaply and then you're going out to bat, you probably don't have the same pressure on you as if you're bowling lineup that's given away 500 runs and you've got to come in, you've got to save the match with fielders around the bat and so much pressure on you. So I think he's just been part of a really great New Zealand unit, but I think he's just really taken his game to another level. And the series in Bangladesh where he captained the T20 side, his keeping in that was exceptional. He's not a full-time wicket keeper for the Black Caps, but it kind of just shows you his all-round cricketing ability, that he's a guy that can field in the slips, one of the best slip fieldsmen in New Zealand, a terrific wicket keeper, and with a bat can bat in all positions. So I mean, he's for me, he's one of the best test batsmen test opening batsman, not one of the best batsmen, one of the best opening batsmen in the world, along with Alga, along with Karunaratne. Of those 3 guys in particular, for me, stand out as 3 of the best at the moment.
And what's the expectation from New Zealand with this series with South Africa? Is it a 2-0? Is it a 1-1? What do you want from the people around there? What do you want from the New Zealand side coming into the series?
It's a really interesting series for a lot of reasons. I mentioned to Tim off air before we started that New Zealand's never beaten South Africa in a test series. And we think about where New Zealand cricket has been recently, these World Test Championships. When you think about the New Zealand side, probably the best New Zealand side that's ever been produced. Then we look at on the other end, we look at the South African side at the moment, which I don't want to be disrespectful to the South African side at the moment, but it's not the strongest side that South Africa have ever produced. So when you put all those factors together, it really creates an interesting series, because you think that this would be the best opportunity for New Zealand to beat South Africa in the Test series. I know that Kane's not there and BJ Watlin's recently retired, but all things considered at home, this would be one of New Zealand's best opportunities to beat South Africa. No QDK, recently retired, one of the best wicket keeper batsmen in Test cricket, just retired. Obviously, Keegan Peterson is not in the squad due to COVID. South Africa going through a rebuilding stage as well. So when you think about it, this would be New Zealand's best opportunity. However, the one thing for me that I really love about the series is there are a lot of unknowns that are about to be answered. I've been following South Africa over the last few months, in particular Marco Jansen, and just seeing his impact has been incredible. Another giant, isn't he? Another Kyle Jamieson giant out there. You guys got your own 19 wickets against India, and he's a bit of an unknown quantity. And Tom Latham struggled against left arm fast bowlers as well. So that matchup will be interesting. Rabada is still one of the best Test bowlers in the world. Nokia as well, fast and furious. We know the kind of talent he possesses. I saw Sturman against India Ray, bowl kind of philanderous. He's a good bowler as well. Obviously, Dwayne Livier's come back into the fold as well. We've got Harmer. So there's enough quality in that South African bowling lineup to really trouble the New Zealand batting lineup. Obviously, Kevin Peterson was the batsman of the series for South Africa against India, and he's going to be a huge loss. But I think Dean Alga is going to really shoulder a lot of responsibility in the series. And I think it's probably, from a South African perspective, it's probably time for Aiden Markram to really score some runs as well, because he started off incredibly in Test cricket. We remember that series against Australia, and he's kind of fallen away. But it's funny because on the flip side of it, his T20 batting has kind of risen up. He was fantastic in the T20 World Cup. So, there's still enough quality in your side that can trouble New Zealand. So, in terms of expectations, it's a hard one, because I feel as if South Africa are a really unknown quantity. And you guys beat India at home as well. And that Indian side went to Australia and beat Australia. So, I really answered.
I have so many comments about that India victory, because I honestly think India were very complacent when they came here. And it gives me a feeling of that Bangladesh loss, where it felt to me that New Zealand got into a complacent period or a complacent area, and they thought they always beat Bangladesh, so they thought they'd come through. Whereas with India, you kind of felt like they came to South Africa with a better batting lineup, a better bowling lineup, and somehow they just thought they'd just arrive and things would just open up for them. So that's why I kind of feel like South Africa, yes, the unknown quantity, but you can pretty much, this team hasn't scored 250, over 250 in a test innings in it's twice in the last 3 years, or four. I'll give them 3 in the last 3 years, because that innings at the Wanderers could have been over 300, but they don't do that. And so that's my biggest issue. South Africa's first innings has always been a problem. So I think New Zealand actually should come out and do the only thing I have is the pitches at Hagley Oval bring Kagiso in, bring Marco Jansen into the game. They bring Duan Olifere into the game. They also bring Lungi Ngidi into the game. And so that's going to be where, because that's essentially what South Africa wanted to do to beat India, was let's let our fast bowlers dictate where this test series is going to go. And they did quite well. Whereas now we're coming to New Zealand, and yes, New Zealand has a better batting lineup than South Africa, and they should bat South Africa out the game. But if this bowling attack can just get a spell, a moment, or get those 2 early wickets, get Conway out, get Latham out, get into those softish underbellies, not too soft, of New Zealand, and South Africa finds himself into, and that's what happened with that India series. The moment Rahul went out, the moment Virat Kohli went out, it kind of started to unravel. But from a World Test Championship perspective, New Zealand have to win this to try and get themselves back up there.
They do. Obviously losing in that test match in India and at home against Bangladesh, an opponent that you'd expect that you would get maximum points. It's put New Zealand now on the back foot. And I think this is a massive, massive series, as you point out. South Africa beaten a very, very good Indian side at home now. And they wouldn't have expected maybe the players probably, but most fans wouldn't have expected the series to go the way it did, especially after the first test match where we were India won. So, this is massive. This is crucial. And interesting that you talk about, the South African bowling lineup. And I didn't forget Ngidi. That's how many quality bowlers that you've got in your squad at the moment. If it ends up being a shootout between bowlers, and if the pitches are green, it could really even up the game. Because I think when I look at the advantages of the New Zealand side compared to the South African side at the moment, New Zealand probably pips them in the batting. I'd say, based on experience, home conditions. However, if the pitches are green, it'll bring the South African bowlers into the game. And we've seen Marco Jansen and having an impact straight away. And we've pointed out the great bowlers that you guys have, and that you can utilize pitches that have seam movement. A lot of the teams from Asia, for example, when they come over here, they struggle a little bit even in green conditions. But I think South Africa in particular are expert at using the conditions well, in particular in New Zealand. I think that's why they've had so much success in New Zealand in the past, because though South African pitches tend to be quicker as a whole, I think they're more used to bowling that fuller length on pitches that are green seamers. And I think if the pitches are green, I think it really evens up the contest, and I think we can expect to see 2 really, really good test matches.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, which gets us down to the nitty-gritty. Prediction. What is your prediction for the series?
Before that, Tim, can I just ask, win the toss, green top at Hagley Oval, what do you do? Because our fans are going to ask us that.
I think you bowl first.
Okay, so you don't bat first.
I think you stay away from batting. I think you.
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up if it's my lucky day. If the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Welcome back to this Guerilla Cricket South Africa unofficial broadcast of the first test in the two-match test series between South Africa and New Zealand from the Hagley Oval. My name is David. Alongside me is Akona. It's you and me. We're up again together for the first time. And welcome.
Yes, Dave. Welcome. I don't know if it's the morning or midnight, but it's great to be here with you. Hoping it's going to be a great one. Also for a great one for South Africa.
Yes. Hopefully South Africans are able to put it back. 235 for 4 is where New Zealand find themselves at lunch on the second day. And so they lead with 140 runs. And you might think, O'Connor, that's a handsome lead. It's a comfortable lead for New Zealand. They don't really look like they're under any real pressure.
Definitely. It is, for me, for South Africa, it is a handsome lead at the moment. But looking at the conditions, the wicket seems to be playing well, but there's a good enough balls in that wicket to worry me for the South African batters when they come in. So it's going to be imperative for the boys try to get stuck in and be patient with their lines and lengths, because what we found before lunch with bowling too many lengths are short, either full or the wide or the leg side. So we gotta stick to one plan, hold one side in the area, and just give us a chance to take these next 6 wickets at minimum of less than 150.
Yeah, South Africa needs to dismiss the in batsman. Either one of them would be good, but the key wicket is Henry Nicholls. He's on 86 from 135 deliveries, 9 fours to his name. So he's really put the South Africans under pressure. His partner at the other end, Daryl Mitchell, coming after the dismissal of the night watchman Neil Wagner for just 49 runs. And so South Africa, like you said, O'Connor, it's been everywhere and nowhere in terms of their lines and lengths, and it's really just been frustrating for South African fans to keep track of or to watch. I mean, South African fans getting up early, joining us when it's still dark outside to follow Test cricket, and that's when you know there's real fans, when they're up in the middle of the night to watch either Australian or New Zealand Test cricket. Let's just quickly bring you those bowling figures from this South African attempt to snuff out the New Zealanders. It's Kagiso Rabada, 21 overs, 1 for 70. Glenton Stierman, 17 overs, 0 for 57. Marco Janssen, 14 overs, 1 for 29. And Dwan Olivier, 2 for 62 in his 14. So only just 4 bowlers used thus far by Dean Elgar. Is a question that I know I asked during my stint with Vanna was, is it time to maybe introduce a little bit of Aiden Markram, or are we just setting ourselves up to get to give New Zealand an opportunity to get ahead in this game, an unassailable lead in this game?
I think so. I think so. A change of pace will be needed in this weekend to see what happens, just to give a break for our bowlers, especially Kagiso Rabada. His second spell, he's really tried hard to run in and run with energy. And to change things up, because there's a left-hander there and the right-hander. You might get maybe one odd ball to spin out of the straight. You never know. So South Africa must be the biggest thing for me, from a South African point of view. They need to string those maidens. They need to string those maidens, because that's the only way we're gonna get these wickets. If you watch the New Zealanders bowl yesterday, they hunted in packs. And Matt Andrew might have got we might have got the 7 wickets, but all those guys did support him well. So I feel like South Africa, that's the only chance they need, to hunt in pairs and get these guys out. So be patient with their lines. Full alert.
Yeah, it has, like you said, it has to be a patient one. It has to be persistent, and they have to back each other up. There's no point in one bowler putting pressure on the opposition, and then your partner doesn't back you up. We just see the umpires making their way out to the park. Let's quickly give you a summation of where this game is as we conclude the lunch break. So 95 all out. That's where South Africa find themselves. Zubair Hamza top scoring with 25 from 74. But it was a day for Matt Henry in which he picked up 7 wickets for 23 from 15 contributions from Wagner, Jameson and Saudi. And then since then, it's been all New Zealand once again with this 86 of Aiden Markram. We see 86 of Henry Nicholls, rather, because I see Aiden Markram, somebody who struggled with the bat of late and is feeling that pressure, no doubt. No, certainly is cognizant of the media attention around. You see the batters walking out now. So,
yes.
Akona, I'm gonna ask you both sides of the coin. What, if you are New Zealand, what do you want in this post lunch session?
Just to bet the first hour, just bet as normally as can as a New Zealander, because South Africa at the moment, just before that, what we saw, they gave them too many 4 balls. So they're going at 4s and over. So for me, they won't change anything. Just play the way you're playing, good intent. From a South African point of view, as I said earlier on, they need to string those maidens. Because what we found just before lunch, guys will bowl two dot balls, and then there's always a 4 ball. It's going to be critical in this first 30 minutes now to string those dot balls and get some pressure into Henry Nicholls as we watch. Is it going to be ready?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just seeing Henry Nicholls take guard again after lunch. 86 not out, and his partner at the other end, Daryl Mitchell's 14. Marco Jansen with 14 overs under his belt, 1 for 29. He's been relatively inexpensive, but the key for South Africa, like you said, Akona, it's got to be this first half hour post-luncheon interval. Left arm seam will come over the wicket, and umpire calls play to the post-lunch session. First ball now. Mark Jansen's left arm over the wicket to Henry Nicholls, and it's wild down the leg side. Goodness me. That's a howler first up.
It's a bad start, that one.
They get a bye for it. So not the greatest start there, corner, to the post-lunch session. You've literally said to them, first half an hour out the gate here, boys. You've got to make sure you do well. And what does he do? He chucks a one down the leg side.
Definitely, most definitely. They need to get the radar on as quickly as possible. There's no time for any lose now. We're already behind this game by 141 runs. So the boys must. I'm hoping they had a good lunch so that they can resemble that into this session.
Jansen in again, and this is better this time, line length outside that off stump. But maybe it was a little bit of the residue of lunch. Maybe there was, something, pieces of chicken or something that he didn't wipe his hands before he bowled, and so then that's why it slipped out. I'm not sure, but much better delivery that time by Marco Jansen. 14 from 41 is where Mitchell finds himself, and it's just one of those where he has the opportunity to really put the South Africans under pressure. Again, Again comes Marco Jansen. He just defends that one, does Mitchell.
Good
And
ball.
there's applause and a bit of a word from covering it to his bowler just to support him there.
He's back into his radar, back to the channels. Now just be patient there and just string those dot balls. That's the only way now we need to find out, claw our way back here. Even though it's only been New Zealand. Take nothing away from New Zealand. They've played the better cricket all round.
Lovely delivery there. Lovely delivery there from Marco Jansen. It's just nipped back a little bit off the seam, back into that right-hand off stump of Daryl Mitchell. No run. 236 for 4, 2 balls remaining in the 67th. And like you said, that lead of 141. We see both Glenton Steerman and Glenton Steerman warming up, but we also saw some opportunities for South Africa in Kagiso Rabada. Jansen in, and this is driven out through the covers. There's a big chase here for Sarel Ervia. He'll cut it off though, but he really had to put the skates on there to overlap it, and they get through for 2. So there's 1 ball remaining in this over, and 238 for 4. Nichols is on 86, and Mitchell goes to 16 with those 2. Marco Jansen, 1 for 31 from 14.5.
He's bowled well. He's gone 1 and over Marco Jansen. He's been economical.
Now he wraps up the 15th. Second no ball due in 13.1 overs. He's overpitched a little bit, and he's gotten away with a little bit of a freebie there, because it was driven straight to the man at mid-on in Dwan Olivier. End of the 67th. New Zealand 238 for 4, and they lead by 143. Just one of those days that the weather looks absolutely marvelous, O'Connor, but tomorrow it's 90% chance of rain. It's strange how things can be so contrasted.
Definitely. But I must say I'm very impressed with Henry Nichols, how he's batted so far.
Yeah, it's been workmanlike, I think. He came to the wicket with New Zealand having lost the 3 wickets fairly early, and so he knew he had to really play an innings of significance. Glenton Steerman, first ball round the wicket into the left-handed Henry Nichols, just off the pads, and that will go down to fine leg where Olivier does the fielding. 87 for him, 13 away from 100.
I think Dave must watch. To watch the South African innings, there's no one who faced more than 100 balls. That tells you something. Okay.
Yeah, it's a big indicator as to South Africa's batting woes. It's such a simple thing that we see as Steerman fixes his shoe. We see, guys not putting in performances, and then we say, but where does it stem from? A lot of it comes from the fact that they're not facing enough deliveries. Steerman in again, and this one's driven hard, and he's taken the catch. South Africa, we've just been lamenting the poor bowling in the pre-lunch break, but this has really been good post-lunch. South Africa have their first. What a wicket. 5 down for 239.
Gets on the mark on his test debut. Great delivery, just outside of some fuller length, making Daryl Mitchell drive with that one. Great catch by Dean Elgar.
And that's Glenton Steerman's first. That's his first. You always remember your first test wicket. There's a slap on the back from his teammates. High fives all around. Mitchell's gone for 16 from 46. He's caught Elgar, bowled Steerman. New Zealand 239 for 5. And are South Africa able now to claw this game back in the post-lunch interval? You said we hope they had a good lunch, and not a bad way to start the post-lunch session. There was a wicket that fell after the drinks break, so clearly these sessions have been good for the interruptions, rather intermissions, as Tom Blundell, the wicketkeeper, comes to the wicket. Has been fortuitous for South Africa. South Africa will say, let's have a break every 5 overs or so, just so that we can take all those wickets.
Most definitely. And if you look at that delivery from Glenton Steerman, the fuller delivery. If you fuller delivery, let them drive. resemblance of how Matt Hendry bowled in the first innings for New Zealand.
Tom Blundell, 16 matches, 663 runs rather, at an average of 31.5. He's got 200 to his name, as well as 350s, a best of 121. He comes off into the squad on the back of the retirement of BJ Watling. 3 slips: a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Glenton Steerman, right arm, over the wicket. And he just leaves that one alone. Does Blundell as that goes through to the wicketkeeper. Lead of 144, 5 down. So we're essentially halfway through the New Zealand innings. Connor, what would be a good score, do you think, in terms of a lead for New Zealand?
For New Zealand, they want to have a lead of 250, probably close to as 400 as possible. That will put them in charge on top of this game. And it will be hard to not favor them to win this match from that on. For South Africa, they still have a chance. As we can see, Glenton Steerman has found his radar. The ball is starting to misbehave just a bit. Put the ball in the right area, full length.
It's that late reverse swing. It's that reverse swing as opposed to the conventional swing. But that one just come back into Blundell. And Verreynne, you can see the sound of coming out of his mouth as he takes that one. Big stride in to leave that one alone outside the off stump is Blundell. A little bit Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith-esque with that giant motion to leave. But like you said, Steerman's found his radar here, and his tail will definitely be up. He comes in again now, right arm over the wicket, and it's just left alone about 6 stump outside the off stump. Something we noticed, Akona, at the South Africa A series with Glenton Steerman is that when he, in the second unofficial test, he opened the bowling with Bjorn Hendricks, and the Indian A team were off to a fly. And we noticed that the moment Glenton bowled with Luto Supamla, so that the change of bowling came, Glenton was persisted with, and Bjorn was substituted with Luto Supamla. Luto Supamla's energy fed Glenton Steerman, and I think as we just see this final delivery of the 18th, Steerman, this one is a little bit wayward. That one's leg stump wide down the leg side, but there's no signal of wide since it's a red ball game. 239 for 5 after 68. What we saw is that when he bowls well, it's because he bowls well with a partner at the other end. And you said it coming into the session that if he's able to, if South Africa are able to bowl well in pairs, that's when they'll find success. And that's definitely something that we noticed with Glenton Steerman at the SAA series. So I think this partnership of Marco Jansen and Glenton Steerman could reap fruit for South Africa, or reward South Africa if they're able to continue to maintain pressure. There's a new man at the wicket. He's not gotten off the mark yet. And you've just got to give Henry Nichols 1 so that you can bowl 5 balls at the new man. Jansen in again. This is just hooked away off of his pads. And just a single there. So that's exactly what they want. 5 balls now to bowl at Blundell. Yeah, with 145 now the lead. 240 for 5.
Most definitely. I watched that game when they played the SAA game in Bloemfontein. Bowled really well, him and Supamla there. If you can bowl well in Bloemfontein, you can bowl at any wicket. This one is getting so much movement between those areas. The only thing they need to do is be consistent.
This is a lovely delivery here. It's Jansen. It's just gone over the top of off stump. Goodness me. Lovely. Good gracious. That was a peach.
My goodness. Great delivery there.
Oh, just gone over the top of that off stump. What a delivery. That's exactly what you want from your fast bowlers, to not let things slip at all.
It's enough in this wicket. Consistency.
Absolutely. Like you said, there's something in it for the bowlers. That one again, cutting Blundell in half. Just going over the top of off stump. Lovely stuff. This is encouraging for the South African bowlers. Not so much if if I'm Dean Elgar or Sarel Ervia, I might be saying, "Ooh, this is." I mean, I like it because I'm fielding, but I've just still got to be mindful of the fact that I've still got a bat on this one.
Definitely.
That one beating the inside edge. Blundell, 2 balls beating him here. Janssen in again, and this is just tucked away off the pad, square of the wicket, and they'll
That is too
run
straight.
2 here. Just too straight, like you said, and the pressure is just released ever so slightly as Blundell gets off the mark with the 2.
Need to concentrate here. There's an opening here. South Africa need to hone in on Tom Blundell. Instead of, well, they must make sure the execution and concentration is high. No freebies.
Blundell now right-handed batsman with slips in place, and this one's wayward from Mark Janssen down the leg side. He's not bowling particularly quick. We saw at the Wanderers New Year's Test where he was bowling, 144 or so, but this is 129, so it's not express. But the key, as you've pointed out, is lines, lengths, and consistency. It doesn't matter how quickly you bowl. Well, it does matter how quickly you bowl, but it's more where you place the ball and how consistent you are with that outside that off stump. He's in again is Janssen, and this is a shorter length this time, and they get a copy and paste type shot as Steerman does the fielding there. He tries to prevent the second, but it's good running from these two. So Blundell on 4 now at the end of the 69th over. Nichols on 88. New Zealand 244 for 5 with a lead of 149.
And I'll have to agree with you there, because if you look at the bowling attacks, the 2 bowling attacks, I think Matt Hendry clocked 140 for New Zealand, and we have on our side KG clocked 140, but the rest of the bowlers have been touching 130s, 120s. So it's mainly the wicket is doing much. So the pace does help, but the wicket gives you enough to trouble the batsman.
I would have. It's probably an unpopular opinion. I wouldn't have minded. I wouldn't have minded to see maybe a guy like Vian Mulder on this wicket. He's a guy that swings the ball, and his control hasn't been too poor. I mean, it's not been excellent, but I think that's why they've gone with Clinton Steerman as the out and out bowler, as opposed to Vian Mulder, who struggled with the bat of late. Steerman now to Nichols. He comes over the wicket to the left-hander. It's a fully straight delivery and just defended back up the wicket without much fuss or fanfare. 149 lead. 149 lead. It's not healthy for South African fans. Good for New Zealand. They batted really well, in particular Henry Nichols.
He's held the innings up well, Henry Nichols. He's shown South Africans how to bat on this wicket. He's been positive and he's decisive on his left outside of stump. I think that's what is needed here.
Steerman in again. There's a bouncer this time, and Verena takes it behind the stumps with relative ease. I mean, even that with a bouncer. We're just having a look at the speeds that we were talking about. We picked it up, and now the home broadcast is showing that it's 120s, 130s. It's not express. But like you said, the assistance from the wicket. If you're consistent, if you're inconsistent, you're going to be punished. The moment you're consistent, those speeds and the ball will be assisted by the surface. Steerman in. This has just worked away to the onside through the mid-wicket region for 1. Nichols now 11 away from a century. And like you said, he's faced 141 deliveries, 100 deliveries. And you're a lot more confident. You're able to assess the pitch and also the bowlers. Leads now 150, and we're not that far from a new ball or the possibility of a new ball. 10.3 overs.
Definitely, and it's showing the way how to bat on this wicket. This wicket might have a lot of this on it, but it is battable. You can score runs on this wicket. New Zealand have shown us how to bat on this wicket.
Steerman in again and left alone outside the off stump. Do we need the opposition to? Does South Africa always need the opposition to show them how to bat on the wicket before they can come through? I mean, we saw it Boxing Day, South Africa losing the first one. What is it with South African teams and losing the first Test match? Oh, this is slow starters.
Slow starters. I don't know. It's something the coaching they have to address pretty quickly. In saying that, it's a 2 Test match series. Every Test match is important. Maybe lose this one, but we must remember we're playing for Test championship points here, so
Absolutely.
everything,
once just left
everything to
alone,
play
no
for.
run. Yeah,
Everything to play for.
That's why the losing the first test is highlighted so boldly for us. That one just nearly shaving that off peg there. But that's why is South African fans would have looked at it and said, okay, cool. You know, when you've got 3 test matches, you can afford to lose the first one and come back and win, because winning a test series is where the championship points come from. Blundell now facing up to Steerman, who's got this one to go a little bit away and just dots that. He tried to pull his bat out the way, nearly chopped it on, and there's a lick of the lips there by Steerman. 70 gone. So that's the thing, is that you've got to say, well, when the test series is shortened to 2 tests, you can't wait until day 4 on the first test to wake up. You have to be on the money straight away, because you know, the first time you're playing another team in 5 years and you get it, whatever the case may be, you get a 2-match test series. You've got to be better than that. You've got to take every single opportunity, because it's such a rare opportunity.
Most definitely. South Africa need to start off well, especially in every series they started. Even in West Indies, even though
new over from Janssen, it's just tucked away off the pads, and Steerman does the fielding as they get through for 2, and that takes Nichols into the 90s.
He's batted well. He's been decisive in the first movement. He's left alone well. He's shown how the South Africans how to bat on this wicket. Anthony Nichols is handling this New Zealand innings together pretty marvelously.
Marco Jansen left arm over the wicket now to Henry Nichols, who just defends this off the back foot, and nothing there. Themba Bavuma doing the cleanup work.
It's good ball. It's good on Marco.
Yeah, he's not missing his mark here. I mean, he's bowled 141 is his quickest, but his slowest is 122. Traditionally, you'd think that's probably what do you think? Traditionally, a slow ball, 120 yards, early 120s. That's a slow ball, surely.
Probably.
Nevertheless, now he goes to Nichols on 91. South Africa would love a wicket here. The nervous 90s commentators curse. They're all just thinking about a wicket here, but that next one is just defended by Nichols.
Bowling well, Marco Jansen at the moment.
He's just been a revelation of a find for South Africa. His performance at the A Series got him a call-up to the national squad, and he certainly took the opportunity with both hands. This one is into the pads. There's a massive shot from behind the stance. Oh, umpire says not out. Dean says, what's wrong there? That's that grimace. Yeah, you're saying it's going down. They're looking at Calvarena. He says he's not sure.
They're not going down. They're not going for it.
Time is gone. Marco Jansen wasn't convinced, although his friends behind the stumps. Just have a look at the replay here.
He wasn't convinced.
Probably missing leg. Henry Nichols is upset with himself.
Yeah.
Jansen in again, and this is outside the off stump. My word, that took off. It's very well bowled. It's taken off of a length there. Calvarena has just taken that one at shoulder height.
It's end of the over. 247 for 5, 71 overs. The lead is still 152. South Africans have been stringing nice 2 overs here. Marco and Clinton. They're building up some pressure, and they're bowling out well. So it must be positive. I think they started well after lunch. So it's looking good at the moment. South Africa needs to sustain that pressure.
You can certainly see it in the way that the slips cordon is moving between their positions at either. You can see when things are going sideways or chasing leather a little bit. You see the guys kind of stroll from slip to slip, and there was a jog there from the South African slip court, and good to see. 71 overs gone, and so we're 9 away from a new ball. And I think if South Africa, in an ideal world, just having a look at that review from Mark Janssen, if it had
It's
gone
missing.
upstairs, it's a missing leg peg there. So good call by
Good
Connor.
job, good call.
We back him there. Steerman, first ball of his 20th, and just defended by Blundell, no run. So yeah, like you said, it has to be a consistent performance, and South Africa doing that, exactly that. But ahead of that new ball, they'd love to just snuff out just one. They don't have to get Nichols with the old ball. Blundell, just one, and then new ball with the new ball to number 8. I think that would be an ideal for the South African team. They'd want just to steal one here late.
Must keep him quiet.
Just leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Great ball there, Benton.
Shows how effective one can be. I think there's always this idea of fast bowlers must come in and absolutely, blow batters away, or you can be expressed with your pace. You can be bowling 145 plus, and there is certainly value for that. And I think it's something that both South Africa and Australia have done really well in the past. And going back beyond that was the West Indies. That one's in and driven hard down the ground. That looks like it'll race away to the boundary. It's an overpitched half volley from Steerman. And he's shown us the full face of the blade there by Tom Blundell. He goes to 8, 251 for 5.
Shot of the day so far.
Yeah, Steerman just overpitching. And he's hit it on the up as well.
Yeah, Thing was trying to get the in-swimmer there. Not too patient. He's got to stay on that off stump. Swing it away. Got to stay patient. Must say, great shot from Tom Blundell.
Yeah, from the New Zealand keeper. Steerman, better that time with his line length. Coming back to my point, there's always going to be room for absolutely blitz quick fast bowlers, but I think there's an underestimation of the value of a guy who can put it on a dime outside the off stump, and he doesn't even have to go away or in prodigiously. He can just put it there. Sean Pollock is one of South Africa's leading wicket takers, but for most of his career, barring the early stages, he wasn't, blitz quick. He just knew where to put it and was consistent. This one is defended now by Blundell, and Steerman just has a menacing look at him to say, "I'm coming for you, my friend. You can get one boundary. It's fine. I've still got one ball remaining in the server."
Yes, to get him to your point, he's bowling well. To get him to your point, I think what Sean Pollock did, he had Arnold Donald to bowl a rapid pace at the
fiery
other end.
spell. Yes,
and then he had himself with the control, similar type to Vernon Philander, which can sim it up, enough skill to beat the ball on the outside and the inside.
Yeah,
at the moment we have
Yeah, that's exactly it. As we conclude the 72nd, it was defended that one, 251 for 5. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I think South Africa, if I think of Dale Steyn and Vernon Philander, that's where that combination of raw pace and consistency and accuracy and control. And then I think of, and a guy like Heinrich Nokia, KG's not bowling rapidly quick in this for Test cricket for a while, and so I think Heinrich Nokia is that guy whose job is to come in and bowl quickly. And I wonder if, obviously Steerman coming in on the news that Lungi Ngidi had a back strain, Marco Janssen to begin a new over, and this is cut and it's gone over the slips. Frustrations for South Africa, fortune for New Zealand. Nichols, he could have been gone in the 90s. Slashed hard at that one. He goes to 95.
He committed to that shot, Great shot. He committed to that shot, Henry Nichols. South Africa could feel unlucky there.
Yeah, just that extra bit of bounce from Marco Janssen. shows how much South Africa, in terms of our conversation, misses the services of Heinrich Nokia. Janssen in, and this is almost a Yorker to follow up. The lead is 160, so this is a clear plan by Marco Janssen in terms of trying to minimize that lead being extended. 2-5-5 for 5. Nichols is 5 away from 100, and probably the most deserving in terms of how he's applied himself here.
Definitely, he's batted brilliantly. He's been awesome to watch, not from a South African point of view, from a New Zealand point of view, but he's been brilliant. He's shown how to bat on this wicket.
This next delivery is just cut down to a third man region. Henry Nichols very good on the cut. He just gets 1 for it. He's 4 away from 100. Blundell on 8. I was with Werner this morning when we dismissed good old Neil Wagner on 49. Do you think we can do it again, Akona? We can. South Africa can. Yeah, just 99. Henry Nichols. Oops, nick off, second slip. Thank you very much for coming. That would be lovely icing on the cake. You know, just changing his field. There's 2 slips and a gully as Janssen comes around the wicket. He's got 2 slips, a gully. He's got a backward point, third man, fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, and 1 man in the covers. Janssen in again and left alone. And Dean Elgar's running as if he thinks it's the end of the over, or does he think maybe just giving his bowler a bit of advice?
He's having a chat there with Marco.
What do you think he's saying? Bowl the ball, get us a wicket, or no, that simple.
Probably get it. Maybe 1 bounce of this over. You never know. Just to surprise him.
Yeah, the leg slipping.
What do you think South Africa bowling a spinner just before Newcombe?
That one's left alone outside the off-stump, no run. Let's see how the next 2 overs go. I would say what you do though is that allows your bowlers to have a small rest before the new ball, so that the guys are raring to go ahead of that new ball. Maybe, you know, this is the 73rd. We're 1 away from completing it. 75 as Janssen comes around the wicket again, and this one's defended and just almost between bat and pad there, and picked up by Henry Nichols. 73 gone, 256 for 5, lead 161. So I do think that maybe 4 overs of Dean Elgar with his left arm spin, Ed Markram from the other end with right arm, just to give them a small rest. The South Africans give their fast bowlers a rest, and then I want an absolute fiery spell from Kagiso Rabada. I want that with a new ball. I want KG to, you know, that the David Warner dismissal in Gqeberha in that Australian Test series where he was just like fired up. I want exactly that. Connor's just stepped out for a moment, but this South African pairing of Steerman and Janssen have been bowling well. This is off the back foot, and Nichols guides this to the offside, square on the offside. Bavuma does the fielding. He just gets the 1. Blundell now on 8, and Nichols on 97 from 151. Clinton Steerman 1 for 65 from his 20.1, but it was it has been such a good session from the South Africans in terms of their bowling. They've really come out strong here after the lunch interval, and so they're making the New Zealanders think. This one is a length ball on off stump, and applause from Aiden Markram at second slip alongside Marco Janssen, who's in the gully, the world's tallest gully. I wonder if there's a possibility of a Guinness Book of Records, maybe a Wisden Almanac type thing that you would think about in terms of tallness of certain fielding positions, the tallest fielding position in each category. Clinton Steerman, he's got 4 balls remaining in this over, and we're just going to have to see how that goes. because he's bowled really well. There's a silly mid off in place. This one's just onto the hips of Blundell, who tucks this away to the onside. Olufir does the fielding, and they get through for 2. Good running by those two to get Blundell to double figures. Henry Nichols is on 97, but yet to face strike in a while. And Blundell saying, sorry, mate, maybe should have just considered the 1. Glenton Stierman's not happy there. Just in the that's what it was. In the turn from the second run, a trailing bat from Tom Blundell catching the shin of Glenton Stierman. So it's not something South African fans will be worried about all that much. Just accidental, and he apologized to Tom Blundell. Collecting his thoughts as Dean Algar makes his way back to the first slip position. Eden Markram's hat looks like he's been playing 150 test matches, the way it's faded as it has. That one's just left alone outside the off stump through to Verena. Eden Markram's hat does truly look like he's been playing longer than anyone else in this South African side. Well worn, as a corner joins me once again. 2 balls remaining in the 74th. 259 for 5. The lead 164. Don't worry, you haven't missed all that much. Nichols didn't get his 100 yet. It's just been the 2 so far from Blundell. Blundell facing up to Stierman, and he just leaves that one outside the off stump. Do you think that as Dean Algar gets excited, again, 1 ball short in the over. Hold on, mate, slow down. Do you think South Africa are trying to get a mistimed punch here from Blundell with Hamza at a silly point, silly mid-off rather?
Definitely, because it tells you one thing. Glenton Stierman's going to bowl that fuller length. That fuller length to make him drive. So that's a plan, because he's looking to drive. So this is the boys are trying. There's a plan behind the ball, and the Glenton Stierman is bowling well. End of the over, I think.
Yeah, it's just defended, and we'll just it's just a patient defensive movement there. 74 gone, 259 for 5, and finally Dean Algar says, "Let's change things." He's directing somebody to come and bowl. We are not quite sure yet, but lead of 164.
Well, better this first half an hour of South Africa. It's been good to watch. They've exerted pressure, taken 1 wicket. So we need to see more of this from a South African point of view. Stay patient.
Yeah, Mark Janssen continuing his spell post lunch. So these two have continually bowled, and you've got to ask the question: well, when is the bowling change going to come? Because I think if the group that follows up, or when the bowling change does occur, you don't want that pressure that has been built to wither away.
Release.
There's a lot
Very
of conversation
important now.
Sorry, there's a lot of conversation around the field to Henry Nichols as he just ducks under the first one. There's a man at forward short leg under the helmet. Rassie van der Dussen. Sorry, go ahead with your point.
It's very important for the backup bowlers to back what is Janssen and Glenton started well after lunch. They bowled brilliantly, and they've been consistently at line and length, especially the length. They've been fuller, and I must say they started well after lunch. They had a good sound lunch. So
round the wicket with Janssen. Oh my word! What is going on here? Did you see that? Henry Nichols running away to square leg and trying to. I'm not sure. He's batting as if he were a tail ender, not somebody on 97. So left arm around the wicket. He tries to give himself room to maybe go up and over the slip cordon. Doesn't get it because of the nature of the bounce. Goodness.
I think he premeditated that one. He told himself he's gonna play. He premeditated that one because he saw the field in short leg, short leg also is there.
Oh. The next one is also a short ball, just ducked under, no run. And at the end of this over, we're going to have a commentary change. Tsepo Tayela and Anis Mohammed. These two have been licking their lips trying to get a slot together, and they finally have it. And we are excited for the both of them. I know they've been chatting it up in the group to be able to come together. Finally, the circumstances have found them. This one is tucked away off the hips of Henry Nicholls. He's only going to get one. I wondered if he was going to go for the second there, push hard on that run. But not to be. He's 2 away from 100. And unless Blundell gets a single here and then Nicholls gets the 2 runs, it looks like Tsepo and Anis are going to call the Nicholls 100, or maybe the dismissal before 100. But if you're a New Zealand fan, you're probably telling me to keep my mouth quiet. 100. 260 for 5, 2 left in the 75th. Lead is 165. Janssen steaming round the wicket. This is hooked. What a shot. What a shot. He's just picked that off his nose and promptly deposited it by the fine leg boundary or deep backward square. It's 4 runs. What a shot.
Great shot. He took him on. Lovely wrist over the ball. Great shot.
Excellent.
Tom Blunder is not going to come lying here.
No, he's not going to be bullied by South Africa's lanky left arm seamer. What a shot. Swats it away. He faces up again. This one's better and just leaves that one outside the off stump on a decent length. So 75 gone, 264 for 5. Lead is 169. Nicholls on 98. Blundell on 14. And we will be ready to hand over to Anis Mohammed and Tsepo Tayela. Gentlemen, keep taking wickets, please.
Cheers, guys.
Yes. Let's see how this goes. If you notice, 20-sided die. We started this off well. And it's a 12. And it's a
20-sided die. Oh, wow. We're bringing the D&D here at the late night shift. How are you guys doing? Anis Mohammed, Tsepo Tayela in the building for the first time in forever. For the first time ever, in fact.
The first time alone, we had, I think we did a stint with Simi during the Sri Lanka tour. And, yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes,
this one wide outside the off stump, and it is worked down, and that is Henry Nicholls 100, worked down to third man for 4. Great 100, very well played, considering the context of the game. That is 102 of 156 balls, striking 11 balls. Great knock for Nicholls. Great for him. Keeping New Zealand ahead and playing very, very well.
Now, it's probably a match-winning innings this year from Henry Nicholls, coming in when New Zealand were in a spot of bother, match a little bit in the balance, but just a full wide delivery, just played all the way to a vacant third man region. What a way to get to your century as well. Maximum control there. And that's definitely the feeling you've got from this Henry Nicholls innings.
Well, if and again, this one wide outside off stump, and Nicholls is chasing it, not playing like a batsman who just got his 100 and straight to the keeper. Oh, no.
Got a little bit of that Wagner sauce there.
Yeah. You get your 100 and then you're like, okay, I'm going to start again. I'm not in at all. Let's do this.
I was starting from scratch, keen to just get the ball smacked around here.
As Olivier comes in for the third ball, wide outside off stump again. No movement, no movement in or away, dead straight. And Nicholls decides to leave this one. He's got his composure back. The adrenaline has subsided a bit after getting his 100.
Hang that well outside off stump there as a Duan Olivier. Not really sure what the plan here from the South Africans is. It seems that they're expecting Henry Nicholls to just be keen to get runs, but you'd probably expect that the best balls and the best deliveries would be towards the stumps to force him to either play or force him to defend. But runs coming easily here.
Well, if you in again, this one short to the back of the leg, sorry, on and a bit straighter, and it is worked nicely down to deep square leg for a single. Blundell on strike now. Nichols moves over to 103, and the score moves over to 269 for 5. Marco Janssen and Steelman did a good job in pulling things back, but the horses already bolted. The lead is now 174. Woolfield in over the wicket and outside off and well left by Blundell again, 126.5 kilometers an hour. The score remains 269.5 with one ball left in the 76th over.
Yeah, the expression you said there, the horse has already left the stable. I couldn't agree with you more there. Lead of 174, 5 wickets in hand. A Centurion is in the middle with the wicketkeeper batter on the other end. You definitely feel that the South Africans missed the trick here with the bowling, especially, and the batting as well.
Woolfield in again outside off, and this one's well driven but straight to cover where Zubair Hamza does the fielding at no run. Score remains 269 for 5 after 76. Yeah,
76. Oh yeah, please continue.
Yeah, no, I think 4 drop catches. Nichols got dropped twice, and it's proved costly. And I think New Zealand have done enough to ensure that they don't lose. So it's basically a New Zealand win or a draw on the cards, with a day probably being lost tomorrow.
Probably looking or going towards another result here for South Africa. We know that the two, or at least the South Africans, have constantly had no draws, constantly finding that they're either winning or losing, and finishing games quite early. And this one's probably going to be another one with a very short innings at the beginning there with the bat. Could we put it down to just great bowling from New Zealand, hitting their straps nicely here at Christchurch, getting good movement with the ball, or were there poor decisions from the batting team, from the South Africans batting rather?
As Marco Jansen comes in for the first ball of the over, and this one is short and it is ducked by Nichols. New Zealand got their lines right, and like Paul said during the first session, the first stint, they like to break the game open, and like I said, it's a very all black way to play cricket. And this one again, in Marco Jansen in this one dropped it short again, but it played with soft hands by Nichols, and it dribbles away to back point, and they managed to take a single. Yeah, and South Africa didn't really have an answer for that. And especially losing 5 wickets for 10 runs, that is not something that we like to see. It should be like an abomination. It shouldn't be a recurring thing, but it seems to be happening all the time as Marco Jansen tries to run in, but pulls up short because of some delay that's way. Yeah, I think, and it's something that needs to be worked on. Maybe getting a specialist batting coach in, as Marco Jansen in past the umpire. This one is angled down to the leg side and straight to short, fine leg for no run. Have you noticed how crouched and compact Blundell looks in his stance? It's something that like really caught my eye.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Blundell, is that it looks similar to how Temba Bavuma bats. He also bats quite compact, and it's just a surprise to me that the South African just missed the trick so badly at the beginning, and I'm just trying to find out what exactly went on there.
This one from Marco Jansen outside off. Blundell takes a big stride and gives it a gentle push into the covers, and they manage to scamper through for a single. Score on 271.5. If you look at the wickets that fell, the top order of South Africa, a lot of them were soft. Three out of the 4 were very soft. Dean Elgar, Chase Money didn't need to. The shot played by Aiden Markram was shocking, and I think I'm being a bit hard and subtle here. And this one is dabbed back do extra cover again, and they manage to scamper through for a single, and they score moves on to 272.5. I'm being a bit hard on Total here. So maybe two out of the four top four they gave their wickets away, and this one turns out to be a no ball by Marco Jansen. So they'll have to ball that one again. The line doesn't move, gents. The line doesn't move.
Oh my gosh. This
As
is hard
Jansen
to
comes in,
take.
angling in two off stump, and Blandell isn't too bothered. Big stride in and a perfect forward defensive. The shot Aiden Markram played was absolutely shocking, and but Sadal Evia got worked out, finding the edge and slip, and the ball that dismissed Rassi Pantis was a peach.
And that's, I can take that.
Yeah, but
I can take a peach of a delivery to dismiss you.
But yeah, I was very even Timber Boomers dismissal was very soft. Just lofting one to mid wicket as Marco Jansen comes in, loping in this one, angled in again, the two off stump, and Blandell gets behind it and blocks it to mid wicket for no run. Score remains 273 for 5 off 77.
We just saw a little bit of a delay there. Blundell looking back to the slip cordon. Looked like there were a few little snarky comments given by Dean Algar and Aiden Markram. Probably just giving them the look of, please, you can talk to me when you stay at the crease for longer than just 10 seconds. So, but
I would have chirped back. I would have chirped that back. Just be like, oh, yeah, I've been here longer than both of you. Come on. At least I know what
talk
the
to
pitch
me
is
when
doing.
you get into the double digits. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, but it's a shocker to see how the South Africans have been performing, and the lamentations that we've been hearing throughout the commentary stints is South Africa just seems to always start slow. Just thinking of the
Duane Olivier comes in outside off, and Nichols edges one, and it goes straight to third slip, caught by Aiden Markram. Apparently the chatter worked.
Oh, you gotta keep roasting the Proteas, otherwise nothing happens. Only when they're in trouble.
We write this team off at our own peril, but I still say that the horses bolted. So maybe a 12 wasn't such a bad roll. Duane Olivier gets the breakthrough, and Nichols did all the hard work, got to 105, and then lost his head. Wasn't able to knuckle down, but still a great innings by him. Really setting up the platform for New Zealand to be this far ahead. With 3.5 days to go, make that 2.5 maybe after tomorrow might be rained out. Which is a good thing for South Africa.
Fair enough. Any wicket is a good thing for South Africa. And one thing that is good for South Africa is just the nature of that delivery. It was full enough to lead, not Blundell, to lead the Nichols into a drive there, and draw out the false shot. Got a thick outside edge and went to the third slip there. So good bowling there. A little bit of movement still here with the old ball. 77.1 overs old. And that brings Colin de Graan home to the crease.
Yeah, 27 matches, 1,207 runs, the average of 38. I would have they exposed the underbelly, the weak underbelly of New Zealand? Because and can the Proteas bowlers take advantage as Duane Olivier comes in, and this one is short of a length and tucks the Grandom up, and it trickles to mid wicket for no run.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that the South Africans really are taking the wickets here, or expose that soft mid belly or underbelly because Nichols did get the century. He's been struggling for form before this game, but he did get the century here. They did drop him multiple times. So you definitely feel the South Africans didn't take the opportunities at the right time to keep themselves in the game. We'll see what happens later on, though.
As one Olympic runs in straight, gets it a bit too straight, and it is worked down to the mid wicket for 3-2 or 2. The score moves on to 276 for 6.
And this is the issue.
Yeah.
And this is the issue, Anis. As soon as the wicket comes, what you need is a pressure on the batter. You need it to be not too straight. It needs to be just outside that off-stump line, that corridor of uncertainty. Get them thinking whether they want to play or leave. But if it's too straight, you're giving them free runs. Too wide, you're giving them free runs. So that consistency lacking.
They just need a couple of inches closer to off-stump and to be in that corridor of uncertainty. You also want to make the batters play. You don't want them leaving everything outside off stump. The ball is doing nothing, and that just gets their eye in. The Proteas bowlers, as Willie P runs in for the fourth ball of this over past the umpire. Now this one a bit straighter, and Blandell gets behind it, and a good defensive shot which trickles away to mid wicket again for no run. They've got to get the batsmen to play, but they've got to keep the lines and lengths consistent as well, so that if the batsmen are going to get runs, they have to work for those runs. The batsman has to come to the bowler in order to get the ball away and not give them any freebies, especially when they're new to the wicket. As the last ball of the over comes in, this one gets a bit of movement, but it's left again by Blandell, straight through to the keeper, no run. And as we have a look at the groupings of balls to Nichols. Oh no, this is a no ball by Willie P. So it's not the end of the over, and the score moves on to 277 for 6. Duan looking at the pitch, asking if the line moved. It didn't move. Tried to give it some more effort there, and he just overstepped. And we're not getting a replay of how big of a no ball it was. Maybe it was just marginal, but he's coming in to try to finish the over now. Past the umpire. This one, a good length outside off. Oh, and nearly caught by Zubair Hamza, but gets to him on the half volley and no run. The score remains 277 for 6 after 78. The lead is 182. If they get 182 is too much for the South African batting lineup, to be honest. I don't think they're going to be able to score more than 50 in the second innings.
More than 50.
250. More than 250.
Oh, I thought you said 50. I was like, whoa, bro.
Yeah,
it gets better to bat on this pitch. It gets better. It's not so green anymore. The pitch is a little bit browner than it was at the beginning of the test match. So there is still a bit of a chance for a bit more cricket. Don't get people leaving here too early, Anis. As we see, yes, KG Rabada coming into the attack here. Now 2 overs away from that new ball. We're still seeing movements, Anis. Do you think that the South Africans are going to take it?
They're going. I would definitely take it. That's why KG's come on because because he's Rabada comes in. This one is a loosener outside off stump with a little bit of movement, and the ground home fishes outside off stump and misses everything. Luckily for him, I think that's why KG's bowling now with an over to go, just to get warmed up. As he comes in for the second ball of the over. This one, short of a length, outside off, and is punched away by the ground home. Timber Bavuma has some running to do. He cleans up, and they take 2. Score moves to 279 for 6, and that one nearly hit the Rassi Pandit in a very awkward.
Got some good hands to prevent that from happening.
Yeah.
And just looking at the deliveries here, the delivery paces, we're seeing, you mentioned earlier, 129 from Kagiso Rabada's previous delivery. You're not seeing the South Africans really crank it up to 140 on a regular basis as we're used to.
Yeah, as KG runs in outside off and left alone by De Gronhoop. Yeah, it's weird. The shorter they bowl, it seems, the ball is having a bit of a tennis ball bounce, so it's slowing up. So the fuller they bowl, the quicker ball comes through, which is telling about how this pitch is playing. And this one again, outside off stump and left alone, straight through to the keeper. As we were saying before, they need to get just a couple of inches closer to off stump to make the ground home play. Do they want to be playing at every want to play at everything? There's a bit of a delay. The ground home is checking. Vandal is checking padding as KG comes in for the fourth ball, and this one outside off stump, and the ground home just plays inside the line. I think that was a play leave shot from the ground home, just playing straight down the line. You could have parked a bus between the bat and the ball. It wasn't due to the movement. He just played it down the wrong line on purpose. As Kagiso Rabada runs in for the last ball of the over, and this one is straighter and tucks him up, but straight to square. But the ball trickles to square leg for no run. The score remains 279 for 6 of the 79, and they're having a drinks break. 1 over before the new ball is due. So I think that KG's next over is going to be with a bright red cherry.
Maybe, possibly, but we'll have to see. Going on with the conversation that we're having, the discussion about those paces, you'd sort of expect that with a slower pace, there'd be a little bit more control from the South African bowling. But not only are we seeing excessive new balls, we're also seeing wayward deliveries, not a consistent line, whether they're choosing to adopt a straight line or one outside off stump. It doesn't seem to be very consistent, if you catch my meaning.
Yeah. It's also, as I've been saying, they're not getting they're not able to build enough pressure on the batters, so they haven't been able to keep, even though they haven't been taking wickets, they also haven't been able to keep them quiet. And I think that is something that needs to be looked at, because if they're not taking wickets, they should be able to keep them quiet and build their pressure up, but they're giving them a freebie every over, and then no balls really don't help their cause.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Anisan. As much as New Zealand have done well, Henry Nicholls has done well to get that century. You do sort of feel that they weren't really put under a real amount of pressure from the South African bowling attack. And if you're a neutral just watching this game, you probably feel the South Africans just didn't come to the party. And if you're sitting in the South African camp, you're probably wondering what could be done here just to bring the South Africans to this game, because it looks like they're still in South Africa at the moment.
Yeah, they seem a bit flat this entire game. I think, as I said, just before I was Janssen and Steele, but really brought things back, kept it tight, and then but the horse had already bolted. There's no pressure on New Zealand right now, because there's so much time left in this game. They can really just grind out bat for time, and knowing in the back of their heads that the chances of them losing from this point is basically slim to none. So they've done the batters. The batters have done their bit. First ensure don't do. So there's going to be a lot of soul searching to be done with the South African batting lineup.
Yeah, true. Really leaving their bowlers out there in the slaughter, and only 4 bowlers to be slaughtered. Dean hasn't turned to anyone but Marco Jansen, Glenson Steedman, Kagiso Rabada, and Duan Olivier. And do you think that's a good move here from the South African captain, or do you think he's sort of missing a trick, not giving himself the ball, not giving Aiden Markram a ball? We don't see Keshav Maharaj, sorry.
Yeah, as Duan Olivier comes in for the first ball of the over outside off stump and left alone by Blundell. Yeah, I felt that at the beginning of the game already that there was a bowler short. And even though South Africa played an extra batsman, they lost their last 5 wickets for 10 runs. So that experiment really didn't work. The balance of the team was a bit off as Olivier comes in for the second ball of the over. This one outside off stump and left alone by Blundell again. The score remains 279 6. And they don't. And as you were saying, Dean Elgar hasn't gone to the spinning option because you don't know what you're going to get since the spinners in the team or the guys that can bowl are really, really part-time bowlers. As Willifield comes in for the third ball of the over. And this one is a bit straighter and just passes the outside edge as Blundell plays a poor defensive, but misses it. Yeah. That was
close.
Oh, that was a Jeff. that one moved. That was a good ball.
Whew.
That was a very good ball. If they're moving,
nice.
if they're moving the old ball like this with the three balls left for the new ball, what's the new ball going to do? As well, if it comes in for the fourth ball, and this one is outside off stump, a little bit closer, and Blundell does have to play at this one, and he gets behind it, and it dribbles away for no run.
If they're moving the old ball like this, don't you feel that the new ball will have too much movement?
That's gonna be insane.
All that the South African bowlers need is control, though. They need to put in the right places, otherwise it doesn't matter.
Just sorry, quickly, my computer blocked. So I am going to be a bit behind again. If you can take up a bit.
Okay, Duan Olivier coming right arm over. This one is a half volley outside off stump and driven through the covers by Tom Blundell. It's almost running all the way to the boundary. It tickles all the way there, even despite Zubair Hamza's valiant efforts to try keep that in. 4 runs for Tom Blundell. Exactly what the doctor ordered here to take New Zealand to 283 now for 6.
There was a juicy half volley, played it on the up, and opened the face of the bat. It was a fantastic shot. By the way, I rolled an 18, so maybe things are looking up.
The only way things are looking up, or the only way we could come back from here is a 20. It has to be a 20. Roll 2 dice. It has to be.
Olivier coming in for the last ball of the over. This one is straighter and is clipped off of pads, clipped off the pads by Blundell, and it is worked out by for a single. Score moves to 284 6 after 8 overs. There's going to be 1 ball with the old ball. Oh no, they're going to take it now. They've called for it. Keshav Maharaj is on the field having a chat with Dean Elgar, maybe applying. Get contact fell out. Sorry, it's Carl Verena. It's Carl Verena. Sorry.
Keshav Maharaj and Carl Verena looking the same. New Zealand on 284 for 6. They're very much in control. Tom Blundell is at the crease. He's on 20 or 44. And Colin de Grandhomme 5 off 8. With 4 wickets in hand, a lead of 189. You definitely feel that New Zealand will continue their streak here at Christchurch, or their winning record here, still undefeated here at Christchurch.
It seems as if Kagiso Rabada still has the old ball in hand. So maybe he's going to do 1 ball with the old ball. And this one is outside off stump and it's alone by Blundell. Blundell's in now. He's 45 balls into his innings. He is in. He's probably seeing it like a beach ball. And so that chance of getting him early is gone. I would now think that South Africa are going to want to focus at bowling at the Gronko.
Still a potential wicket share as KG Rabada comes. This one is full
Oh.
and straight. It's driven onto the onside. And mid-on does the fielding there. Duan Olifira seems to be reeling
Commitment.
after diving for that one, but loving the commitment, as you said, Anis.
And he saved one. So, yeah, coaches around the world are going to be happy.
I think that's what the South Africans need, just to show a little bit of heart as we see the new ball being
it's so
taken
shiny.
here. It is quite shiny. That looks like a
fresh
very,
cooker-
very sweet cherry.
Is it fresh kookaburra or are they playing with the dew?
I was literally about to ask. They're probably playing with a kookaburra here. I believe the Dukes are only used in the West Indies and
And
England. As this one, a good length delivery outside off
Whoa.
stump, played off the back foot. A good defensive shot there. 3 slips and a gully here. So South Africans will
Wolves-
definitely be keen to get some movement here. We're just seeing it being spun in the hands of Sadal Arvia, the ball.
Hey, so why hasn't he bowled? You want to spin the ball?
Sadal Arvia. Right arm over Kagiso Rabada. It's a good length. It's a bounce off a good length as well. Played off the back foot, dotted down to the offside. Temba Bavuma at point will do the fielding as they take a single. 285 for 6 after
I would-
80.4.
I would have chirped him then. Oh, you want to spin the ball now? Now you want to spin the ball? Oh, okay.
Now you want.
Now you
We
want
just changed the ball. Can't change it back now. The lead 190 as Kagiso Rabada comes in. 3 slips a gully. Backward, up man at point. Temba Bavuma is this one. Down that corridor of uncertainty, still gun barrel straight, so not seeing a lot of movement there as Colin de Gronholm just shoulders arms this to Calv Rain, no run.
Yeah, I don't want to see South Africa wasting the new ball again. They need to get the New Zealanders playing and stuff. Even if it's just defensive shots, just getting them to play at something instead of leaving.
To end up the over, Kagiso Rabada, a full delivery on the pads, clipped to the leg side to the man at square leg for no run. 285 for 6 after 81 overs. The lead now 190 in the first innings. It's quite a mammoth lead here, especially considering South Africa's 95 all out in the first innings. What can be done here, Anis, by the South Africans, besides obviously taking wickets, getting New Zealand out as soon as possible? How would they be setting up their brains to tackle this challenge?
Dean Elgar and Charlie need to bet the time. And
Duan Olifir with a beautiful Yorker dug out straight to the man at mid-off for no run. There's a mid-off point, 3 slips and a gully for Olifir as well on the offside.
yeah, Dean Elgar is really backed Sorrel Evia in the rematch comments, saying that Sorrel Evia is able to bat well time. So I think that opening stand needs to, even if it doesn't go for too many runs, then it's time is what South Africa have to control right now. So even if they're batting for 3 sessions for 150, that would be perfect for them.
Good length delivery by Duan Olifir, a little bit straighter, whipped off the hips to the man coming in from square leg. No run taken there. Tom Blundell still on 21. Square leg and mid on the onside in the circle.
Good to see. I see that one is not really banging it in as he normally or how he used to. So
a full delivery, another half volley,
shot.
Punch down the ground, beaten the man at mid-off. All that everybody else can do is just watch with their hands crossed as Rassie van der Dussen chases leather all the way to the mid-off boundary. 285 now for 6 after that beautiful drive.
one trying the scrambled seam, and this one, I don't understand that with the brand new ball. Going for the scrambled seam when a new ball should be swinging a lot more seam up.
A fuller delivery outside off stump, or a full length, a good length delivery outside off stump, blocked on the front foot. No run, still 289 for 6. The lead 194.
Yeah, I've noticed that Duan's new ability since coming back from England is that he's not bowling a heavy ball anymore. The way he used to in his youth when he was the bone collector.
Yeah, against Pakistan. I can remember that series. This delivery on that leg stump line, whipped off the pads to the man at square leg, at mid wickets for no run, still 289 for 6. This pitch doesn't really offer as much bounce. So we've been talking about, or I think you even mentioned it, how the pitch sort of slows up, and by the time it gets the batter, it's a whole lot slower. So it sort of just hangs in the air. Yeah, tennis ball bounce, as you said. Don't only feed last delivery. This one down the leg side, whipped off the hips all the way down to a vacant fine leg region. Kagiso Rabada coming into sweep to no avail. Another boundary as New Zealand moved to 293 for 6. 198 the lead now. Jeepers, that's huge.
Getting the line wrong, especially when it is a 6-3 offside field, is an issue.
What's the plan, Anise? What is the plan? I don't know what it is.
I'm gonna bowl short where there are no fielders, and I'm gonna get worked. It's gonna be a surprise. It's going to be a surprise instead of keeping it tight off stump, just outside both your field. I'm starting to feel that there is no plan.
Oh, Kagiso Rabada with a half volley, driven, punched off the front foot on the up by Colin de Grano. Another boundary here.
That was a shot. You wait, hold on, wait.
Yes.
I got a 2.
Boy.
I got a 2.
No. There's nothing Dungeons and Dragons dice can do here.
Nah.
South Africans just getting punished down the ground here. It wasn't really that much of a half volley, but it was literally in the slots. De Grano didn't have to do too much to just drive this on the up. This one on the leg stump, whipped off the pads down to long leg for a single. 298 now for 6 after 82 overs. Guys.
203. Yeah, that shot by De Grano. Look, I have no problem with KG pitching it up and getting the batter to drive. He's got 3 slips and a gully.
A big appeal here from Kagiso Rabada, as it looks like it might have taken the outside edge. An LBW appeal, but it actually hit the pad as it lolled up into the air. Dean Algar saying it's too high, so not going to send this one up. Just for a pitch that doesn't bounce, there's a lot of deliveries just too high to be LBW.
Up. Yeah, that was a bit high, and it was going down.
That one rearing up off a good length. Blundell playing it late under his eyes. He has to jump to get on top of that ball. He's still on 29 as this is played to the offside for no run.
That ball looked like a surprise. Aiden Markram was like, I would have gone on.
No, Anise. Stop it. You're hurting my feelings.
We have to...
Kagiso Rabada with a body ball here, pitching in line with off stump, going towards that leg stump, but off a back of a leg delivery. So
him up
struggling to get that away. Agreed. And that's the type of bowling we want to see, as you see Tim Dale Ace. He's here with us now. How's it, Tim?
How's it, guys? How's it? All good.
Awesome.
Otto,
Awesome. Kagiso Rabada coming
guys,
in. Last delivery.
maybe
As
of the
this one a good length. Blocked by Blundell for no run. That ends the 83rd over. 298 for 6. And I believe we're going to have a commentary change here. So from myself and Anissa, sayonara.
Yes, guys. Good luck. Take some wickets first.
Thank you. Will do.
Morning, Otto.
Morning, Tim. I would say good morning, but I'm hesitant to do so. It doesn't look like
That's why I said morning.
Doesn't look like it's been a good morning for South Africa. 83 overs gone, 30 extras bowled, 298, 3 wickets in the day. Second new ball in the hands of Glenton Steerman now. He's coming in to the right-handed Colin de Grandhomme and sends this one down the leg side. I think that's no, that's not even. That's a wide in test. That's almost a wide in test cricket.
Almost.
Yeah. How have you been, Tim?
All good. Yeah, despite the cricket, all good.
Despite the cricket, it's been a tough day for South African fans. A good one for New Zealand. Steerman into the Grandhomme. This one is on a middle stump line, and it is just hoiked by the Grandhomme over fine leg for a 6. And he moves on to 16 now. Blundell is there with him, the wicketkeeper.
Magnificent shot. Magnificent shot there from Colin de Grandhomme. It was short, but he's a very powerful fellow. And could underneath it and bludgeoned it more than anything over the boundary.
Yeah, and Steerman with his head in his hands, as many South African fans would be at this point. He comes in now, 3 slips and on the leg stump, down the leg stump line. Almost the same shot played by de Grandhomme, but just pulled out of it through to the keeper for no run. The score now passing 304 for 6. New Zealand's 300.
They don't like giving to Grandhomme width. That's fairly obvious because he likes to attack the bowler. So they try not to give him width. The problem is Steerman is too much leg side.
So in the 84th over, New Zealand passed the 300 mark. De Grandhomme flicks this one off his pads on a leg stump line from Steerman, and it goes to backward square leg for 4 runs. So that's 10 runs off the over so far by de Grandhomme. He's on 20. And just looking down at the pitch, which looks very innocuous at the moment. New ball in the hands of Glenton Steerman. Just sending that one onto the leg stump and through to square leg.
Yeah, it's not the sort of bowling that you want to see with a new ball. You want to see accuracy and consistency, which we saw yesterday from Steerman, but it's been very wayward.
Yeah, another one onto the leg stump. This one is a bit finer. Goes through to fine leg for a single by de Grandhomme, who's on 21 now. Score moves on to 309 for 6. And Steerman has 1 delivery left in the 84th over. He's got a frown on his face, so he's not happy with his bowling either. So that's a good sign. Nichols is there. Blundell, excuse me. Nichols was dismissed just before I came on air. Blundell is there with de Grandhomme on 29. Steerman is into Blundell now. 3 slips in. This one also down the leg side and through to the fine leg boundary for 4. Not sure if that was a leg by. I think it caught a little bit of bat. And Steerman is wasting the new ball here. The second new ball taken
It was
South Africa.
It was leg buys. just a really poor over there from Sturman. 15 off the over. You'd be happy if you saw that kind of runs in a T20. Too much leg side. But I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to tuck up the batsman, particularly to Grandholm. But Sturman got it horribly wrong. For a man who was, if not necessarily threatening yesterday, he was quite consistent. That was anything but consistent in that particular over.
313 for 6 as Rabada continues now to the Grandholm. This one on a leg stump line, shortish delivery, and there's no run. 3 slips in. So if you're going to attack the leg stump, why do you have 3 slips in?
And if you're gonna do that, that's a middle leg. You've got to have your fine leg very fine.
Yeah, this one by Rabada into the Grandholm, just defended off middle stump. They go through for a single as the ball goes down to mid-on region. And it's 314 now for 6. The lead is 219. So New Zealand looking to bat once here, which is exactly what you want. Win the toss, put the opposition in, get them out, and then bat for days. Rabada right arm over to the right-handed, the Grandholm, who leaves this one outside off stump through to the keeper for no run.
That's much more the line that you should be bowling if you're going to have 3 slips. Blundell's look quite good, but you want it to coming forward. It's still a new ball. Rabada, our premier fast bowler, that's the line that should be bowling.
No, it feels like he's coming off a shorter run-up as Rabada, as this one is defended outside off stump by Blundell for no run. Blundell on 29. The Grandholm is on to 22. 314 for 6, a lead of 219 in the 85th over. 2 balls to go.
I think it's fair to say Rabada has been well off his best in both these days of this test match. It's almost like he's bowling within himself.
This one is short, outside off stump and hooked by Blundell down to square leg, and they'll only get a single there. And that's 315 now for 6. So trying the surprise delivery is Rabada with the short ball there, but Blundell well on top of that one.
Didn't mind that, I don't mind it because, as you say, it was a surprise delivery. You've been pitching it up for most of the over.
Rabada to the Grandholm outside off stump and just defended back down the pitch. End of the 85th over, 315 for 6. Yeah, that's there is a fine leg in there for the top edge for that surprise delivery. We saw Steerman doing that. I saw Steerman doing that yesterday, trying to bowl short on this pitch, and it didn't look like it worked. That delivery by Rabada also didn't really look threatening.
Yeah. New Zealand at the last 5 overs have scored 31 runs. That tells you exactly how South Africa have bowled the last 5 overs. Over 6 and over.
No, and the last 10, 51 for 1. As Steerman is in, still in the attack, and hopefully he gets his line and length sorted out. He's got that Vernon Philander look about him and that type of pace, but he doesn't have that type of accuracy at the moment. So let's see what he does with this next delivery. He comes into Blundell. This one is good line, decent length on off stump, just defended by Blundell, who's on 30 and there's no run. That's much better from Steerman. Good seam position, pitching on off stump, hitting middle and leg. Let's see what he can do with this new ball.
Yeah, the
Went
first
to
couple of
20 in his
balls
last
is much
over.
better. You wanted to bowl outside the off stump.
Yeah, lead is 220 now. Steerman into Blundell. This one is off a leading edge by Blundell into the ground. He tries to steer this one to the onside, and there's no run. 315 for 6. 3 balls to go in the 86th over. Lead, as I said, 220. Blundell on 30. The ground home at the non-strikers end on 22. And Steerman has got 1 wicket for 78. He's bowling his 23rd over. Comes in now. This one is driven very nicely through the covers by Blundell. What a glorious shot. Extra cover boundary. Hits the rope. 4 runs. 319 for 6. New Zealand pouring the hand sanitizer into the paper cuts of South Africa.
One thing that Blundell has done exceptionally well at this innings is when the South African bowlers have bowled a fraction wide and a fraction full, which that delivery was, he has punished it. From a moral point of view, I'm glad he's going for the drives, but he's punished those deliveries that are just at a half volley length. They're not that bad, but he's got on top of it and he's made sure that it's gone for 4.
Steerman into Blundell once again. This one is on middle and leg, just defended out to extra cover, and they take a quick single. 320 for 6. 1 ball to go in the 86th over, and the lead is 225. De Grandhomme on strike. He's on 22. Blundell moves on to 35.
And with that delivery, Steerman overcompensates because it's going for 4 outside the off stump. Tries to bowl straight into the stumps, and Blundell gets an easy single. So Blundell's doing it perfectly.
On to leg stump goes Steerman. Down to fine leg goes the Grandhomme, and it's fielded by Rabada at the fine leg boundary. And they will come back for... no, that was just a single.
2. It's 2 runs.
2 runs. Oh, bastards. So the score moves on to 322 for 6. 227 run lead for New Zealand. Grandhomme on to 24. And Blundell will be on strike on 35.
22
so the second
runs.
new ball.
Yeah, I was going to say 22 runs off Steerman's last 2 overs.
That is absolutely shocking. And the last 10 overs, 53 for 1, 5.3 runs an over. And the current run rate nudging up to 3.7, almost 4 runs an over in this innings. As Rabada goes over the wicket to Blundell, who leaves this one alone, no run. Start of the 87th over.
You sort of got the impression that once Olafere had removed Latham, that things might open up for South Africa, as we said yesterday, with a slightly weakened lower middle order for New Zealand. But the complete opposite has happened, as we have just spoken about.
3 slips and a gully, backward point. Rabada to Blundell, who just bounces up and plays this square cover drive off the back foot. It's collected now by Bavuma, and they come back for 2.
Yeah.
2
Too
runs
short.
there. 3.
Yeah,
3
2
runs. Yeah,
3.
3 runs there. So exploiting the gaps in the field there very nicely was Blundell, the wicketkeeper for New Zealand. And the Grandhomme is on strike facing Kagiso Rabada. The score moves on to 325 for 6. The lead is 230. The Grandhomme on 24. Rabada comes over the wicket. 2 slips and a gully. And this one outside of stump, just defended into the ground. 2 backward point, no run.
That's the 50-run partnership between these two. 52 runs or 56 balls. So just about run a ball.
That is excellent work from these two batters for New Zealand. And it's one of the highest partnerships. I think it's the second best one. Looking at those stats, Rabada into the Grandhomme, defended on off-stump line, back down the pitch, no run. So this is very nicely done here by New Zealand, making South Africa look more and more ordinary as the day drags on. Only 3 wickets down for South Africa in the day so far. Second new ball taken, and the second new ball is just pinging off the bat to the boundary. Rabada into the Grandhomme on leg stump, flicked off his pads to square leg. They're coming back for the second run. No, they go turn that down. No second run there. 326 for 6. 231 run lead, and Blundell now on strike on 30. The Grandhomme on to 25.
Colin de Grandhomme now has 300 runs on this ground, averaging over 46.
Rabada with the last ball of the 87th over, left alone by de Grandhomme outside off stump, through to the keeper, no run. 326 for 6, 87 overs gone. Lead is 231. Now, as you said, 50-run partnership there, 53 runs now off 9.5 overs at 5.3 runs an over. Nichols with an excellent 100 there, 105. And South Africa, I was thinking just before I came on air, maybe South Africa should just stand around in an open field for 2 days before they start playing Test cricket, just to get themselves into the game, because they're in a Test match now, and hopefully when they get a chance to bat, sooner rather than later, as a South African fan, they'll be up for it. Glenton Steerman continues, start of the 88th over, full on off stump line, driven to mid off, no run, 2 slips in, gully, cover, extra cover, mid off is there, and the Grandhomme is. It looks like New Zealand is now just cashing in as much as they can, trying to see how far they can stretch this lead, which is 231 runs at the moment. 326 for 6. The Grandhomme on 25. Steerman comes in, nice length, outside off stump, angling into the off stump of the right-hander, and just defended back down the pitch. No run.
Well, you're absolutely right, but the thing is, they've been able to do that without playing a shot in anger. That's the most concerning thing. We know de Grandhomme is a big hitter of the ball in the white ball cricket, but he hasn't had to do that, and they're still going at 6 and over.
Yeah, Steerman in again, full outside off stump. I like this length that Steerman is bowling here. 2 slips in a gully in. De Grandhomme just defends that to mid off, and that it forces the batter to play. He can't play too much of an expansive shot to those types of deliveries. It's on his stumps, so if he tries to play a shot in anger, he might get the outside edge, he might let it go through the gate. So that's much better here from Steerman as far as I'm concerned. Another one, nice and full. This one, thick outside edge past the gully, and it goes down to the third man region. They come through for 2. So the first runs off the over there, the 4th delivery of the over, and it's 328 for 6 now.
You are right.
It's a bit, the 88th.
It is a better over from Steerman, but this is where he should be bowling. If you've got a new ball, you've got to bowl to your slip fielders, and he hasn't been doing that prior to this over.
Oh, this one is a bit too full on middle stump, flicked off his pads by the Grand Home to deep mid wicket, and they come back for a second. I don't mind that. You miss I hit type of lines, and much better from Stuurman in this over. He's conceded 89 runs now. He's bowling his 24th over. So he's gone at just over 3.5 runs an over so far, taking 1 wicket. Clinton Stuurman. In again on off stump, just defended. There's some indecision as the ball goes to mid wicket for no run. And at the end of the 88th over, 330 for 6. And the Grand Home on 29. Blundell is there with him on 38 of 70 balls. Tom Blundell, the wicketkeeper batsman, both of them right-handed. Here from the Hadley Oval in Christchurch, New Zealand, the first test of South Africa's 2-test tour. Lots of test championship points on offer here with only the 2 tests, so 60 points per test match. New Zealand well in control, controlling the flow of the game at the moment. They are dictating to South Africa what's going to happen next. Rabada in short, outside off stump, and Blundell tries the hook shot, and it's through to the keeper Verreynne for no run. 330 for 6.
Yeah, good bounce at that. So one bowler in the South African team that could possibly get that extra bounce on a wicket like this, and he bangs it in.
Yeah, Rabada bowling his 27th over. This one is again short, outside off stump. Swivel pull shot there from Blundell. He goes through for a single. Down to backward square leg, and it's 331 for 6. Lead of 236 for New Zealand. The Grand Home will now face Rabada. The Grand Home on 29. Rabada bowling his 27th over. He's conceded 85 runs so far, 3.2 runs an over. Comes past the umpire. Over the wicket to the right-hander. This one jags back off the pitch. Just past the off stump. Left alone by the Grand Home. No run. 331 for 6. Ooh, that one, that looked a bit threatening, a little bit more. But this pitch doesn't have that pace off the wicket that you want if you're going to go short.
No, that's why it should not be a ball that South Africa should go to. But they've gone to too much. That's certainly been the case. They've been too
Back
short
of a leg.
generally.
On middle and leg, just defended into the onside by the Grand Home for 2. He goes to 31. 333 for 6. Lead now of 241 runs. 239 runs, excuse me. So triple Nelson, Rabada over the wicket to the Grand Home. This one is an inside edge and beats Verreynne on the left-hand side as he dives to his left. And it goes down to the backstop boundary for 4. And that was an excellent delivery by Rabada. Seam up, through the gate, inside edge, over middle stump. And so easily could have been into the hands of the wicketkeeper onto the stumps. Verreynne just about 10 or so centimeters too short to catch that. But that was an excellent delivery by Rabada, getting the inside edge and beating the batsman there for 4 runs. Onto the stumps now and flicked out to square leg for a single. And the score moves on to 338 for 6 at the end of the 89th over. Geez, that was close.
That particular delivery was the first, shall we say, half chance that New Zealand have given in this partnership. Prior to that, it's been plain sailing for these two. But as you say, if that was a more faint edge, shall we say, less thick, then they might have given Verena a chance to get across to it. But it was a good delivery, no doubt.
Partnership now, 65 runs off 12 overs. As we see, will Steerman continue? Yes, Steerman continues. 2 slips in over the wicket to de Grandhomme, who defends this one on leg stump. No run, down to mid-on. So de Grandhomme is there on 36. With him is, and it's 36 of 35 balls. So since Latham's wicket was taken by Olivier, de Grandhomme has come in and scored at a lovely rate here for New Zealand. He faces Clinton Steerman now. This one is outside of stump and driven beautifully through extra cover. Very nicely done by de Grandhomme. 4 runs, 342 for 6. Good shot there by Colin de Grandhomme.
Yeah. Again, when there is just a fraction of width, the New Zealand batsmen have punished those deliveries. It's made things very, very difficult for the South African bowlers. But it's a beautiful shot there from Grandhomme. Got across the ball beautifully.
Good seam position by Clinton Steerman. This one is full on leg stump, flicked off his pads by de Grandhomme, and it zings over the beautiful green carpet of the Hadley Oval in Christchurch for 4 runs. Just pinged off the bat there. 44 runs for de Grandhomme, 346 for 6. And de Grandhomme is rollicking along.
Once again, the bowler overcompensating, going for 4 through cover, bowling in at the leg stump and getting punished onto the square boundary at the leg side. Overcompensating rather than sticking with the consistent line and length.
Yeah, this one's back of a length on off stump and just bunted down into the ground to mid-wicket for 1 run and 347 for 6. De Grandhomme with a very nice limited overs innings here. 45 he's got now of 38 with 5 fours and a 6. It's strike rate of 118.4. So almost 7 runs and over, I think. Anyway, 348 for 6. Steerman into Blundell now, who's on 29. Defends this one off his pads to square leg for a single. And it's 348 for 6. 1 ball to go in the 90th over. The lead is over 250 now. 253. De Grandhomme back on strike on 45. Tom Blundell also up to 40. South Africa looking clueless.
Yeah, it's been a real chastening session for the South Africans.
Oh, this one beats the outside edge by Steerman. Squares up Blundell a little bit and just not finding the edge there. That was a very good delivery by Steerman. Much better there. That's where you want the ball to be.
That's where you bowl.
Hard and new. Yeah. That's how you bowl. Yeah.
That's where you bowl. And unfortunately for South Africa, they just have not been consistent enough. Either of the fast bowlers. They've been too erratic throughout both these days. They bowled a couple of good balls, but every over there's been that 4 ball.
Yeah, no, it's not ideal at all. So let's see if we can take a wicket here. 10 minutes or so to go before tea, and exactly what Bavuma is saying. Let's get Aiden Markram on into the attack with the new ball.
Or rather, Dean Elgar, the captain.
Oh, is Elgar the captain? Oh, I get confused. All right, sorry. Correction there. Thank you, Tim. Elgar is saying, let's get a wicket here. Let's see what we can do here to get a wicket. As Aiden Markram goes over the wicket with 1 slip into Blundell. no run, full on middle and off stump. Flighted there a little bit. So sign of where South Africa are at the moment. This one is full on middle and leg, just flicked out to mid-wicket where Bavuma is fielding for no run. Start of the 91st over, 348 for 6, lead of 253. This one is full on off stump. Blundell comes down the wicket, plays this down to mid-on for a single, 349 for 6. 254 is the lead.
The last time New Zealand played here, I'll come to you after this delivery.
Markram over the wicket to de Grandhomme, and he flicks this one back to the bowler for no run. Tried to play it to the onside, no run.
The last test was played that New Zealand played here, they made 521. So rather ominous signs for South Africa.
Markram back of a length now on off stump. Just flicked out to the onside to square leg for no run. 1 ball to go in the 91st over, 349 for 6. Lead of 254. De Grandhomme facing Markram, who comes over the wicket now. Full. This one is flicked up in the air, down to long on and caught by Marco Jansen. That is exactly what Dean Algar wanted there. Get me a wicket, Markram. And Markram says, there you go, Cap. Flicked off of his toes there as he came down the wicket. De Grandhomme sends this one down to long on, and Marco Jansen catches it going down onto his knees, and Vragtag Markram takes a wicket. Can you believe it?
Reminiscent of the South African innings. Very soft dismissal for de Grandhomme. He did his job, you could argue, making 45 or 42 deliveries. But he'll be disappointed with the fashion that he got out. Even though New Zealand are miles ahead of the game.
91 overs gone, 349 for 7. So let's see if Blundell kept his wits about him as he is joined at the wicket now by Jameson. And
I think you might see a difference in approach going forward for New Zealand. They've got 250 on the board. You might find that once they get to 300, they'll be very happy, and they won't mind from now on taking a few risks and really putting the pressure on the South African attack rather than just playing normal cricket. You might find that they might be a bit more attacking.
Yes, here we go. Let's see what New Zealand can do here. How aggressive are they going to be? Because they've got license now. I mean, they no pressure at all. It's all about saving face and damage limitation here for South Africa, just to see if they can limit how much they need to score before they're in front. Kyle Jameson with an average of 25 faces Marco Jansen, who's into the attack, left arm over the wicket. So the batsman did cross as that ball went flying through the air, and that puts Kyle Jameson on strike to Marco Jansen, who's replacing, I think that would have been Rabada that he replaced. Or was it Steerman? Either one of those two. Let's see. I'll check for you in a moment here. So he's replacing Steerman. And Jameson plays this one to get off the mark. And the score moves on to 350 up for New Zealand in the 92nd over. Blundell now on strike to the left-handed Marco Jansen over the wicket. The lead is 255. Blundell on 41. Marco Jansen with 2 slips in. This one is pitching on leg stump to the right-hander. Defended back down the pitch, no run. So 2 slips and a gully in for Marco Jansen. 350 for 7.
South Africa will be looking to get an extra wicket before the tea break, just to give them a bit of a confidence boost.
This one is short, and Blundell tries to hook it and cops one onto the body. Not sure where that struck him, but he's down on his back in front of his stumps. No run. He's on 41.
I think it's
here where that ball went.
It's hit him with the region we don't talk about.
The upper inner thigh. So yeah, just to the right of the
crown jewels
of the so on the right upper thigh, and he's just collecting himself, preparing to face Marco Jansen again. So the short ball once again by South Africa, and the ball not getting up as much as Blundell thought it would. Tried to play the pull shot there, and the ball just hitting him on the right leg. As Marco Jansen comes in round the wicket now to Blundell, who defends this one outside off stump for no run into the covers. So no permanent damage there for Blundell. So that was just below the hip flexor. So wasn't right in the middle of his body. So it wasn't really that bad, but still painful. Marco Jansen round the wicket to Blundell on off stump, defends this one to mid-on for no run. So 92 overs gone, 350 for 7, and Blundell on 41, Kyle Jamieson on 1.
That was easily South Africa's best over in the last half hour by some distance. Marco Jansen kept his lines and legs tidy, restricted New Zealand, made sure that they didn't get any free runs, which we've seen an awful lot of at the last half an hour from South Africa.
A single and a welt on the upper thigh of Blundell, of Tom Blundell, so that's good. The last 10 overs have yielded 57 for 1. As Markram now continues over the wicket to Kyle Jamieson, defends this one to the mid-off region for no run, where it's fielded by Markram himself. He's got a slip in, and the golden arm. Well, I'll tell you what, he better bowl well, Markram, because his batting isn't keeping him in the side. This one is full, driven straight back to the bowler by Jamieson, no run. 2 balls gone in the 93rd over, 350 for 7, 255 run lead for New Zealand, 257 run lead, here we go, 250 run lead. This one is turned off his hips by Kyle Jamieson down to fine leg, and Dwan Olivier will just collect that on the boundary, running after it. They take 2 runs, and Jamieson moves on to 3. The score goes to 352 for 7. Strain and his length there.
Yeah, it wasn't a good ball, but a very good piece of fielding from Olivier. The situation is dire for South Africa, but it's very good to see that kind of commitment by the fast bowler.
Markram onto the off stump. Kyle Jamieson defending off his front foot. Back down the pitch. No run. 352 for 7. 2 balls to go in the 93rd over. Jamieson is on 3, facing Aidan Markram. Right arm over the wicket to... No, right. Round the wicket now to the right-hander. This one is lifted off his pads by Kyle Jamieson. 2 bounces, 4 runs down to long on. Good shot there by Kyle Jamieson. That is what the part-time spinner would expect.
That's
Jameson delivers.
which exactly you make a very good point there. They had a team plug on for the Grandhound, but they don't have one for Jamison. I don't really understand that ploy. That would have gone straight down Deep Lagon's throat.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. 93rd over, 1 ball to go. Markram around the wicket to Jamison. This time he defends this ball on off stump, down the wicket, no run.
At the way
that's
Markram,
exactly where he got the wicket.
yeah, at the way Markram responded tells you that they missed a trick there. And that's tea.
Time for tea. And it will be a commentary change as well. After this, we will have, let's see, who's up next?
I'm back.
Are you staying on?
Yeah, yes. So the session is
it will be
121 runs for 3 wickets. Session and that is 121 for 3.
Jeez, that's
all right.
What can you say?
Yeah.
We'll take a tea break. Thank you so much for listening, everybody. Do tweet us in. I'm sure Tim and Tsepo will have some time for your tweets. Biggest first innings deficit, says Tim. Says Chris Tyndale, Bisco here. Biggest first inning deficit overcome to win for South Africa was 188 versus Australia in 2011. And by any team was 331 by England versus Pakistan in 2006. And Chris comes back and he says, ignore the fact that England were awarded the win after Pakistan refused to play. So South Africa are in a hole. They need to get out of it. They're not in a hole. They're in a well. They're in a mine shaft. Thank you so much for listening. Tea break now. We'll go silent, I think. And then we'll be back after tea with Tim and Tsepo on the air. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, yes, Tim. Yes, it's TNT in the mornings. Get your coffee because we're bringing the tea. And guys, this tea is hot, but it's not hot for South Africa. Tim, hopefully you're doing better than the South Africans at the moment.
All good, man. All good, yeah. Frustrated with the cricket, but I'm all good.
I can't believe I've at like 4 o'clock in the morning to watch us get bull-liared in New Zealand. So honestly, it's not how I want to spend a Friday morning.
No, not the way you want to start a weekend, but it is where we are, unfortunately.
That's a fact. And if you're a New Zealand supporter, this is probably perfect for you. Colin de Grandhomme did some damage, scored 45 runs before being taken out by the part-time spinner, or more than a part-time spinner now, because you'd feel that the spin that he bowls keeps him in the side. Aiden Markram getting Colin de Grandhomme. We're seeing that Marco Jansen will be starting proceedings here after tea. He has 2 slips of gully, a deep backward point, deep square leg, mid off, mid on, and a cover. It's coming left arm over to Blundell, angled in towards that off stump. Shoulders, arms there as New Zealand still remain on 356 for 7 after that leave.
I think you might find that this session, New Zealand might take things into overdrive. Particularly the Jamison there, if he can stay in, it could be a bloodbath.
Marco Jansen, left arm around the wicket here. This one pitching very full and in line with that off stump for the right-hander. Blocked for no run, still 41. Tom Blundell is on, and as you said, Kyle Jamieson, non-strikers end on 7, the lead 261. And couldn't agree with you more, Tim. 93.2 overs into the game, the lead 261. You have nothing to lose at this point, honestly. So yeah, go hit it hard as Mark Jansen comes around the wicket again. This one blocked for no run, still 356 for 7.
Yeah, it's been a chastening 2 days for South Africa. Everything they've done, they've got wrong. The batting wrong, the fielding wrong. The bowling lines and links have also been wrong for large parts.
This one, shorter length delivery, further outside the off stump here, giving Blundell a lot of room. He tries to cut at this, but missed it. All ends up. Still no run, as New Zealand 365 for 7. And Tim, you're saying, oh yeah, continue, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, bit fortunate to get away with that one. That was short and wide and asking to be punished.
Now, Blundell not looking too aggressive, scoring his 41 off 84 deliveries, so scoring under 50. This one, a half volley outside the off stump, driven straight to the man at mid-off, Glenton Steedman, who has a little bit of a misfield, a fumble, to give Blundell a single. 357 now, with 1 ball of the over left.
I wonder if his bowling performance today is playing on his mind.
Tim, how could it not? Yes. Yeah. He's been spraying it around, has Glenton Steedman. Sorry for interrupting, but yeah, I just feel I need to lament. This man got me up to watch this. Good length delivery from Marco Jansen. It jumped off a length. Kyle Jamieson ducked under that as it sailed over the off stump. To end the 94th over, 357 for 7.
Just on that, there are similarities between him and Dane Patterson. Both have got exceptional records in domestic cricket in South Africa. Both probably both did deserve their test caps. But at this level, it's still early days for Sturman, obviously, but he looks very ineffective. He looks very, very ineffective both these days. He's normally very economical, and he's been anything but that yesterday and today.
Aidan Markham will be continuing his bowling. This one, good length delivery, played off the hips by Blundell, just to the leg side, square of the wicket behind square, and in fact for a single, 358 for 7.
This
And
is a
just
good
looking at
decision.
length,
Look, go on.
this one pitched outside off stump, driven to mid off, no run. Aidan Markham coming in for the third delivery. Right arm over, he has a slip and short mid on, as this one driven straight back to the bowler for no run. And Tim, you're talking about a good decision to bring on Aidan Markham, and just look at him bowl. I'm just thinking, what could have Kesh done? As this one flighted in line with leg stump, driven to the man on the onside, mid wickets for no run. Still 358 for 7.
I think playing the extra batsman was the right decision. Okay, it's backfired horribly, but I do think it was the right decision.
Yes, it was the right decision, but at the same time, with the bowlers that Dean Algar has at his disposal, as this one just on that off-stump line, it was dragged down a little bit, but played to the onside for a single, 359 for 7. With the bowlers that South Africa have here, Clinton Steedman, Marco Jansen, and Duan Olivier, they haven't really proved. Well, Duan Olivier has proved himself, but they haven't really gone stuck into international test cricket, as this delivery played straight to the man, Duan Olivier, in fact, at a short fine leg for no run to end the 95th over, 359 for 7. Please, Tim.
I don't think Maharaj would have come on sooner than Markham has. So Markham has bowled 3 overs out of 95. To me, it would have been another test match where Markham had bowled. Maharaj would have bowled 5 or 6 overs, and that would have been it. And then that it would have been. It's pointless playing him. This pitch is Markham isn't getting turned. What's working in his favour at the moment is New Zealand probably want to go into overdrive. So it's not that he's bowling particularly well or getting the ball to spin all over the place.
Oh, this delivery, a half volley outside off stump, and Kyle Jamieson just leans into this and drives the square of the wickets. Temba Bavuma chasing from cover, but a chase in vain as that hits the boundary rope. Kyle Jamieson moves to 12. And New Zealand 363 for 7. Sorry about that, Tim. That shot was pristine.
Now you've got to commit the shot there. When South Africa have got just a fraction wide, the New Zealand batsmen have really punished those deliveries. It wasn't that bad of a delivery, but it was a beautiful shot.
Now getting that on the up, Kyle Jamieson, as Mark Jansen comes around the wicket against the right-hander. Drags his length back a little bit more on top of that 5th stump line. And Kyle Jamieson gets his body behind it, his bat behind it. And good back foot defensive shot, 363 for 7.
Yeah, so for me, it's just South Africa got it horribly wrong yesterday with the batting. And they're now paying the price. And they're now going to be all sorts of questions, This one should have played, that one should have played. Look, they all got it wrong. Everybody batted badly. That's just how it went.
Another half volley outside the off stump, and Kyle Jamieson says, "Thank you very much. Same shot as before, but it won't go to the boundary. Temba Bavuma will cut it off. They will get 3 runs, though, as they move to 366 for 7. Already now 7 off the over and just 2 deliveries.
What has been a problem with the bowlers is none of them have been able to keep things tight.
Yes.
They've all tried to bowl the wrong length. They've all been too short, but nobody said, right, I'm gonna go for 10 runs the next 5 overs. Two and over. Nobody's done that, and that's a huge problem.
Vincent Steedman did do that yesterday. He had a decent economy, but today, just spraying it all over the place, looking for that wicket ball, just trying a little bit too hard as Marco Jansen around the wicket for penultimate delivery, back of a length into the hips of Kyle Jamieson, who plays, of Blundell rather, who plays this down to deep square leg for a single, 367 for 7. And maybe it's not Keshav Maharaj who's missing here, but it's Lungi Ngidi, because he was the one that's sort of brought in that seniority, I felt, in the one-day internationals against India without the likes of KG Rabada, but also did very well in the Test series as well. As a jab of a delivery here from Marco Jansen, coming over the wickets to Kyle Jamieson, back of a length, beating that outside edge as it sails past that fourth stump line. A great delivery to end the over, 367 for 7.
No, you're right. If he was fit, he would have by all accounts he would have played. But by the same token, Rabada has been off colour for the last 2 days. That's been a huge problem.
Sorry, I said that was the last over, the last ball, but the last ball was actually bowled now into the feet of Kyle Jamieson, just played onto the onside to mid-on for no run. Still 367 for 7. Lungi Ngidi's definitely, an economical, metronomic bowler is what South Africa are currently missing. Missing the likes of not only Lungi Ngidi, but there was mention of Vian Mulder also missing here today. He was omitted because of an injury as well, I believe.
I think you're right. I just know for certain that Ngidi was, but I'm not 100% certain on Mulder.
Aiden Markham continues here. Good length delivery, played across a good length delivery on the offside on that fifth stump line. Played across the line to square leg for a single, 368 for 7. It's coming in again over the wicket, this time to Kyle Jamieson. It's flighted outside off stump, driven into the air and straight down Kagiso Rabada's throat at mid-off. He's backtracking. He looks like he might as well just run over the boundary as well. But Aiden Markham strikes again, gets another wicket here for South Africa.
Well, it's because New Zealand are looking for quick runs now. They feel they've got enough on the board to mean that they'll only bat once. It's close to 300 now. Kyle Jamieson obviously coming in to have a hit, making 15 of 19 deliveries. And Tim Southee is coming out. Yeah, Tim Southee is a new batsman.
Yeah, and you could see that Kyle Jamieson not really there for a long time, but definitely there for a good time. Getting a few boundaries in his 15 before being caught by Kagiso Rabada, bowled by Aiden Markham. That's 2 for Aiden Markham. New Zealand 368 for 8 now after 96.2 overs. They're sitting pretty here with a lead of 273. And the World Test champions just stamping their authority on this Test match.
And they've done that for ball 1. And at the moment they got Elka out cheaply, they've been on top of the Test match, and they've not taken the foot off the South Africans at any stage.
In the batting or the bowling was relentless to get South Africa out for 95. A good toss to win as well. The pitch very green on the first day of the Test. Not so green now, but it's not only making the right decisions, it's about good execution and good disciplined bowling from the Black Caps. Got them through. Aiden Markham continues. He's bowling to Blundell. This one, a full-length delivery, dug out, played to mid-on for no run. Coming in again, right arm over. This one a bit straight, whipped off the pads to Dean Algard mid-wicket. Still no run taken there.
They're just showing the wicket again. And the problem for Jamison is he didn't get to the pitch. Didn't get to the pitch, which meant the ball went up much higher than he wanted to.
This delivery very full. Blundell gets the pitch of it, whips it off the pads to mid-wicket once again. Or a little bit more square though. Still gets a single now. Gets Tim Southee on strike. He's on 46. New Zealand 369 for 8. And Tim Southee on strike to face his first delivery. Back of a length. Played off the back foot, square of the wicket on the offside to cover for no run to end the 97th over. 369 for 8. The lead is 274. Tim Southee has faced one delivery. He's still not off the mark, and Blundell is on 46.
And Aidan Markram has 2 for 11 in 4 overs. Let's repeat that again. 2 for 11 in 4 overs.
The only thing keeping him in the side here, Tim, let's be honest, because that's not his batting at the moment. But to be fair, it's no one's batting in the South African lineup. But now that the 2 wickets away, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but at the same time, South Africans will be thinking about fixing their batting errors as Marco Jansen continues. He's coming over the wickets to the right-handed Blundell. This one pitching in line with middle stump. It's very straight. It's blocked for no run. 369 for 8 after 97.1.
Now, I think you and I will be on commentary when South Africa start their innings. I'm prepared to stick my neck out for that one.
No, definitely. As Tim, you're sounding a little bit like an android as this one, well outside the off stump. Blundell throwing his hands at this, really trying to drive this through the covers, but missing it as Carl Verreynne picks it up. A dot ball there. A lead of 274 gives you that license.
Yeah, 4 short of his 50. Sure you want to get to that milestone before New Zealand get bowled out.
Won't be too difficult to do with the wayward bowling that we're seeing here from the South Africans. Marco Jansen bangs this in short, and it's pulled to Kagiso Rabada at fine leg, but he misfields it. Oh, what an eyesore from the South Africans. And that brings up the 50 for Tom Blundell. He'll enjoy it. He takes New Zealand to 373 for 8. And that 50 coming off 95 balls. I just want to look away, Tom.
That's Tom Blundell's 4th Test match 50 and first against South Africa.
The field.
That just sums up the South African performance the last 2 days. Perfectly.
Oh, man, dude. Marco Jansen. It's outside off stump. An inside edge. That misses the stump, all ends up. There was a moment where a heart and mouth moment for Tom Blundell as he thought he could have been out. But they're just showing us this replay again of Kagiso Rabada. Please don't do this to us, guys. He tried to pick it up. You could see the body language in fetching that ball wasn't very focused, wasn't sharp at all, sort of just lugging himself over it. And as a result, misfields it and goes for a boundary. Tim Southee on strike as this one just beating the outside edge as he hangs his bat out to dry as it just goes across the right-hander and sails to Carl Verreynne, 374 for 8.
Yeah, Marco's probably been the best bowler for South Africa. When he's always come on, you've always felt as if something was going to happen. 1 for 67 isn't a true reflection of how well he's bowled.
That's nice to have him in the side as this one. Good length delivery. bounced off a good length as well, as it went towards the hips of Blundell. Plays this back to bowler for no run. 374 for 8. Yeah, sorry.
Of course, Jansen's wicket came in his very first over. So he's gone 23 overs wicketless.
Yeah, and you sort of feel for him. I saw in the one-day internationals he would have gotten a one-day international wicket on debut as well, but a sitter was dropped by David Miller, and that's been the name of the game, the name of the story for the South Africans, where the field has just been letting them down. And you could see how the bowlers' heads also have gone down as Aiden Markram drags this one down. It's also going down the leg side and whipped to the man at fine leg. They'll take 2 runs. It looked like it was going to be a boundary, but for the man Zubair Hamza on sweeping on the onside.
The outfield doesn't seem to be as quick on the leg side as it does on the offside for some reason.
Flight to delivery outside the offside. Got to the pitcher. That did Blundell. No run. 376 for 8. This one, a flight to delivery. And Blundell gets the pitcher. This as he whips this to deep mid-wicket where Sarel Advia does the fielding. 377 for 8. And just in terms of the conversation you're talking about with Clinton Steerman, just not making that transition into international cricket so well. Do you think that South Africa just lacked the quality in this bowling attack to make this a game, especially after the batting performance that was already seen? Flight to delivery, Aiden Markram, it's full and it's blocked by Tim Saudi for no run. 377 for 8.
I don't think the quality is the issue. I think the issue is the game plan and the patterns and the plans that they had. If you look at if they show the pitch map, I'm convinced that the deliveries that South Africa's bowled have been a lot shorter than the New Zealanders did. Matt Henry showed you where you should bowl, and for whatever reason, South Africa went away from that and have been bowled far too short.
The last delivery from Aiden Markram straying down the leg side for no run, and this one down that 4th stump line for the same result. 377 for 8 after 99 overs. The lead amassed by the World Test champions, sitting on 282. Tim Southee yet to get off the mark after facing 6, and Tom Blundell on 54 off 99. And I couldn't agree with you more, Tim. It feels, in fact, like the South Africans don't even have a plan. I was looking at some of the spells that Duan Olivier was bowling, even Kagiso Rabada to an extent. It doesn't look like they are trying to bowl on that off-stump line. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's going down leg side, but it doesn't look like it's one specific place to keep the runs very, very low. As this one just outside the off stump from Marco Jansen coming over the wicket to Tom Blundell, blocked for no run, and that's a lot better from the left-hander.
Yeah, well, as I said, the youngster, I think Marco Jansen, I don't think he's bowled brilliantly, but I just think he's been more consistent than everybody else. I just think that it's particularly when he started yesterday, he was the one guy that was genuinely troubling the New Zealand batsman when he started.
It's coming in again outside the off stump, driven by Blundell on the up. It was a full-length delivery, but driven straight to Clinton Steerman here at mid-off. And that's the thing about Marco Jansen. He does trouble, but he isn't quite, I wouldn't say world-class, world-beating yet. He does have that bounce. He does have that left arm variation that he gives you. But beyond that, he's decent, but not quite world-class yet. As this one just outside the off stump, no run there. Tons of promise here for the left arm bowler, but we'll have to see in time.
Well, I think that's a problem for the South African team. They don't have a great in their 11. outside of Rabada, who's been very much off colour. Everybody else they're decent players or they're good players, but you would not put them in they're going to be in the pantheons of the Hashim Amlas or the Dale Steins.
This one, half volley outside off stump, driven on the up and driven through the gap, driven for 4 runs as Tom Blundell moves to 58 and New Zealand now taken to 381 for 8. My word, what a shot.
That's happened time and time again. Again, not a bad delivery, just a fraction wide from Marco Jansen. And instead of it just going for a single or a 2, it's gone for 4. And that's happened time and time again in this innings.
Outside the off stump again, driven through the offside, but this time the man sweeping a deep backward point, Sadal Arvia, will be able to get to it. Didn't quite middle it as well. Maybe the delivery that Marco Jansen was looking for in the previous delivery. 382 now for 8 after that single.
And that's, it's really helped New Zealand because they've got themselves a good score at a good rate, which puts the extra pressure on the South African batters when they do come out to bat.
No doubt about that. This one, a full delivery, literally bouncing on that popping crease, driven to the man at mid-off for no run to end the 100th over. 382 for 8. And the lead now 287. And New Zealand definitely in control here. Have all the time in the world, have all the runs to lead by. So it is literally their game to win. And right now, I mean, they can just continue on cruise control. Tom Blundell sitting pretty, 59 off 104, has been harboring the strike quite well, has the lower order batter. And Tim Southee, they're still yet to get off the mark, but he doesn't need to. But he definitely can. He can definitely strike a ball, can Tim Southee. Has, I think it's a record for like the most 6s in an innings, a test innings, on 9. As Kagiso Rabada has been brought into the attack. A short length delivery played across the line, a short length delivery outside off stump, played across the line by Tom Blundell to the man sweeping at fine leg for a single. 383 for 8.
That's pretty much where Rabada has been throughout the 2 days.
A no ball! Oh my God, another one. Oh, dude. No. Is that the 5th one this innings? The 5th one this innings. KG Rabada coming in again, gets an edge, a leading edge that just bounces short of Rassie van der Dussen at cover. Oh, this is so frustrating if you're South African. Honestly, my word. It wasn't a leading edge. He got to that early. Did Tim Southee, sorry. Tim and Tom at the crease. And it just bounced short of Rassie van der Dussen at cover. 3rd delivery. LBW appeal here from the South Africans. It pitched outside off stump and wrapped Tim Southee on the pad very high, well above the roll, and also probably going down the leg side. 384 for 8. Review not taken.
Nah, that was missing leg stump, I reckon.
You're right. This one, a back of a length delivery, lifted up to the leg side to Duan Olivier at mid-on, and it's another drop catch. Oh my gosh.
What's that now? Is that 5 for today? I mean, 5 for the test match?
Oh my word.
What's that for 5?
Come on. This one was literally lollied to Duan Olivier. It didn't get to him quickly, but he did sort of dive to the leg side as this delivery, a back of a length one. An outside edge, it beats backward point, and it beats the man at gully, gets all the way to the boundary. So piling on the frustration here for the South Africans after being dropped. Oh my word. That wasn't
It's exactly how the 4 drops happened yesterday. The fielder gets across, the fielder gets behind the ball, does all the hard work, and still drops it.
Tim, how do you explain this? Do you turn to the coaches, the fielding coach Justin Antong, do you talk to him? As this one hit straight to Rassie van der Dussen and also dropped. No, Tim. No more. No, guys. No. Another drop catch. Oh, I can't bear it anymore, Tim.
Again, this one is driven by Tom Sadik. It's a toppish edge. Van der Dussen diving to his left, both hands, gets to the ball, it carries to him, and somehow it bounces out.
This one, the top edge is in the air, please. Someone, Dean Algar, no, Sorrel Arvia, he's under it. And finally, a catch taken by South Africa. Oh, there's death in the eyes of Kagiso Rabada. A quick wry smile. And Sorrel Arvia, he's even laughing. It looks like he's laughing. Because my word. Guys.
This was arguably the hardest of the 3 in this over. This is a real scare from Tim Southern, trying to pull it towards the leg side. Goes in the air a long way. Saul Irvin is backtracking, trying to get underneath the ball. Puts both hands behind his head. Luckily for him, it's one of those ones that does land into his hands, and he manages to hold on as he rolls to the ground. And breathes a huge sigh of relief after the drop catches at that over. 3rd time lucky for South Africa. And New Zealand are now 388 for 9. Only a matter of time for South Africa to come out to bat.
So Savi dismissed for 4 of 13. And I don't feel like it's a sigh of relief, Tim. It's just it's more of a groan of frustration, a groan of turmoil, because the South African bowlers have been toiling out here, been trying to get wickets. 6 drop catches in the innings here. The lead all the way up to 293. Honestly, it's all going wrong for South Africa, but at least there's a wicket here as Matt Henry comes to the crease. That's 388 for 9, and he's on strike as the batters crossed when the ball was in the air. It says that Henry's on strike, but looks like Blundell, he's at the striker's end. Okay, smart running. Blundell's at the striker's end for Marco Jansen. A back of a length delivery, whipped to the onside, vacant square leg region. Marco Jansen feels off his own bowling, and the score 389 for 9.
Blundell takes a single of the first delivery, so he's protecting his average. Not necessarily protecting the number 11.
No, there's no need now. I mean, right now you can just do whatever you want, send it to the field, and it'll take 3 attempts to get tail ender out. And they'll take the tough ones. Only the tough ones, all the South African fielders. The easy ones, the sitters, you'd feel, aren't taken, as this one is a straight delivery on the leg stump, whipped off the pads by Matt Henry to fine leg for 2, 391 for 9. So rough debut here for Sadal Arvia. It was definitely tough to bat at the beginning on the grassy pitch. Good toss to win. But a mountain to climb here for the South Africans as they come in the next over, or in this, not the next over, sorry, in the next innings, 1 wicket away. This one outside the off stump by Marco Jansen. Henry tries to slash at this, misses it, all ends up. Still 391 for 9.
Yeah, only a matter of time. It's going to be touch and go. Whether I don't actually think we will see South Africa bat because it's a 10-minute changeover, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. Ooh, a back of a length delivery. A little just a matrix dodge here from Matt Henry. It sails over the off stump for no run.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no wild shots from Henry so far. So maybe he wants to bat for a bit.
Can bat for as long as he wants. It's literally only day 2. The lead is already up to 296. And Marco Jansen is coming right, left arm over. Oh, a beautiful delivery on that 4th stump line, drawing Henry out for the false stroke and beating the outside edge of a driving bat. Perfect delivery from Marco Jansen.
Yeah, lovely delivery. Deserved a wicket, but bowling to number 11, more often than not, they tend to miss those deliveries.
2 slips here for Marco Jansen as this one beats the inside edge and beats the off stump. Beautiful bowling here from the left arm pacer, the steely-eyed pacer, as that ends the 102nd over. 391 for 9. The lead 296 with Blundell on 61 and Henry on 2.
Very frustrating time this for South African openers. They want this innings to come to an end as quickly as possible. They won't want to think about batting too much. They actually will want to get out there and do the business for South Africa.
Just stay in. Just don't lose wickets as Kagiso Rabada comes right arm over to Tom Blundell. That's a back of a length delivery on that off stump. He plays it across the line with a glance to the man at mid wicket for a single. 392 for 9. Rabada sitting on figures of 2,499. Could have been more. There have been some drop catches, but as Tim said earlier, he has been looking a little bit off color. As a back of a length delivery, a top edge right over the slip cordon and all the way to the boundary to take the lead now to 301 and New Zealand now to 396 for 9.
Yeah, deliberate shot there from Matt Henry through the batted hard. Made sure that if you got a big enough edge, there was no danger of being caught.
Yeah, that did sort of push at that very hard. Encouraging signs for the South African bowler, Kagiso Rabada, as he pitches this one outside off stump. It's fuller as Matt Henry drives this to Rassie van der Dussen at cover for no run. 396 for 9.
As I show Dean Elgar's face, I'd hate to think what's going on in his mind, thinking about fielding placings as well as batting.
I'd love to think what's going on in his mind. I'd hate to be him, though. As a back of a length delivery from KG Rabada, Matt Henry on the back foot, a punch that beats cover and the man at mid-off, Sadal Adria, who chases this all the way to the boundary, stops it from getting there, but only stops 1 run. 399 for 9. The lead 304 now.
Lovely shot that on the up from Matt Henry. It was airborne, but it was well away from the fielder.
A well-placed shot that, as also bringing the more qualified batter, if you will, on strike, as this one just full of a good length, played off the front foot to the offside for no run.
Very frustrating, 5 or 6 minutes here for South Africa. But it's not really about the runs anymore. It's just about getting out there and batting and not having to think about it for too much longer.
Just wrap this up, please, guys. Just get a wicket now or something so we can start batting. As this one outside, very wide, in fact. Blundell even gets the pitch of that, trying to cut this, but hits straight to Rassie van der Dussen at point to end the over. 399 now on New Zealand. And that looks like there'll be a drinks break here.
And a commentary change as well.
Yes, and a commentary change. Tim, it's been okay. Hopefully it'll be better for Otto and Werner here. But for us, we're going to leave now. Take wickets for us, please, gents.
Only one to
Try,
get.
guys.
Only one to get, and then we should stop taking wickets, eh?
Yeah.
Morning, Werner.
Morning, Otto. How are you?
I'm very good. The cricket's not so good, but I'm good. 399 for 9. Marco Jansen left arm over the wicket to Henry, who just wafts his bat at this one and sends it flying through the covers for 4. What a shot there by Matt Henry. Back foot cover drive. Very nicely done.
Matt Henry is having a great test match here, picking up 7 for 23, and now he's 13 of 9 deliveries. He's saying this test match thing is really easy this year.
Yeah, he's even getting good figures if he were playing a action cricket game, because he's already almost scored as many runs as he's conceded. As Marco Jansen goes into Henry once again, this one is full on middle stump, just defended back to the bowler, no run. So he needs 10 more runs to be in the plus if he were playing an action cricket game.
Yeah, but he has some in the bank for that 7 wickets he took, so I'm sure he's fine.
Yes, of course. Yeah, he should be fine. 403 for 9 is the score. Start of the 104th over. Marco Jansen over the wicket, bounces Henry. No run there. Ducks underneath it. The lead is 308. Blundell there on 62. He went past his 50 since I was last on air, so congratulations to him, and New Zealand dictating to South Africa how this test match is going to be played at the moment.
And New Zealand have also crossed the 400 mark, 403 for 9. A massive total here.
Yes, big lead, big score. Marco Jansen now around the wicket to Matt Henry, who flashes at this one and goes through to the keeper for no run. Tries that back foot drive again, but this time doesn't connect. And 2 balls to go in the 104th over. So Marco Jansen is bowling his 27th over, and he's conceded 79 runs for the 1 wicket that he's taken so far.
It's about this time that the openers will start thinking about what to do next.
Yeah, this one is off the back foot by Matt Henry. Defensive shot there, goes backward of point on the offside, and they go through for 2. Henry moves on to 15 and 1 ball to go in the 104th. The score is 405 for 9. The lead is 310 for New Zealand. So hopefully, Werner, we'll see the change of innings and South Africa coming back out to bat. Well, hopefully they do come out and bat this time. Matt Henry facing Marco Jansen around the wicket. He flashes hard at this one. It sails through the air. There's a chance of a catch at the point boundary, but it's half a chance there. I'm not sure if Duan Olivier actually reached that one. It looks like he did. It looks like he dropped it. Oh, no, that's Sarel Erwier.
Sarel Erwier, yes. He just reached out with his left hand there. A very, very difficult chance there, but still, he'll still feel he got there. He needed to take it.
Oh, yes, definitely. That is a missed chance there. We'll see if it was actually a dropped chance and how close he got, if we can see a replay. But that's the end of the 104th over, 407 for 9. But judging by Erwier's reactions, he's definitely distraught and disappointed. He must have dropped that.
Yeah, I do believe he did. I think of all the catches, that was probably the most difficult one so far. So I wouldn't hold that one against him, but he did run around a long way to his left, and he dived there to get his one hand to it.
And it just bounced out of his left hand as he went diving to his left. And this is now Blundell facing Rabada. He pulls this short ball to square leg for a single. And Dwan Olivier, sorry. No, that was Olivier fielding.
No, it was Olivier bowling. The scorecard is just not showing the right name.
Okay, sorry about that. It's not often that you confuse Dwan Olivier for Kagiso Rabada when they're bowling. I didn't see the actual bowling action. I was just looking at the scorecard. Okay, here goes Olivier over the wicket again. 2 slips in, and this one is defended off the back foot into the offside for no run. And they've taken away the scorecard now. So let's see here. So that was Olivier to Blundell for a single down to square leg. And that one was Olivier to Matt Henry for a dot ball. There we go. Now they've corrected the scorecard. Olivier has got 3 wickets for 85 runs. It goes over the wicket now to Matt Henry. Back foot punch, drive through extra cover, down to long off for a 4. Good shot by Matt Henry. 21 he's not batting he's got now.
He's not batting like a number 11 here. Back foot punch through the covers for 4. A lot of top order batters would be happy with that shot.
Oh, very happy with that shot. That is beautiful by Matt Henry, and so nice to see from New Zealand fans' point of view, which of course I am not, but you have to give it to them. They are playing really well. And Olivier goes again to Matt Henry, who's on 21 now. 412 for 9. And Matt Henry swats this one, tries to hoik it over the slip cordon, but he misses everything. And it goes through to the keeper for no run. So, Banner, you say you're a bit behind me.
Just a little bit.
I'll just dab a little bit forward. Let's see if we can get that right. So you're watching on the streaming, right?
Yeah, I'm just a few seconds behind you. But yeah.
Lead is Olivier in again. Another one short over middle stump. And once again, Henry leans back and tries to just swat this over the slip cordon and doesn't connect at all. And
South Africa really chasing leather here. 3 leaders already, 317, and Matt Henry making runs as well as just rubbing more salt into the wounds. We've seen plenty of catches going down. It's been a disappointing performance from the Proteas.
Olivier into Matt Henry, and this one is squared him up a little bit. He tries to work it to the onside, and I think he got a leading edge on that through to the slip cordon, but there's no chance of a catch at this point in time. 105 overs gone. Lead is 317, and the score is 412 for 9. Geez, this is a horrible, horrible situation for South Africa to be in at the moment.
I think at this stage, we'll just want to take some positives from the bat in the second innings. We'll need to really put up a big performance to try and avoid an innings defeat here, which is going to be a mission in itself, seeing as they're already 317 in front. So it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yes, we're going to need some climbing gear and some ropes. Marco Jansen short to Blundell. He hooks this one down to backward square leg for at least a single there. 413 for 9 is the score now. Blundell on to 64 and giving the strike back to the dangerous Matt Henry. Now also showing how it's done with the bat in his hand. 106th over, first ball of the 106th over, and the lead is 300 and let's check here. 318 as Janssen is in again to Matt Henry. This one is played out to wide mid-off for no run.
It's been a while since the Proteas have been this long out in the field, bowling over 100 overs. It's tended to be a bit shorter, especially playing in South Africa. And I think they'll really be feeling this one in their legs.
Yes, that's true. I'm trying to remember now when was the last time we had the second new ball. Marco Jansen into Matt Henry, tries to work this to the onside, gets a thick leading edge, squirts out to extra cover, and there is a single taken by Matt Henry. He's on to 22. Blundell will now face Marco Jansen, 414 for 9. And it's often that we've counted on our bowling attack to get us out of trouble. But this time around, even that hasn't worked. So the Test champions are showing how it's done in Christchurch at the Hadley Oval on day 2 of the first Test match. This one is full by Marco Jansen on middle and leg, and I think that's almost a no ball for height. But Blundell just bunts it down to mid-on for no run. He's on 64. 4-1-4-4, 9.
I think that one was just below the hip, so it was fine. It wasn't called no ball in the end, but Janssen needs to use the pitch here.
Yes, they did a lot of trouble. They went through a lot of trouble, Marco, to get that pitch ready, so please use it. This one is a swivel pull shot down to mid-wicket for a 2. Blundell comes back for the second now, and score is 416 for 9. And now it looks like Captain Dean Algar wants the field to come in. Try and bowl some more at Matt Henry.
Yeah, keep Matt Henry at the other end for the next over. But he's been batting well as well, so...
Yeah, lead is 3-2-1. Blundell goes... Marco Jansen, rather, goes to Blundell. He just gets this one off his hip through backward square leg for a 4. He's on 70. 420 is up. 420 for 9. 106 overs gone. The lead is 325. This is not nice to watch from a South African point of view. So
New Zealand have battered us into the ground here.
Yes.
You can see the frustration on Algar's face.
Yeah, that's true. And it would be interesting to know, when was the last time South Africa bowled with the second new ball? As Olivier continues to Matt Henry. Short and over middle stump. Henry leans back. And this time he doesn't actually try to ramp it over the keeper. But that's pretty much the same as the previous 2 balls he faced from Dwan Olivier. Start of the 107th over, 420 for 9. Lead is 325. Olivier over the wicket to the right-handed. Matt Henry drives this one nicely off a back foot stance to extra cover for no run.
He's really been punching very well off the back foot through the offside. I think we'll need to pitch it up a little bit further for Henry.
Oh no, he's got the cover drive out. He's got that back foot punch out. He's really doing well here for his country and making South Africa look silly. And down the leg side goes Olivier. Henry tries to work it down to fine leg, gets nothing on it, no run.
It's been the story of the innings, really, from the bowlers, unable to string all over together. That last session between lunch and tea time, not even one maiden was bowled in the entire session. So it has been a struggle for any type of consistency from our bowlers.
Jeez, that is shocking. That is absolutely shocking. Olivier over the wicket, 1 slip in, and Henry just tries to defend this, but I think he just got it into the ground and through to the keeper, no run. 420 for 9 is still the score. 2 balls to go in the 107th over. 325 run lead for New Zealand. Henry is on 22. With him is Blundell, the wicket-keeper batsman, on 70. Yeah, that's it's been a weird sort of bowling performance by South Africa. Weird in the sense that usually they are quite disciplined. This one is just flat batted swat shot by Matt Henry down to the extra cover boundary for 4. It was short and wide outside off stump. He just hopped onto his toes and just got to the top of the bounce. And it's a bit of a top edge, actually. So if there were somebody on that extra cover boundary, that would have been no, that bounced well before the ropes. But it's attacking cricket here from Matt Henry. He's not shying away from playing his strokes. This one, he tries to get the straight drive going, but it goes straight to mid-off for no run. And Matt Henry is now on 26, end of the over, 424 for 9. And the lead is 329. And this partnership is already up to 36 runs of 6 overs. So they're going at a nice ODI rate here for the middle overs. 55 for 1 in the last 10 overs by New Zealand. There's about 20 overs remaining in the day. In this third session of the second day.
Yeah, they're rocketing along. I have an answer for you on your question about the last time we bowled this many overs or needed to take a second new ball. It was in that first test match against India in that first day where we also bowled poorly at Supersport Park, where India also faced 105 overs and made 327. So in comparison, New Zealand have only faced 107 overs, but they already have 424.
Oof. Thanks for reminding me. Glenton Steerman is into the attack, and this one off the back foot by Blundell this time into extra cover, and they take into the covers and they take a single. Blundell is happy to hand the strike over to the destroyer of South Africa, Matt Henry, in this test match. And nicely taken quick single there by Blundell. Matt Henry back on strike. Glenton Steerman has been a bit disappointing for me in the last stint that I did before tea. It was a bit wayward. This one is off the back foot on an off-stump line by Matt Henry, just defended to the onside for no run. 108th over. 2 balls gone in the 108th, and the score is 425 for 9.
Now, Steerman has been a bit all over the place. Yeah, he's been on both sides of the wicket throughout. So you want to end well here.
Steerman into Matt Henry, who just stands and delivers, plays a square drive down to backward point. And they take another single. And that brings Blundell back on strike. 3 balls to go in the 108th. So a lot of dropped catches as well. I can think of at least 4, but there must have been more. I think there were more.
Yeah, no, there was 4 or 5 yesterday, and then 2 in 1 over just a little while ago.
So that's also not helping the bowlers. Steerman into Blundell, who cuts this one. A late cut shot, beautifully done. Backward of square on the offside for 4. Good shot there. Nice, confident smile there from Blundell. Good seam position by Steerman this time. He's been doing that on and off, but it was just back of a length, so gave Blundell enough time to see what it was doing and play that cut shot off the back foot and enough width to play the cut shot as well. He's on 75. Score is 430 for 9. Steerman in again to Blundell, this time up into a good length on off stump and just defended by Blundell for no run.
And the New Zealanders are just having some fun here now. Really enjoying themselves out there, just going after anything that's slightly loose. Blundell has played a very compact and very impressive innings here. He's
Yes.
really looked good throughout. 79 of 118 deliveries is very good going. Just going on from where Henry Nichols left.
Yes, and they are getting a lot of loose deliveries that they can cash in on. The Steerman goes to Blundell, who plays a beautiful straight drive, straight past the wickets at the non-striker's end. And the umpire just has to lift up a left leg to make sure that he's not in the way of that shot all along the carpet. What a shot there by Blundell. Wow.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Full face of the bat, just hit the ball back from where it came from, lifted his leg up, showed plenty of style, and that shot down the ground.
That's a thing of beauty, that straight drive. It's a good shot to watch. And especially if you're a New Zealand fan, and if you are listening, thank you very much for tuning in. And you're listening to Guerilla Cricket South Africa on One World Sports Radio. Do tweet us in at Guerilla SA, GUERILLASA. As this one is short by Willie Fear and left alone by Matt Henry, no run. So the pain of listening to the cricket is too great, and that's not because of the commentary, says Keith McIver. So thank you for that, Keith. He's tweeted us in. Do let us know where you're listening from and who you're supporting. And 4:34 for 9 is the score. Start of the 109th over. Second ball now from Willie Fear over the wicket to Matt Henry, who defends this one out into the offside for no run. Henry on 27 and Blundell on 79.
This is a really frustrating partnership for the Proteas, who've really wanted to end it by this time. A final wicket partnership. Let's just see what is the partnership now, because Matt Henry himself has been going very well here. The partnership, just see, they came in at 388 and they're now at 434 runs.
A very nice straight drive from Matt Henry this time, coming onto the front foot and playing it off to the long off boundary for 4 off the bowling of Dwan Olivier. And a beautiful shot there from Matt Henry. He just
I believe that would then
lifts
make
this
that
up into the air over mid-off, and it goes through to long off for 4.
That's the 50 partnership that's come up of only 45 deliveries.
Ouch. Hey, nah. 438 for 9. We've got the 438 score here, and Matt Henry this time just pulls this one through to the square leg region, backward of square on the leg side, or down to fine leg rather. For a single, 439 for 9. So the 438 score is gone. 344 is the lead. And New Zealand are just rubbing it in our noses at the moment. So well done to them.
Tim was betting on New Zealand being done by the time him and Chepo gave over to us, but here we are, almost 25 minutes into it, and they're still going.
Yeah, back foot. What was that? A carve by Matt Henry off the bowling of Dwan Olivier down to third man for a single. Brings Blundell on strike, who's on 81. 441 for 9. 1 ball to go in the 109th over. The lead is 346 now. So Blundell looking for his 100, and he probably might get it here as Willifield goes past his 100. This one is defended. Outside off stump, no run. End of the 109th over. Lead is 346, score is 441 for 9.
Yeah, frustrating period here for the Proteas. Arvian and Auga would have been thinking about opening for the last half an hour, and still they're out there being frustrated, wondering when will this last wicket fall. yeah, it's it has been a pretty poor performance overall, and props needs to be given to New Zealand as well, who have been exceptional in this test match from the moment they started with the ball and with the bat. They really haven't set the foot wrong.
Absolutely right. No, you've got to give credit where it's due, and they are definitely the better team at the moment. Steerman into Matt Henry, who plays another beautiful cover drive through to the extra cover boundary. 4 runs to Matt Henry. He can do no wrong at the Hadley Oval. Start of the 110th over, 4:45 for 9. What a shot,
Matt,
dude. Just a nice square cover
Matt
drive.
Henry looks like one of the better number 11s going around.
No, he looks like we'd love to have him at 3, the way he's batting.
True. We aren't even getting this type of run from our top 6.
No. Steerman into Matt Henry, tries to hoik this over to the cow corner, but agricultural shot there from Henry, and it's through to the keeper for no run. He's on 36.
He seems to be
Blundell.
ready to. Sorry, he seems to be ready to go out to bowl now. He says the lead is 350, so let's go.
Yes, he's wants to get rid of these pads and loosen his arms to get that ball through. Trying to go for a 6 there, it looked like. Type of a baseball shot there, but nothing but fresh air. Steerman into Matt Henry. Short, and this time he does connect that pull shot. Goes down to deep mid-wicket, and they're coming back for the second. The ball almost gets to the boundary, but Dwan Olivier cuts it off, and that should be 3 to New Zealand. Yes, I think they went through for 3 there.
Yes.
Yes, they did. And so that is the score on to 448 for 9. 353-run lead for New Zealand. 3 balls to go in the 110th. Clinton Steerman has passed his 100 a couple of overs ago. He's bowling his 27th over, and he's conceded 115 runs for 1 wicket that he took. Now, must be said when you read these bowlers' figures that almost all of them have had catches dropped. So their figures might have looked a lot different if the fielding was up to standard. Blundell now facing Steerman. He plays this beautiful straight drive again, but this time doesn't get all of it, and it just dribbles down.
Steerman got the hand to that one. That's why it didn't go to the boundary.
Ah, yes, well spotted. Thanks for that, Vanner. Yeah, so Steerman saving himself some runs there, but that was another beautiful looking straight drive from Blundell. High left elbow by the right-hander, walking down the pitch as he follows through on that shot, and they go through for a single. He's on 82 now, and the score is 449 for 9. Steerman into Matt Henry. He plays tries to play that straight drive to mid-on, but it just goes to the fielder there for no run. Didn't get all of it. Inside half of the bat, I think, there. Yeah, this New Zealand side are making the Proteas look extremely ordinary.
Yeah, Matt Henry's top score is 66. He only has 1 half century, but he's on 39 now of only 37 deliveries.
Jeez, and it's a test match. Come on.
Yeah.
Steerman into Henry, and this time he gets wrapped on the pads, but I think that was too high or going down leg.
They might as well go for a review now, because we still, I believe, have 2 left, last wicket. So.
Yes, we do. We do have 2 reviews left. So Algar said, what the hell, let's have a go. 449 for 9, 110 overs gone, 354-run lead. Scrambled seam delivery by Steerman, and it hits Matt Henry above the roll. That's going down leg, I think. Maybe it would have clipped leg stump.
I think it's going over the top of leg stump. It does look a bit high.
So let's see what we can see. So the ball tracker here, the snickometer, is ball past the bat already. No bat there. You know what? If the umpire had given this out, it might be okay. But since it was not out, it has to strike the wickets full on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's even going to clip. I think it's going over the leg stump. Let's see.
Oh, umpire's call.
No, it is umpire's call. Okay.
Hitting the leg side bail, skimming the top of the leg side bail. So umpire's call there. Good decision in the end by
I
the
guess the one positive for us is we get to retain the review for what it's worth at this stage of the innings.
Just review everything. Review the review.
Yeah. we've seen a few interesting reviews over the last few years. A few where the batters have middled the ball and still been called for review. So you do have it now.
Here we go. There's 110 overs gone. 449 for 9. Lead of 354. And Blundell will face Steerman was bowling that last over. So that will be Olivier. Unless there's a bowling change. Let's see. The session so far, 93 runs off 17 overs at 5.4 runs an over. And 2 wickets in the session.
Yeah, that doesn't make for good reading.
Markram into the attack. Blundell strides down the wicket and just bludgeons this one straight back past the bowler for 4. Good shot there by Blundell, using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and sending Markram back to the boundary.
Yeah, crossing 450 now. The total just keeps stacking up. 453 for 9 now. Blundell looking very comfortable at the crease.
This one is punched off the back foot to mid-on for no run. 453 for 9. Markram in again, right arm over the wicket. This time it's just blocked by Blundell as he comes down the wicket. He's now on 86. 111th over. Lead is 358. And on Twitter, as Markram comes over the wicket, back foot punch to mid-on once again. Ravi Nair says the Proteas appear to be as pessimistic as their fans. They've just given up. Yes, Ravi, I think you pretty much summed it up there. They do look a bit flat. Markram to Blundell, who just comes to the pitch of the ball and plays this down too long on for a single. He's on 87, 454 for 9. 1 ball to go in the 111th over, 359 run lead.
I think
So
when you're...
Are they going to declare when Henry gets his 50 or when Blundell gets his 100?
I don't think either will happen. Although who knows? They might actually declare. They might as well. They're so far ahead.
Yeah, there's Markram bowls the final delivery of his... that was his 6th over, conceding 19 runs and taking 2 wickets. And the partnership now here, 66 runs of 10 overs exactly. 6.6 runs an over, easy to calculate that. And also the last 10 overs, the same. 66 runs have been scored at a run rate now achieved in the innings of 4.09 for New Zealand. And there's 17 overs remaining in the day officially. So let's see if Steerman will continue now with the bowling of the 112th over. 35 extras by South Africa so far.
Yeah, and a lot of that has been KG's no balls and a couple of wide deliveries going over Calveraina's head or going for byes over his head.
Steerman continues to Blundell, who drives this one nicely to the extra cover boundary where there's now a fielder. So this is what it's come down to for South Africa, and they take a single. They've now got people on the boundary in a test match. 455 for 9 is the score. Lead is 360.
Yeah, 360 feels like 200 runs too many, to be honest. if we were to
Mm.
take a lead here and still be in the game. 360 is a long way out of our reach.
Steerman into Matt Henry. Drives at this one. It's nothing but the fresh Christchurch air, and there's no run. He's on 39 now, as Matt Henry. Yeah, it would have been nice if we could have gotten them out cheaply as well. Might have been done with a test match. But so South Africa will need to bat for 3 days to try and get to a draw, because they'll definitely need a miracle to set any kind of competitive total that they can defend. Matt Henry off the back foot. It's short of a length outside off stump, and they come back for the second run now, as this one and the third. This one is punched out somewhere on the offside, and not quite sure what's happening there, but some
Temba
kind of
Bavuma hit the wicket and it ricocheted, so they took the overthrows.
Overthrows there. So they just showed us the batsman running back and forth. So the throw came in from Temba Bavuma, nobody at the wickets, as they took that single and then 2 more for the overthrow. Good work by Bavuma, but in vain and costing another 2 runs.
That's always been a rule or law I don't enjoy.
And this one is down the leg side by Steerman, no run, down to the wicket keeper, who had to dive to his left, Kyle Verreynne there to catch that ball. And Blundell is facing on 88.
It does feel like
42.
If a fielder is good enough to hit the wicket, especially when a run is being taken and it's close, that the ball should be called dead after that. I feel it's a bit of a disservice to the fielding team to concede extra runs for hitting the wickets.
Full on off stump line, driven to mid on by Blundell for a single. 1 ball to go in the 112th over. 459 for 9 is the score, and the lead is 364. Henry is on 42, and he has faced 41 deliveries to get to that score. Blundell on 89 off 129 balls. Partnership now 72 runs for the 10th wicket. There's 2 slips in a gully. Steerman into the leg stump of Matt Henry, flicks this down to the backward square leg region for a single. That ends the 112th over, and it is also the end of Clinton Steerman's 28th over, and they'll have some drinks. Steerman's bowled 28 overs, 5 maidens, 122 runs and 1 wicket at an economy of 4.3. And 460 is the score now, 460 for 9, with a 72-run 10th wicket partnership for New Zealand, taking their lead to 365. The last 10 overs was 69 runs scored without loss, and 4.1 is the run rate achieved, with 15 overs remaining in the day, and about 2 minutes remaining of our commentary stint. Werner, it was so nice to be on air with you, although the cricket sucked. It was fun to talk about it. What do you think?
Yeah, so
what are the options for South Africa? It's a loss or a draw, I think.
Yeah, no, I don't see a win from this position. I don't think any team has ever been able to win a match from this far behind. I think they read out some stats earlier about, I think 330 runs is the biggest lead a team has overcome to still go on and win a match. So, and I don't think that has happened in the last few years. So, and especially with how our batting has been so far, you don't go from being all out for 95 in the first innings to then coming back from a deficit of over 300 and then winning the game. So it is an uphill battle. I think it's a matter of pride at this stage, just to show what they can do, get some confidence into the batting lineup. ahead of the second test, where we will have to start off a lot better. It's tough to see anything but a loss from this position. I don't think even some rain tomorrow is going to help us, seeing as we're only on day 2 now. It is crazy to think that we are not even at the end of day 2, and New Zealand already have this lead.
Yeah, and Mayank says here, all SA needs to do is bat all of day 3 and 4, score 660 and put New Zealand into bat with 10 overs left on the 4th day. Not too hard. Yeah, that's exactly what you would refer to when you talk about easier said than done. So we are being replaced in commentary, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm going to stay on with Chepu for a while.
You're going to stay on? Okay,
yes.
So we'll wait for Tsepo to come on air as the drinks break has ended.
How's it? Tsepo's on air.
Hey! Good at you, man.
I'm terrible. This cricket is... I'm up in the morning and I'm watching trash. Guys. UT sleep being disrupted.
Take that final wicket and get some runs when we bat. Cheers, guys. Enjoy.
Go out. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Varnizi, my homie.
How are you, Chepu?
I'm all right. Could be better with some better cricket. But unfortunately, I'm a South African fan. But don't tell anyone.
Yeah, we would have guessed, right?
It's a bit rough here. We're seeing Aiden Markham coming into the attack here. As this one driven down the onside, all the way down to long on for a single. Should just be a single. Tom Blundell on 89 and Matt Henry still in, and he's on 44. So Werner, I'll let you go away for 2 seconds. And Matt Henry's already on 44 as this one. A full pitch delivery. Got the pitch of that, did Blundell as he drives this to the offside for a single. 462 for 9.
Yeah, you left with Tim thinking, okay, no, this will be done soon and we'll be batting by the time you come for your next session. Not to be.
And Aiden Markham outside the off stump, blocked by Henry for no run. And he's also going at quite a quick rate, 44 or 44. Outside off stump, just beats the outside edge. Oh, Zubair Hamza was up, and so was I. I want this innings to end now. Yeah.
Matt Henry is having the time of his life out there. A 7 for now. He's looking to get a half century as well.
And has he deserved it? Has the bowling been bad, or has his batting been good, or is it a combo of both? As a good length delivery here from Aiden Markham, punch back to the bowler for no run. Still 462 for 9.
I think it's been some poor bowling, very good batting as well, but I think they've bowled over 100 overs now. I think they just want to get this done, and that's the reason why we're here.
Flight to delivery in line with off stump, whipped around the pads to the man at square leg. Timber Vuma fires it in quickly as that ends the 113th over. 462 for 9. And the innings still goes on. Aiden Markham, 2 for 21 at the moment.
Yeah, it's things are not going well if Aiden Markham has the best figures. Almost the best figures. The one has 3 wickets, but he's conceded a lot of runs, as has Steerman, as has all the bowlers.
Oh, no. This is a game that South Africa will want to end quickly. And they'll want to take some lessons from it because they don't want this to happen again. We know that Mark Bouch he's been under some pressure as Glenton Steelman will be continuing here. Good ball. It's full outside the off stump. Played across the line by Blundell to the man at long on who has to come in to do the fielding. Comes in quickly to prevent the second. 463 for 9.
I guess if we want to look on the bright side, we can't do much worse from here. So and the pitch has dried out, so hopefully it'll be a bit better for batting second time around. Hopefully we can put a decent score on the board to just take some confidence into the second test.
Yeah, you will need a whole nother innings for that, and we wasted the first just scoring 95. This one stays very low outside the off stump, blocked by Matt Henry. He looks cool, calm, and collected on 44 or 48 at the moment. It looks also chill to him, like all the day's work, you know?
Yeah, he's definitely going to remember this test. He has dominated us with the ball, and now with the bat. Easy business.
Yeah, no, he has dominated us with the ball, getting a 7-fer in the first innings. Glenton Steedman, right arm over. He has 2 slips. A good ball, this one. Blocked to the man at mid off for no run. Still 463 for 9.
Yeah, some some slump shoulders in the outfield. All the players haven't really been helping themselves with all those dropped catches. It's looked like a bit of a circus out there, to be honest. Dropping 2 catches in 1 over.
Oh my word! Was that the over that I was still watching? Or is this
Yeah.
another one?
Yeah, no, that was the over you were still watching. I was just going to come on, and then those 2 drop catches happened, and eventually the third one was taken by Arbe.
This one is full and just on that off stump, blocked out by Matt Henry. Lens and Steenman hitting some very good lines at Lens here. Would have loved to have seen this a lot earlier, but looks like we had to wait for figures of 1/423 before we saw this quality, and we're just seeing the camera angle or the camera focusing on Lungi Ngidi talking to Luto Sapamla. This one, good length back of a length delivery on that leg stump. No run there. Still 1 ball of the over left. And Lungi's someone that South Africa definitely are missing at this point.
Yeah, yes, we definitely are. He's also very good at taking out the tail. Yeah, we are definitely missing his consistency here. He's been very good in test matches for us, and Steerman has been a bit all over the place. As you say, he's bowling better in this spell, or this over in particular, but it's been a bit wayward otherwise.
Oh, this one, good delivery just outside the off stump. It stays very low as it catches the outside edge of Blundell's bat. Goes down to the man at third man for a single, 464 for 9 to end the 114th over. It was Matt Henry who got the runs, and Matt Henry who will retain the strike. I said Blundell before, sorry about that. But yeah, Glenton Steedman has been wayward. He hasn't been the only one, and you can see it in the faces of the South Africans. They look tired, man. They look weary.
Yeah, and I think it also doesn't help the confidence of the bowlers if your fielders are not taking the catches. Somebody like Nichols was dropped very early still in his innings, and Duan was on a roll at that time, and he could have maybe run through another 1 or 2 batters at that time, and then Nichols went on to score that wonderful 100.
Is it a question of coaching as we're seeing some fielding changes? Temba Bavuma coming to a lot more straight mid-wicket. A slip for Aiden Markram. Is this one a half volley outside the off stump, and Matt Henry drives this through the covers and drives it for 4. 49 now. The New Zealand tail end of the New Zealand bowler on 49 or 53. My word. South Africa, what a performance!
Yeah, this is a test match we'll likely want to forget as soon as we can.
Guys, what are the answers, Werner? Is it the coaching? Right arm over, a little bit of turn from Aiden Markham as it pitches outside off stump, but driven on the up by Matt Henry to get to his half century. He gets there in 54 balls. And as you said, Werner, this will be a match to remember. I believe this is his first half century. Let me just quickly get my
second.
sheet.
It's his
His
second. I
second,
believe his
yes.
highest is 66 runs.
Yes, that's good to know. Second half century here for Matt Henry. And South Africa, you'd feel, gave it to him. But at the same time, some good strokes as Aiden Markham continues this one outside the off stump, played to mid on, a very full mid on for no run.
Good to see spectators at the ground. It's something we've been missing for our home series this summer. I have heard that there will be some spectators allowed for the Bangladesh series, so hoping to see that.
I believe that is the case. As this one, a quick single for Blundell to get himself to 92. He's also on the precipice of a milestone. 470 for 9. A flight to delivery from Aiden Markram outside the off stump, punched through the offside, but to the man at a deeper than usual mid off. One ball left in the 115th over. Aiden Markham coming in again, flighted in line with leg stump and glanced to the man at a conventional mid wicket for no run. 470, yes, 470 for 9 as New Zealand have a lead of 375.
375 is usually the type of score you set for a team to chase in the final innings, the fourth innings of a match, not the score the lead you have, and then you can go better again if that other team somehow manages to pass that score. So it is looking dire straits.
Yo, my guy. Yo. And it's not like South Africa can follow on either, eh? Because they've already had one innings. So, South Africa not in a pretty position. Dean Algar, a lot of questions to answer. South Africa, a lot of questions to answer. And, it just needs to be better. I don't know what needs to change. If the South Africans just need to be shocked into remembering that there's a Test championship here. If the South Africans need, I don't know if it's not that. I was chatting with Tim and he said that it's not that there's a lack of quality here, but I do feel that with missing Heinrich Nokia as Marco Jansen comes in, a full delivery outside the off stump, driven down the offside for a single by Blundell.
Yeah, the most disappointing part has been the drop catches because that's something that's in your control. You get your opportunities to get ahead of the game, and we could have definitely been in a lot better position if we just held on to our catches. And I think that's also an attitude thing. And the moment catches start dropping, then the shoulders do as well.
An attitude thing. Do you think it was the batting innings, that sort of made it difficult to take catches? You would have assumed that if you're coming in on the first day, you haven't had too much batting to do. You haven't been under too much pressure. As Jansen comes around the wickets to Henry, it's full outside the off stump as he blocks the square of the wickets to the offside for no run.
Yeah, nobody wants to drop catches, obviously, but you expect international players of this quality to take those catches because most of them, apart from maybe that last one from Arvia, has been pretty easy catches or one you definitely expect them to take.
Around the wicket once again, creates an interesting angle, does Marco Jansen, as this one a back of a length delivery, played late, but to the man at gully. He has 2 slips and a gully, does Marco Jansen. So he's looking to be a bit aggressive to the half-centurion Matt Henry.
Yeah, this partnership has been dragging on for a long while. I'd like to see us try something different, maybe go for a Yorker on the stumps or maybe a slower ball, get Matt Henry to play too early.
Good length delivery here from Marco Jansen. A hesitance from Matt Henry and Blundell. And Glenson Steeman came in, shot at the stumps, missed all ends up. So at the end, a comfortable run as New Zealand now still sitting pretty, still have a very comfortable lead.
Yeah, comfortable is probably a bit of an understatement at this point.
No, this is a mammoth lead of 377. 472 for 9 are the New Zealand team. Blundell on 93 off 134. Henry 51 off 59 as coming over the wicket, left arm over the wicket. Marco Jansen, it's going down the leg side and whipped off the hips by Blundell. Was airborne for quite some time, but bounced once before it got to Kagiso Rabada sweeping at fine leg. 474 after they take 2 runs, and Blundell on 95 now.
Yeah, only 5 runs short of his century. I think they might even look to declare. I don't know. It's not necessary probably because there's still so much time left in this test match. But at this stage, it's just torture for the Protea fans.
Werner, why on earth would you declare at this point? Why would you relent? Why not grind the South African hopes and dreams to dust as this one? Oh, brilliant delivery from Marco Jansen going across the right-hander, beating the outside edge as it passes that 4th stump line, gets the wicketkeeper for no run. 116 overs past, 474 for 9, a lead of 379. Henry on 51, Blundell on 95, and South Africa in a spot to bother here. Grind them to bones, Werner. No declaration here. What for? For 1 wicket.
No. They'll probably put as many overs in our bowlers' legs as they can ahead of, because I don't think there's a lot of time between the 2 test matches. So the longer they can keep us out there, the better for them.
I couldn't agree more, Werner. Couldn't agree more. Kagiso Rabada looks like is coming into the attack. 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, extra cover, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wickets, and a square leg. This one outside off stump. It's played late and it's played in the air by Matt Henry, but there's no one sweeping in the 3rd man region. So he's going to get a boundary. 55 runs he has now, and more runs added to the total.
Yeah, that was a real loosener from Rabada. 129
Sorry about that. It's just
a real loosener outside the off stump short. Matt Henry just lifts that one easily over the gully region.
No answers, Werner. I have no answers. A good length delivery outside the off stump, punched off the back foot. Rassie van der Dussen at covers, chasing it next to him. Temba Vuma does the fielding in the end. 479 for 9. The lead now, 384. 384. I don't know.
This morning we were talking from an SA point of view to try and keep them down to about 180 to still be in this game. They've now made 300 runs more than that already, and we're not even at the end of the day.
Looked like a back of a length delivery, but stayed relatively low, in line with the top of the stumps on that 4th stump line. Punched off the back foot by Blundell to take his score to 96 as the man at mid-off does the fielding. 480 for 9. A glove love there from the New Zealanders. And yeah, I mean, they can just keep going. It doesn't feel like they're being challenged at all. As much as you'd want to think of the New Zealand perspective, I mean, are they doing anything like out of the ordinary here? As this one outside off stump punched down the ground, no run.
It seems like we're just going through the motions at this stage. It doesn't seem to be any specific plan to get this final wicket.
Not seeing express pace from the pace bowlers, still going 129 the last delivery from Kagiso Rabada, so aren't really being rushed, are the batters. aren't being challenged by a decent line and length. I was seeing it here from Kagiso Rabada as this one outside off stump. The discipline and consistency is what's been lacking here for the South African bowlers and in the fielding. But we can go on all day about that. How do they bat, though? How do they come back and try to make a game out of this?
It's going to have to start from the top. You want your openers and your number 3 batters to really set the foundation for the rest of the lineup. They'll need to face out the new ball.
This one outside the off stump, driven through the offside to mid off for a single. Matt Henry, 57 of 64, and the lead now 386 after that single. 481 for 9 after 117 overs. And yeah, it all have to start from the top. And look, I'm not really too bothered about the runs scored. I think the key for the South Africans is just the bat time, just to stay in there, to preserve their wickets, not to be so scared not to play strokes, but be able to negotiate their position, understand the effect of the new ball, and pounce on the right deliveries to score from.
I think Saro Arve wants to prove a point on his debut, so it'll be a good opportunity to do that, especially now that he's probably fighting for the same spot that Markram is.
That's very true. As Marco Jansen coming left arm over, this wraps Henry on the pads as he tries to whip this to the leg side, pitching in line with that leg stump. 481 for 9, no runs off the first delivery.
Yeah, I think that one just pitched outside the leg stump, and it didn't even hit his bat in the end. I see it's gone off the bat.
Oh yeah, that actually got his bat in the way just in time. Did Matt Henry, and he's played a good innings here to get to 57. Oh, beaten the inside edge, beaten. But unfortunately for the South Africans, not getting any of it. A beautiful delivery, just hang outside that off stump and beating the inside edge of the bat. As that's another dot ball here from Marco Jansen.
Look at that final wicket partnership. 93 runs of 98 deliveries. It is actually now the biggest partnership in the whole match. The final wicket for New Zealand is the biggest partnership.
And that tells a story as this one well outside the off stump. It tells a story of a team that are a beaten team. If we're being quite frank and we're being honest here, I know that South Africa have struggled to clean up the tail in the past, but this is getting ridiculous. I believe it was Stuart Broad who smacked us around when England toured us in 2020. We also struggled to clean up there. So the ghost of failing to finish in the past seems to be haunting the South Africans to this day. As this one outside the off stump, played square of the wickets. The man at deep backward point, Sadal Advia, does the fielding. That ball, 115 kilometers per hour. So very, very slow from Mark.
I think that might have been a slower delivery to try and outfox Henry.
A slow delivery. Pace off the ball, and even more pace taken off the ball. Trying everything here are the South Africans. Oh, just beating the outside edge again. There's an appeal here from the slip cord and Carl Verena, and the umpire remains unmoved. Dean Algar sending it upstairs without much hesitation. Is this desperation, Werner, or was there a sound?
I think so. Carl Verena doesn't look convinced at all. But I think at this stage, we still have a couple of reviews left, so they feel like they might as well go for it. They're very desperate to get this last wicket.
Yeah, it feels like a move reeking of desperation. We're seeing the slow-mo. Doesn't look like there's an edge there. The batter is looking back. Definitely. Blundell is looking back at the keeper, and that's normally a sign that umpires will take, but there are other things here, and the umpire standing wasn't convinced. Oh, there's a sound. Yes, there is a sound. Oh, he's gone. He's gone on 96.
Good
Oh,
review.
Marco Janssen, a great review. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic review here from Dean Algar. What felt like desperation was done the trick here for the South Africans. And South Africans managed to buy a wicket here. Well done.
Finally. 482 runs.
That's all it takes. Just
do have to commend Blundell there on a magnificent effort. Unfortunate to go out for 96 there. Probably deserved a century for all his effort, but a good ball from Janssen to finish the innings.
Yeah, and you said it earlier today that Marco Janssen has been bowling quite well, and he did deserve a wicket. Has been constantly getting those deliveries that just beat the right-hander, and has been threatening that outside edge, and eventually did get it. So that ends his innings. He scored 96 off 138. Bowled Janssen, caught Verena. And just looking at that scorecard, 105 for Nichols of 163. Also the 96 mentioned. Then there's the half century from Matt Henry, the 49 from Neil Wagner. Oh, it just goes on and on. New Zealand have been doing very well here.
Yeah, and those are some bowling figures you'd rather not look at if you were a South African right now.
No, definitely not. Duan Olivier, the pick of the bowlers. He's got 3 wickets, but conceded 100 runs. Aiden Markram in second with 2 wickets for 27, and Marco Janssen, he also got 2 wickets, but conceded 96 runs. Rabada also two wickets there, but 113 to give New Zealand that mammoth total of 487. They have a job to do here, the South Africans, a big job to do at the change of innings. And yeah, we'll probably be here to give it to you. And we'll be back at the innings break. After the innings break, rather. Will we? Or do we just continue, Werner? Are you keen to keep chatting? I thought I saw a message saying that.
It doesn't matter. We can hop off or we can continue chatting. But yeah, there's not much to say about that bowling effort from South Africa, and the fielding effort. And now we look to the batters to turn around what was a very poor first innings. It's going to take a big effort to get anywhere close just to eliminate that lead, or even to avoid avoid an innings defeat.
There's a lot of work to do here for the batters, and just thinking about this performance in context, you'd feel that the South Africans are a side that are building on a strong foundation set against India in the last home test series, where they had a dominating performance, coming back after being trounced in the first test to win the rest of the 6-match series. Well, including the one-day internationals. They won the one-day internationals 3-0. They won the tests 2-1, and 6 games on the trot when they beat India. So South Africa they do have the momentum here, but it looks like there's a habit of starting poorly that started with India in Centurion. It was in that first innings that they basically lost the game, not taking any wickets, only taking 3 wickets on the first day. It was Lungi Ngidi, the only bowler to do so. And we're seeing something like that here with the batting as well, just not hitting their straps, struggling to find the right way to go, and struggling to find consistency. And it seems to keep plaguing them, Werner.
Yeah, no, it's been a story of us in tests for years now. It's not just been the last few series. We've always tended to start slow and then start to get better as the series goes on. But the problem in this case is there's only 2 test matches, so you lose this one, that's your chance to win the series gone, and then you're playing catch up. Then you have to try and do a 180 and play a lot better to try and win that second match, just to tie the series.
And it's the manner of loss as well. Net run rates also comes into the equation. We didn't really see the over rates here, but you'd hope that the South Africans stayed within that with their 4 pace bowlers and Aiden Markham only coming in a lot later. Yeah, it's something that the South Africans will need to arrest, and lots of question marks over the fielding that we saw today. Some of the bowling as well left a lot to be desired. And I asked earlier if we could bring it down to the coaches. Is it the coaching? Is it the lack of preparation? Is it the lack of focus? What could we put this down to? Because we need to find a way to arrest this as South Africans.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint a specific thing. You could say we had the 10-day quarantine that was difficult. We don't have any practice matches leading up to this match, but I don't think that could really be an excuse. And the same thing for starting slow in a test series. It seems to be more a mental thing and lack of execution. But we've seen that from our batters and our bowlers alike. It's being bowled out for 95 on the first day, and most of the dismissals being self-dismissals, giving our wickets away, because no doubt it was a very good toss to win by New Zealand, and the ball was moving around quite a lot. But I think the disappointing part was that we threw away 6 or 7 wickets there. And there were a few good deliveries that got wickets, but I think it's those other wickets that will disappoint us the most.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more, Werner. It's the, as I said earlier, it's the manner in which you lose that matters. It's not just about losing; it's how you lose, and throwing your wickets away at vital times, at key moments, makes it very difficult to watch, and a difficult pull to swallow, a difficult loss to take, and it's difficult to constantly be fighting an uphill battle. But maybe that's what the South Africans need. Maybe they need some sort of massive wake up call, and a total of over 300 to chase, of close to 400, not only to chase down but to get to and then create some sort of a lead. Is the type of inspiration that these 2 opening batters will. Yeah, it's going to be tough stuff. Stuff of legends if they come out here and do something. Sadal Arvia and Dean Algar make their way to the crease. The 2 left-hand opening batters. An opportunity here for Sadal Arvia, as you mentioned, Werner, to maybe get himself into the team. Yeah, stake a claim, put his hand up for that Aiden Markram spot.
Yeah, and that's the other point. We have a few new guys in. We have Arvia, we have Hamza, and Verena hasn't played a lot. So we need Algar and Markram and Rassie to all step up and lead the way here. But both Markram and Rassie have been struggling, so they'll need to turn this around very quickly.
Yeah, they certainly do. Everybody needs to contribute here. Nobody can hide at all. Big runs needed. An average of 38 in first-class games for Sadal Advia, and he'll need that and then some, as Tim Southey will be opening the bowling. This is a New Zealand team without Kane Williamson, without Ross Taylor, without Trent Bolt, but apparently they don't need that. Tim Southey comes in here with the new ball, full straight and blocked out by Sadal Advia. He'll be facing the first ball. He has 3 slips, does Tim Southey, for the left-handers.
Yeah, it's a good point you're making there. Without some key players, Ross Taylor did retire, but Williamson and Bolt not available is major, and still they're dominating.
dominating is the word. They're absolutely decimating the South Africans at the moment. Tim Southee with a big appeal for LBW, and
That's
Sadal
plum.
Advia is given. Oh my word! It's going to be a short game. It's going to be a short game. He looks.
Yeah, he was tapping the pitch like he was thinking. Oh no, he's walking off. That one swung in quite a long way and trapped him right in front. So I think that was a pretty straightforward decision to give. He's not even going to review it. Just the start the Proteas did not want. He stepped across with his front leg. Salvi got that one to move back in prodigiously, hit him straight in front of middle stump. The umpire had no doubt with that one. So Advirgan's second ball. South Africa still trailing by 387 runs and the worst possible start.
This is comical, mates. This is comical. We were just talking of Sadal Advia. Now's your chance, Paddy. To take the bull by the horns. But okay. With that said, though, the new ball in New Zealand is a hard thing to face. Tim Southee, the merchant of movements, that's a hard thing to face. So South Africa really need to bring their A game here, because New Zealand aren't playing games. They're here to clean up shop. This is the World Test champions that we're dealing with here. So just looking a little undercooked there.
Tim Southee showing how it's done. No looseness, straight into it, straight getting that ball in a perfect place, while our bowlers have taken overs and overs before they started getting some decent areas. So Tim Southee is showing what can be done and what should be done with the new ball. It needs to be used properly, and he has been so good in doing that. As we see Markram batting some way outside of his crease here.
3 slips on a gully as this one pitches on that fourth stump line for the right-hander. Shoulders, arms from Aiden Markram as it goes through to the keeper. No runs still. South Africa yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Aiden Markram basically opening again. As we look at the replay of that ball, straight in front. Umpires go on height, but that looked dead in front from the moment it hit the pad.
Southee in again. This one, a full length delivery outside the off stump. A little bit of nip away from the right-hander. Seam movements off the pitch. So Tim Southee, he's looking good. He's already got a wicket. Hasn't conceded a run here. And South Africa trail by 387. 9 wickets in hand. And you'd feel that New Zealand are heading for an innings victory here. It's still early to say, but it's not too early with dominating performances like this. As this one, a full-length delivery, nipping away once again from Aiden Markram, no run.
Yeah, Southee's getting some prodigious swing away from the right-hander here. Not easy to face. New Zealand really have class bowlers and have showed exactly how good they are in their own conditions, and getting the ball at the right length as well, pitching it a lot fuller than our bowlers were.
And also some late swing. It's been looking like nipping. It's been nipping off the seam, but much like with this delivery, the movement just comes very late. As this one outside the off stump, driven to Neil Wagner at cover for no run to end the over. A maiden wicket for Tim Southee. Pats on the back all round from his teammates, and well deserved. South Africa sitting yet to get off the mark, still on 0. But they have lost the wicket. Sadal Advia caught LBW by Tim Southee.
Yeah, as we said, worst possible start. Algar and Markram, the usual openers now at the crease. They're really going to have to fight hard here. With Matt Henry, the real destructive bowler in the first innings, who ripped through our batting lineup. Only going to start his spell now and already a wicket's down.
Destroyer in chief, best figures of 7 for 23. I wonder where he got those from, as he has
And he's
3
coming in
slips
on with confidence from his batting innings as well.
coming around the wicket to left-handed Dean Algar. He dots this down square of the wicket, but the man at point does the fielding. Will Young, not to be confused with the English singer, who thinks he better leave right now. Classic bangers there. Soft
Feels like
tunes.
we are falling deeper.
Oh yeah, that's definitely what I'm feeling here. I think I want to leave right now, but I'm gonna have to stay. South Africans are going to have to stay. They probably also want to hide, as this one outside the off stump, shoulders arms from Dean Algar, and that's the name of the game here for the South Africans. If it's outside the off stump and there's not a lot of movement, don't play at it. There's no need. There's no need.
And I think it's also a smart tactic from Henry coming around the wickets here. Algar has felt a bit uncomfortable with bowlers coming around the wicket who've been able to take it away from him.
Getting a little bit of an edge here, Dean Algar. Beautiful angle from Matt Henry. It's full and it's straight, and it's blocked out by Dean Algar for no run to end the over. South Africa. Oh no, sorry, not to end the over. Sorry about that. We're just looking at all of Matt Henry's wickets here. Tons just nipping the outside edge. Some hard outside edges. Some LBW appeals. Just a masterclass in bowling, as this one sails past that fourth stump line off a good length for another dot ball.
Yeah, it really has been Matt Henry's test. This 7 for 23, and then a half century with the bat. I don't think he could have even dreamt about this match.
Yeah, and literally coming in as a replacement for Trent Bolt, who's at taking paternity leave, not paternity leave, witnessing the birth of his child, I believe. As this one, good length delivery, played to the onside to mid wicket for no runs. Still, South Africa 0 for 1 after 1.5.
And the thing, coming into this match, Henry was averaging 46 with the ball with a strike rate of over 80, and he only made one half century. And he's added to both. He's bettered both those stats.
Hectic. This last delivery, played by Dean Algar, square of the wicket to the man at point for no run. Still, yet another maiden here for New Zealand, as they are, or South Africa are 0 for 1 after 2 overs. They still trail by 387 runs. And here we are.
Not much more needs to be said on that point.
Saudi into the attack. This one, a good back of a length delivery, blocked off the back foot by Aiden Markham for no run.
Getting some nice drone footage of the Hagley Oval. It seems to be a very, very beautiful place to go and watch cricket. Nice grass embankments. The spectators are enjoying themselves. Of course, all the New Zealand supporters are doubly enjoying this, them dominating the Proteas.
A little bit of movement here from Tim Southee, as this one pitched well outside off stump, left by Aiden Markham for no run. Tim Southee has 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, square leg, fine leg, or maybe a long leg rather. Mid on and mid off are also in play. And is there a wet wicket? Not sure. I'll tell you now. But South Africans have a lot of questions to answer. Aiden Markham he has a lot of questions to answer himself. And he gets South Africa off the mark. Loose delivery from Tim Southee, a little bit too straight and a little bit too full. Whipped off the feet of Aiden Markham to the man sweeping at the fine leg boundary. 2 for 1, and finally some runs on the board for South Africa.
Yeah, and now we're trailing by only 385 runs.
Only that, and then once you're past that, you're going to have to put on a score for the New Zealanders to chase at the end of the day.
So we only have to score about 600 here.
All in a day's work. Half volley delivery outside the off stump. Aiden Markham, full face of the bat, driven straight to Neil Wagner for no run. 2-for-1 after 2.4.
Salvi will definitely not be disappointed to see Markram playing that shot early in his innings with the ball still swinging around. He'll definitely be looking to nicking off.
Aiden Markham really does like getting bats on ball. Really does enjoy his drives. That's just the way he plays. But it could be his downfall. Was his downfall against India? Is this one a good length delivery outside that off stump? A little less away movement than we've been seeing as it goes to Blundell, the keeper, for no run.
Yeah, I think Aiden Markram is fighting a lot of inner demons at this stage in his Test career. It's tough to see a batter with this much talent struggle this much.
I've been watching this struggle for many a years. This one strangled down the leg side. Not strangled, sorry, almost strangled down the leg side. An attempt to play from Aiden Markram. Missed that all ends up. It's good that he did as it went into the hands of Blundell. 2-for-1 after 3 overs. South Africa trail by 385. Algar yet to get off the mark, faced 6 balls, and Markram on 2 of 10.
Tim Salve having bowled 2 overs, 1 for 2, getting the ball to swing away nicely. Matt Henry has also been on the mark from the get-go. New Zealand not giving anything away here, keeping the pressure on.
As Matt Henry continues around the wickets to Dean Algar, gets the pitch of this full delivery, does Algar outside off stump, and blocks this back to the bowler. No run.
Blocks it in prime Algar style with a closed bat face.
Away from his body as well, outside that off stump. And he does sort of hang his bat out. Doesn't really look the prettiest, Dean Algar, when he gets his runs, but he's there to survive. And if he just stays in and he just survives, he could definitely do some damage in the long run. This delivery outside off stump, a good length, and it dips as it gets to Tom Blundell.
Yeah, they're just showing the Test match record between New Zealand and South Africa again, with New Zealand having only won 4 out of the 45 matches they've played against each other, and South Africa having won 25.
Matt Henry finds the outside edge of Dean Algar. He's having a fantastic Test matches, Matt Henry, as this goes to Tom Blundell. And that is another donut for the South African openers. Oh, what a delivery that was.
That's perfect. Angling into Algar and then just moving away. He felt like he had to play that with the angle. Probably the perfect delivery that he could bowl to Dean Algar. And to most left-handers, to be fair, that was a very good delivery.
Beautiful delivery. Literally just outside that off stump, forcing Dean Algar to play. He had to get his bat to that, and unfortunately didn't get enough of the bat. Only the edge, as he was caught behind by Tom Blundell. He goes without scoring, faced 9 balls, South Africa 2 for 2. And you know what? There is a bright side to this, Verne. At least if South Africa continue like this, we won't have to wake up early to watch South Africa bat poorly again.
Have 2 extra days to recuperate.
Rassie van der Dussen coming into the middle here. 2 left-handers dismissed without troubling the scorers at all. Now it's 2 for 2 in 3.3 overs as the Rassie van der Dussen comes in now.
It's hard to believe that we're still only on day 2. New Zealand have dominated proceedings. Only 8 wickets remaining between them and winning by an innings. And comfortably so.
Yeah, 8 wickets away in innings. South Africa need 385 just to close the deficit here. But yeah, Dean Algar, the ball just straightening up as Henry coming around the wicket. creating that angle and just straightened up enough to get Dean Algar coming forward and finding that outside edge. Rassie van der Dussen, he comes in, the player with the highest one-day international career average, is now in red ball, has 3 slips a gully, a point, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, and a third man as he faces Matt Henry. Coming right arm over, full length delivery outside the off stump, dug out by Rassie van der Dussen, but turned into a very good on drive. That was a block, so maybe an on block. Gets himself 2 runs and gets himself off the mark.
Yeah, nice solid push to get himself going. Looking back at that Algar wicket again, he did push out a bit in front of himself again. It was a very good ball, but Algar was still feeling for that. He wasn't playing it under his eyes and waiting for the ball to come to him.
Matt Henry, this delivery on that 5th stump line off a good length, shoulders arms from Rassie van der Dussen, getting nowhere near that one, as South Africa now 4 for 2 of 3.5.
We were just talking about how big innings it will be for Rassie and Malcolm when they come to the crease, but here we are in the 4th over and they're both already there.
Yeah, doesn't look like South Africa will be able to do anything to fight back here, as this one, a good length delivery on off stump, blocked to mid off for a single. That ends the 4th over. Matt Henry now has figures of 1 for 2. He's having a stellar day here in his home in Christchurch, as South Africa struggling, reeling on 4 for 2. Trading by 383.
It has been tough to watch as a Protea fan, but from a neutral point of view, New Zealand have been brilliant in this Test match. From the get-go with the ball onto the bat and now with the ball again.
Another outside edge. Aiden Markram has to go. Tim Southey strikes again. A good left delivery, played off the back foot and gobbled up by the man at first slip. 4 for 3 of South Africa. Oh my gosh.
It is. It's not many words to describe what is going on right now. Another good delivery.
All the words I have, I can't say on air.
New Zealand are all over South Africa here. 4 for 3 after only 4.1 overs. That means that Themba Bavuma will already come to the crease after only 21 deliveries into the innings, after having been out in the field for 117 overs.
Guys, what is happening? This is a mass. Okay, you know what? It's a really good bowling here with the new ball. It must be said, New Zealand are dominating with this ball. The movement that we're seeing here, it's just too much for the South African batters to handle. People say that it's tough to bat in South Africa, but jeepers creepers, it looks like it's very difficult to bat in New Zealand, but it's only the South Africans that are struggling, because New Zealand managed to score well over 400 runs.
Yeah, it just goes to show how badly we used that new ball when we started bowling in our first innings. We didn't use it nearly as well. New Zealand are constantly getting that ball into the right area, getting it to move, hitting that right fuller length to evoke some shots from the batters, and they're all over us.
All over us indeed, as Tim Southey comes powering in. This one is a very straight delivery, blocked out by Themba Bavuma, also off a full length for no run.
It just goes to show how much we are missing KP in this series. Even after just one good series, he brought so much solidity against India, and he showed how to play balls that were swinging and moving around, playing it late under his eye, and our batters not being able to do the same.
or leaving on length. Temba Bavuma drives at a ball outside the off stump. It was there to be driven at, but he didn't get 100% control. Finds the outside edge and finds the gap behind square to get the first boundary of the day as he looks at the toe edge of his bat. 8 for 3 now. 8 for 3 now. Wow.
Yeah, that one skewing off the outer part of Temba Bavuma's bat. These two are the two that were able to help us get over the line in the last two matches against India in the second innings. So they'll be hoping to form some kind of partnership here to stop this procession.
Tim Southee has to pull out of his run up because Temba Bavuma had some interruptions or just pulled out. He has a habit of doing this. When he's not comfortable, he doesn't face the delivery. I remember Jasprit Bumrah was very frustrated. Even Mohammad Siraj in South Africa when Temba Bavuma did this. Facing this delivery now, Tim Southee outside the off stump, a very good delivery of a good length. And Temba Bavuma decides not to play at this. Still 8 for 3.
Yeah, New Zealand not giving any easy balls to put away here. Just keeping the pressure up high.
I'm thinking of that New Zealand series. I believe it was in 2017, 2018, when Temba Bavuma and Quinton de Kock saved the South Africans. As this one goes down the leg side, Temba Bavuma wrapped on the pads. Might be given as leg buys, might have come off his bat as well. No, given as leg buys. So South Africa 9 for 3 after that single. Yeah, but just reminiscing on how Temba Bavuma and Quinton de Kock just steered South Africa to victory at the bottom of the order. They're going to need something like that, a gutsy performance, just to stay in, negotiate this new ball, and make a game out of this situation.
Yeah, we were talking about taking some confidence into the next match, but so far that's not happening.
Doesn't look likely. A full delivery here from Tim Southee. A little bit of late movement, but Rassie van der Dussen was able to get on top of that and whip it to the leg side, where Matt Hendry does the fielding from fine leg. 2 runs off that. South Africa into the double digits on 11 for 3. Yes, folks, for 3. Guys.
Still trailing by 376 runs.
Yo.
95 in the first innings, 11 for 3 here. It's not looking good.
Feels like the South Africans are still jet lagged, eh? It feels like how I feel watching them. I just feel tired. I feel like I just woke up. It's like they just woke up and they were told to play a cricket game against a very focused team, and they're like, "Oh, okay, let me get my stuff ready," and they're just not getting it ready, eh? Sure.
Yeah, I can just imagine the emotions going through Algar and Boucher right now, both as captain and as a coach, who love to show some fight and believe in putting in 100% and being in this position.
Half volley outside off stump. Temba Bavuma, beautiful drive, but straight to the man at cover for no run.
There will be some tough questions to be answered in the post match presentation in the post match conferences.
Oh, no doubt about that. These two will definitely have a lot of answering to do. They've already been put under some pressure and some more pressure coming now into the middle of the field. 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, mid on, mid off, and fine leg. And now a man under the lid at a very, very short catching square leg for Temba Bavuma. As this one pitched on off stump, blocked for no run. And a little bit of chitter chatter here from the silly square leg.
Yeah, when you're on top like this, it's easy to be confident and have a lot to say.
No doubt about that. Temba Bavuma still on 4 off 6. A back of a length delivery. He rocks back and plays this through the slip cordon and gets himself another boundary behind square. 8 off 7 now for the one day international Protea captain.
Yeah, I think both the batters realized there's no point to just sit around here. It's better to take the positive approach whenever possible.
This one literally right on top of Gully. Didn't clear the slip cordon as much as Temba Bavuma would have liked, but got the job done in the end. A full delivery. Wraps Temba Bavuma on the pads, but it's going down leg. A muted appeal from the New Zealanders and umpire unmoved.
Yeah, that one going down leg comfortably. But already, just based on that previous shot, Matt Henry has overcompensated the other way, so it shows what a little bit of counter punching can do.
Yeah, and then you need to be stuck in the middle to be counter punching. As Temba Bavuma blocks this next delivery out, so it was just full of a good length. And was on that off stump. Played square of the wicket on the offside for no run. 15 for 3.
It almost feels surreal. This is the sort of position we've had New Zealand in the past.
Yeah, this is quite weird. A good length delivery here. Played off the back foot to the onside. Straight to the man under the helmet. It looked like there could have been a catch there that was dropped. It got to him very quickly. But Temba Bavuma survives. 15 for 3 after 6 overs. South Africa trailing by 372 runs.
Yeah, gone are those days that Vernon Philander came in and ran through the New Zealand lineup, and AB de Villiers and Hashim Amla would combine to pile on the misery.
Yeah, and then just that's a name that we definitely need here. As Tim Southey continues this one outside off stump. It's a good, just full of a good length delivery, and just a replay of that potential catch. It was in the air, but it literally just bounced in front of the man at catching square leg. Rassie van der Dussen also has him there, just chatting in his ear. But yeah, Vernon Philander definitely the man for the job here, and I felt that there wasn't anyone to do that job as this one well down the leg side. Rassie van der Dussen gets hold of that, but hits it straight to the man fielding at fine leg. 16 for 3 after that single.
Yeah, one of a rare loose deliveries so far in this opening spell by Tim Southey. Rassie will probably feel he could have done more with that.
Yeah, no, you definitely need to pounce on these deliveries. He did connect it very nicely. It did run towards the boundary very quickly, but it actually ran towards a fielder. So didn't quite place it as fine as he would have liked. Tim Southey in again. This one outside the off stump, and Temba Bavuma pierces the gap on the offside through the covers. Point and cover converge as they chase this down, and South Africa getting the scoreboard ticking finally as Temba Bavuma on 10 off 11.
And finally, a batter is into double digits here, not double zeros.
You. The donuts we've been seeing today. Yo. Too many. South Africans just have no answers for the New Zealand barrage with the new ball. A short delivery here from Tim Southey. Temba Bavuma ducks under it as it sails over a leg stump line. No run, 18 for 3. It remains.
Yeah, Bavuma looking to take the positive approach here, which I do feel is the right one. Still needs to be careful and make sure that he stays nice and compact.
Yeah, necessary approach here as well, because you don't just want to be stuck at the crease. Yes, You do want a bat time, but you don't want to be doing nothing there. As this one on the leg stump, a quick single here from Temba Bavuma. He slides as he makes his ground and takes South Africa to 19 for 3.
That's also a way of putting pressure back on the bowler, making sure that you rotate the strike, taking the quick singles where available. It might have been close if Jameson was able to pick up that ball clean, but he wasn't, and Temba made his crease comfortably with a very big dive. You see that what it means to him to be out there batting.
Trying to put pressure on the fielding team there by rotating the strikers as often as he can, squeezing out all the runs he can. This delivery just short of a good length outside the off stump. Rassie van der Dussen leaves this as it goes to Blundell for no run. To end the 7th over, 19 for 3. Rassie van der Dussen on 5 and Bavuma on 11.
See, it's a beautiful day there at the Hagley Oval. Seeing some nice drone footage, just showing a nice overview of the whole stadium and the surrounding areas, green and lush.
Looks almost pastoral with all the fields that you see there. The rolling hills is this one. Oh, half volley from Matt Henry just outside off stump. Temba Bavuma drives this through the offside. De Grond home from cover will do the fielding as Temba Bavuma gets himself 3 runs. 14 now for the diminutive Temba Bavuma. 22 for 3 now. The lead 365, a run for every day of the year.
I've been very impressed with Temba Bavuma over these last 2 Test series, especially against India. The way he really took control of every innings he came out to bat, and he looked to be positive, and he looked in full control.
It looked very compact. This one just outside the off stump, and Rassie van der Dussen whips this to the leg side. They take the first and second quickly, think about the third, but decide against it. South Africa now 24 for 3. 3-6-3 now is the lead.
I think as Temba has admitted before the series, he would like to score some more centuries. He's made a lot of 50s and a lot of important 50s at that. I'd love to see him convert more of those into big scores, but that's also only possible if he has some partners at the other end.
That's true. You do need to bat with partners here. Matt Henry continues this one, pitching outside the off stump, and a little bit of a little bit of swing, nip, rather inside towards the right-hander. No run there. 24 for 3.
I think they still have Jameson to come. He's had a great start to his Test career.
He has a great strike rate of, that one just beating the outside edge of Rassie van der Dussen's bat. A good length delivery here from Matt Henry. A little bit of movement there. So we even saw with the South Africans, there was movement even late in the innings here, even with the old ball. So that's something that they're going to have to negotiate all the way through. But squared up was Rassie van der Dussen with that previous delivery. Matt Henry continuing here, back of a length delivery, whipped to the onside. The man at a short square leg looked like he was trying to catch that, but maybe just a TV dive for us here. 26 for 3. 3-6-1 is the lead here for New Zealand.
It's good to see both Temba and Rassie looking to score here, not just sitting and trying to occupy the crease, waiting for some good deliveries. They're looking to take the positive approach, which I feel is the right approach.
Getting runs on the leg side as Rassie van der Dussen does that again. Glances this off his hips, just wide of the man here, Will Young, under the helmets. Doesn't take the single. South Africa 26 for 3. and they trail by 361 runs at the moment. And the South Africa, or at least Rassie van der Dussen, has been scoring runs or playing across the line here, trying to score runs on the onside, while Temba Bavuma with those off-stump deliveries is more than happy driving. He has had some very good-looking drives and can drive it hard. So we'll probably be thinking, if I just throw my hands at this, it could, if I get a thick edge, it could be too high for the slip cordon, or if I middle it, it goes to the boundary. Tim Saudi to Temba Bavuma blocks this one. Backward a square to Kali, no run.
Yeah, the New Zealand batters showed how to bat on this pitch, waiting for the poor deliveries. Granted, they also got a lot more poor deliveries from us than they are giving.
Deliveries.
Yeah, than they are giving to us. But they showed that on these type of pitches with some good bounce and true pace, it's better to go vertical than to go with the horizontal bat shots, the cut shots, the pull shots. It's a lot more effective here.
Yeah, but the New Zealand batters weren't really put under pressure by the South African bowlers as this one. Well outside off stump, left by Temba Bavuma, no run. They weren't really put under immense pressure. So as well as New Zealand did do, I do sort of feel that they were very much helped, like very much, by the bowling of South Africa and just not hitting their lines, not building up pressure, number one. So not preventing runs from being scored and not even taking wickets either. So it was only a matter of time before South Africa could find themselves in the situation as a back of a length delivery outside off stump, cut off the back foot, but straight to point Devon Conway for no run.
Yeah, no, very true, Chepu. It's been an overall performance to forget from South Africa. Not putting on pressure with the ball, not applying themselves with the bat, dropping catches. Is probably a template for how not to approach a test match.
Couldn't agree more. So Saudi comes in, it's short and it's pulled with power from Temba Bavuma and pulled all the way to the square leg boundary. A very good looking shot by Temba Bavuma to get himself to 18 and to take South Africa to some sort of score here of 30 for 3.
Yeah, he pulled that one with authority, was in full control. Just swiveled nicely to get that one behind square for a boundary. And as I said, he's looked very good from the moment he's come out. He's come out with the right mindset and putting some pressure back on the bowlers.
What Temba Bavuma needs now, and it's very much early days as this one strays down the leg side. Temba Bavuma just whips this off the pads. It goes fine, and it goes fine enough as it goes all the way to the boundary to take South Africa to 34 now for 3, and Temba Bavuma to 22. A very nice shot once again.
Yeah, Temba has been quick out of the blocks here. 22 of only 19 deliveries. You see the pressure that he's piling up on Saudi has caused Saudi to now overcorrect again and then straight down the leg side and an easy clip off his pads.
And this is the period that you would have hoped that the top order would have negotiated a lot better. Just if they just found a way to survive and wait for the loose deliveries, they could have cashed in. As you see the man at point move into a second gully position. So very aggressive here from Tim Saudi. A response that is full and straight. Temba Bavuma gets behind that and blocks it. No run there. To end the 9th over, I believe. No.
Yes, and it might be the end of the day. That's the end of the day's play.
Yeah, it is. Oh, okay, that's great news. Awesome sauce. Temba, just as Temba was starting to catch momentum, darn it. But yes, that is the end of day's play. That is stumps here for the South Africans and the New Zealanders here at this game. South Africa 34 for 3. So in a little bit of trouble, have a lot of work to do, but they, will have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, 54 for 3 does at least look slightly better than 4 for 3. So a good little
It
partnership
really
here
does.
at the back end by Rassie and Temba.
It really does look better than 4 for 3. And the 3 wickets that have fallen, Sadal Arvia was the first. In his second delivery, got caught LBW by Tim Southey. He was on the money out the gates quickly. The next to fall was Dean Algar, the captain, has gone without scoring many runs again, this time scoring no runs. Caught behind off the bowling of Matt Henry. And the third wicket to fall was Aiden Markram. Tim Southey got the wicket there, caught at first slip, and he only scored 2 runs. And at the crease right now, Temba Bavuma on 22 and Rassie van der Dussen on
9. All right. I think we might have lost Chepu there, but yeah, it's another very dominating display by
Hello?
New Zealand. There, I have you back now, Chepu.
Oh, awesome! Did you get the scorecard from me, or did
I got the
cut?
scorecard up to Temba, and then we missed out on the Rassie one. As I said, he made 9 runs.
Awesome. And then South Africa 34 for 3. Any closing thoughts, Werner?
Yeah, it's been a thoroughly dominating day by New Zealand. Even more so than yesterday, which is quite hard to believe. Seeing as how badly yesterday went, today was even worse for the Proteas. Already 3 down, still trailing by 353 runs. They really put us to the sword, and it's hard to see us coming back from this. Hope to see Temba and Rassie continuing in the same way tomorrow morning that they started off today.
Indeed, the hopes of the South Africans lie on Temba Bavuma and Rassie van der Dussen. But the game continues tomorrow, where we will see you on YouTube on One World SR or 1WSR.com. For me, Tebo Taela and Werner, we will see you tomorrow. Cheers.
Okay.
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my brain.